can't do it. We'll do it live.
Okay. No.
We'll do it live. F it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
Oh, now I gotta figure out how to take it off. Oh, this is great. Awesome.
I haven't seen that clip in a while.
There we go.
Great.
I love that intro so much. I don't know if anybody's ever seen like that meme where he's just like, F it, we'll do it live. Like, I don't know. I think that's so funny. I asked, Jim was on here like a couple weeks ago. We were doing like a test live stream. And I was like, was that like around your time? Cause I don't know. It looked like 80s or something. And he's like, yes, that was around my time. Like, thanks for making me feel old.
Yeah, you dated him.
Yeah. But what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Fantasy Files podcast, where today we're doing it live. We're your co-hosts, Spencer and Gabe.
And hello from me, RJ Bailey.
And yes, thank you, RJ. He is here in spirit via a soundboard that he so generously provided. So we're going to have a ton of fun with that throughout the live stream.
Fly, my Hawkmen!
Okay, that's enough of you for now. You can probably tell by the title of this video that this is our 100th episode. It's absolutely incredible to be here 3 years into the podcast. I don't think we ever knew that we'd get this far, and it's such an incredible milestone that we wanted to celebrate with all of you guys by doing our first real, like, big live stream for the next 5 hours. We're going to be having guests on, playing some games, talking about various topics. There will be drinking, so there's bound to be some chaos, and I'm honestly expecting a fight or two to break out at some point. So hang back, grab yourself a midday drink, and relax while we all celebrate 100 episodes. And thank you so much for being here with us. So for our live stream, we have Holly Tinsley here, and we have Gavin to start off the show. Holly, you have been a huge friend of the channel pretty much since we started. I think it was maybe like just a few months into starting the podcast, and you had written We Men of Ash and Shadow, and that's kind of how I met you and RJ Bailey, and you guys have kind of hung around ever since. We can't get rid of you. So, so yeah, thank you so much for helping us kick this off.
Yeah, no, you didn't even have to ask. I would have been here even if I wasn't invited, you know that. But yeah, I mean, you say about starting out when, you were first kind of putting out episodes, but really it was the same for me. It was the start of my journey as an author. And I kind of feel like my whole author journey, you guys have been a big part of that. So really, it's a massive thanks from me. And it's been an absolute pleasure to be involved. I mean, 100 episodes and I've only been in 97 of them.
Yeah, we were talking on I think it was Twitter where we were talking and you were like, what's it been now? Like it has to be at least 10 episodes that you've been on with all the, including the collabs with other authors where we have like a big group on. Yep. It's gotta be like at least 10 episodes or so. But yeah, we've had a ton of fun with them, especially the past couple birthday episodes.
Yes.
We've thrown Holly a birthday party twice now, and that has been so much fun. I think the first time we kind of just talked about whatever, and then the second time you interviewed us.
Yeah, that was awesome.
That was a ton of fun. And you came up with some games like, what was it? What did Mick say? We had like multiple choices of what Mick said about us, or we had to guess what Mick said about us.
Yeah.
And so, or just general thoughts. So that was cool. That was a ton of fun. And RJ, I really would have loved him to be here today. Oh, I almost said Bake Bishop. Jake Bishop.
Hey,
Jake,
how's it going?
Live Ship Bishop is here.
That is, c'est moi.
How's it going, man?
Good. How
Uh,
are you?
Good.
But yeah, RJ Bailey wanted to be here, but he has a Warhammer convention or
Oh,
something, or
cool.
like a big Warhammer game that he's actually, I guess it's like a big thing because he said this morning that he's getting on a plane to go do
Yeah.
this thing. So I'm like, it must be really important, and I don't fault him for that. But I'm so happy that he gave us this soundboard. I love it so much.
Fly, my Hawkmen!
So RJ recorded like literally 20 to 25 different sound bites. And Holly and I, basically how this started was Holly and I were in a group chat with him. And between the two of us, we came up with like, wouldn't it be funny since RJ can't be there if he just like recorded something that we could react to or something. And then eventually it turned into this soundboard idea. And I was expecting him to send me like 5 things, like maybe like there was a couple that I really wanted that I'm like, oh, we could actually use these in the show. And then Holly came up with some that were absolutely brilliant. And yeah, so I was kind of expecting just to get like those 5 or 6 or whatever. He sent me a 3-minute audio clip of him just saying stuff. And it is so good.
It is
Maybe
amazing.
at some point at some point in the live stream we should just like listen to all of them
Yeah.
because there's some that I didn't even put on the soundboard that are so funny, but I was just like, I just don't know when I would use that in the live stream, but God, they are absolutely hilarious. So maybe we'll do that at some point. And then introducing Gavin, he's the next up. He joined me for a Night Angel Nemesis episode. That was a ton of fun.
It was.
And I think Gavin, I think you had like commented on a video or something. You had commented on.
I
One
think
of
you
Night
and Gabe's
Angel
part
videos.
1.
Yeah.
I just found, that's how I found your guys' channel, and I had done some comment about how it was great, and and then yeah, you invited me on, and it's something I never even had crossed my mind before, but I said sure, why not, and had a great conversation, and I'm happy to be back.
Awesome.
Awesome. Yeah, that was a ton of fun. I left that conversation being like, man, I feel like I was able to talk about everything that I wanted to talk about regarding that book because as you know, it's such a huge book. It is hard to talk about it in like a 2-hour episode or something. And so the first episode we did for Night Angel Nemesis, like we didn't even like scratch the surface. And so
Yeah.
you and I were able to like sit down and go way deeper into that story and kind of explore it. And it was a ton of fun talking to you. You were a great conversationalist.
No, thank you. It was a cool first experience for sure. Very happy I did it.
Nice. And then we got
And happy to be
Jake.
back.
Yes.
Awesome. Yes, we're happy to have you. And yeah, we have Jake. Don't skip live ship Bishop. That's a reference.
I'll know about it
to-
if you do.
Yeah.
Right.
What is it?
I-
Realm of the Elderlings? Is
Yes.
that the series name? Okay.
Yeah, that's Rome of the Elements by
Yeah.
Robin Hobb.
Yeah. Is that? Would you say that that's your favorite series, or is that just
yeah,
what
that-
you're known for?
That's my favorite series. Yeah, it's not the
Okay.
one I've read the most because I read some like a lot of series before I read Realm of the Elderlings. I read Realm of the Elderlings a little bit later. I think I read it for the first time like 2021.
Okay.
But it's my favorite right now, somewhat comfortably.
Okay. Cool.
Like I
And
just
you-
did I finally updated my top 10 like favorite series video, and
Nice.
some of the spots were really hard. I was like, I don't know how to order these, and then it was
Yeah.
like, yeah, so Realm of the Elderlings won.
Nice. That's cool. There's like, and I forgot our background music. I'm sorry, guys. Here, 1 second. There we go. Live stream music. There's like a ton of books in that series too. Like I don't think I realized until kitty
cat.
I don't think I realized until Mike started doing his videos. I'm like, oh, there's like
16.
there's like 4 different trilogies. Is there more? Yeah.
Yeah, it's 16
Yeah.
books. It's
16
four
books.
trilogies and a quartet.
Wow.
Dude,
You should
yeah.
have known that if you walked across my desk, you would get spooked. It's a consequence of
That's the consequence.
yes.
Yeah, yeah, I think that that's probably just like too many books for me. I don't know about all of you guys, but I'm at a point where I'm like, I just can't commit to big series anymore. Because I start, like, I read the first two, and then I'm just like, I get burnt out at some point. I'm like, we need more trilogies. We need more shorter books, trilogies. I don't know. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I would agree. I think trilogies are nice, short and sweet, but I think I'm the opposite of you. I love a long running series. Like
I've
you
read,
Fight
like-
with Monsters, you know, it's 10 books going on, making more, and it's just awesome.
See, something like that is nice though if it's ongoing.
Yeah.
Because then you can read one and sit back on it for a while.
Yep.
And then kind of come back later
For me-
when the new one comes out and read that. I don't mind that at all. But it's just like, I want to read Galaxy's Edge so bad, and I'm going to this
Yes,
year.
you need to.
But I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, it's like 20 something books when you add up all the, like, because each book is basically 2 books. It's split into 2 books, and there's like, what, 15 of them or something of 2 books each. It's like 30 books.
And-
I'm like, man, it's just a lot. It's just a lot.
It's definitely
So-
bigger
sorry.
to entry.
Go ahead.
Like if I'm reading a trilogy and I'm like, these are pretty good, yeah, I'll read the entire trilogy of books that are pretty good. But if I'm reading like an 11 book series, like some of them better be like, this is one of my favorite books of the year. Or I'm gonna be like, this is too many books, you know?
Well, and that's what I was gonna say. It's like I love a good long series, but I'm also like, for me, I'm personally much more reluctant to pick them up and start, because generally once I start a series and I like it, I guess I always finish it. I don't leave things. I generally finish it. So it makes it be more cautious, because like, do I want to dedicate? It's like when I started the Wheel of Time during the pandemic, it's like, okay, fine. I knew this is going to consume me. This will be the year for it. And I just crushed them, because if I'm in something, I don't intersperse. Like if I read the Wheel of Time, I read nothing but the Wheel of Time until I finish it. And that's generally how I read. So for that reason, I'm really reluctant to pick up the big long series. Like Realm of the Elderlings is an interesting one, because I did read the Farseer trilogy, but for whatever reason, I didn't like it nearly enough to want to continue. Which is interesting, because I went in really expecting to like it because of all the high praise. But yeah, so I'm curious what. Well, I guess I wanted to ask a question: Realm of the Elderlings versus Farseer trilogy. Because what I was kind of told is like, if you didn't really like the Farseer trilogy, then there's no real point in continuing.
So I think people say this for a lot of series, and it always depends why you didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
Because like it's the same thing for a lot of series where that like the first books aren't the best ones. Where like generally like a lot of people will like them more. But like for Dresden, which I don't know if you've read Dresden,
Love
Dresden
Dresden.
massively improves. But if someone reads book 1 and 2 and they're like, yeah, you know, I like Harry, but I just didn't think it was amazingly executed, it's like, keep going.
Yeah.
But if someone reads like the first 2 books and they're like, I just hate Harry Dresden, like I don't like the character at all, it's like, yeah,
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So for Robin Hobb has some clear weaknesses, and the main one is pacing. Like sometimes her pacing is somewhat suspicious. Big thing is the next subseries isn't Fitz, so it's multi POV, and Live Ship is my favorite of the subseries. It's still slow paced. Like this is why Realm of the Elderlings is not a universal recommendation, because every book is a slow burn, like without exception. She does not write a fast book. Full stop. I find like the Fitz stuff, even though Fitz by the end is like my favorite character. He wasn't my favorite character when I was done Farseer. And it has some weaknesses where like he just starts off, he's the protagonist and he starts off as like 6. So it's hard for him to have a ton of personality because he's a 6-year-old who barely has any memories. Like he's still in sponge mode. There's like some weird traveling things where Fitz is just trying to go somewhere for like 300 pages. But in multi POV, if Robin Hobb is like, well, this person's traveling for this many things, we'll just go in other people's heads as they do stuff. And then you'll get to them 200 pages later. And it's like, they're there now. Good job, everybody. But I would say if you read Farseer and you were like, I like the characters and the writing, but it's just like the pacing for like Assassin's Quest was just like, what is going on? Or you like the supporting cast.
Unfortunately, it's the opposite.
Yeah,
but
yeah. If you didn't
hear
like the
exactly what you're saying.
characters, then I would probably just be
Yeah, that
Well, I would
was
say
my issue. It's like,
if you didn't like
anyone.
Fitz, but if you didn't like anyone, yeah, it's probably just
that was my problem.
put it on the DNF shelf and leave it there.
Yeah,
I was
I
happy
think...
to have read the trilogy, but that's where I think I'll leave it as well. Sorry, Spencer.
No, you're good. I think I want to read the first trilogy. So is the whole thing not called Realm of the Elderlings? Is Realm...
Yeah.
Excuse me, is Realm of the Elderlings like a trilogy within the 4?
No. So Realm of the Elderlings is all 16 books, and it's made up of
Okay.
a bunch of sub-series that have like distinct endings.
Okay.
So it's got the Farseer trilogy, which has like an ending, and then the Live Ship Traders, which is in the same world but follows different characters and seems barely connected. It's a little bit connected. And then you go back to the Tawny Man trilogy, which is its own distinct story that has a distinct ending with the same characters as Farseer. Then you have the Rainwild Chronicles, which is like a quartet, but each book is a little bit shorter, that has a distinct story, a distinct ending, and like a lot of character overlap with Live Ship. And then Fitz and the Fool trilogy that ends the entire sequence of the 16 books, but also is its own distinct story and has Fitz as the protagonist as well, and is like the most connected of them. So a lot of time, and just don't skip Live Ship or I'll know about it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think my whole thing with that is it just seems like I'm not somebody that's like, I need big explosions and action all the time and like, you know, big like popcorn action movie kind of thing. But I think I need enough to like keep me excited.
I don't know if you would like it.
Yeah,
it's
sounds
definitely
like it's very slow and like political intrigue and stuff like that, more like maneuverings. Yeah,
and then like Farseer, I would say, is a lot of that. Live Ship is a lot of like family drama.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, it's not like it's my favorite. I don't know if you would like it. It's possible, but it's not. Sometimes when people read something, I'm like, I know for sure they're gonna like this. Like, if they don't, I'll eat my copy. That would not be you with Realm of the Elderlings. I'd be like, what's Spencer gonna think of this?
Okay. RJ Bailey says, this year I'm gonna start the Horus Heresy, which is 64 novels long.
Wow.
These are from, if I'm remembering correctly, these are Warhammer books.
Yeah, Warhammer 40k fans are built different. They're like, oh, a 16-book trilogy? That's adorable. Or 16-book trilogy, 16-book series.
Yeah.
Like, that's cute.
Oh, man. Yeah, that is crazy. Holly, I was going to show you... Have you seen the RJ Bailey's, like, TikTok thing? Like, his, like, the short we made of him, of his, like, search history on TikTok?
I have not, but the mind boggles. I can imagine what that would contain.
It's so funny. Let me share this real quick. Let's see. Is it in channel content?
He says yes, Warhammer 30,000. It's a prequel series.
Prequel series.
Oh, it's only 30k.
Are you guys able to talk in the chat? Like, do you have like a little box that you can reply to stuff?
Yeah, I think if you just like join chat, you can. Yeah, you can.
Oh, cool.
Oh, you have to connect your YouTube account.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Can you guys see this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Where is it? Let me mute my cool background music.
I see it. It's the fourth one from the top there.
Okay. Oh, wait, it's not playing for you guys.
Mm-mm.
No.
Oh, because it opened a... I hate this. Okay. Can I... fuck.
It's the joys of live stream.
I recently joined TikTok and I feel like such an old man. I open it up and it's just like, what is all of, like, I do not understand this.
I love TikTok. I love it.
I hate TikTok with a fury passion.
I joined it and then, like, because I wasn't following anyone, it was just showing me popular content.
Yeah.
And so, like, it just showed me like this woman faking pleasure, aroused pleasure, right?
Yeah.
And so I was like, I wanted to get rid of it and move it up, but I pressed the button that was repost it, so I reposted it, and then I had to go and Google how to undo a repost.
Oh my gosh.
But now, because that's like the only post I've interacted with, it sends me alerts that this one sexy lady is posted again, and now I just get sexy lady stream, and that's not what I want on there. I recently joined.
Ah, that's funny.
That's great.
Yes, RJ, we all believe that accidental.
Yeah, he just accidentally made his TikTok feed all this
Yeah.
stuff. That's tragic, you know. I don't know how he's going to move
accidental.
on with his life.
I know. It's funny on the actual like Fantasy Files YouTube like homepage, like not when I'm in the YouTube studio, but when I'm just like on the general like searching homepage. I don't like watch anything from that account. Like all the videos I watch are on like my premium account. It's just my personal one. And so it's funny to see the videos that people get recommended when it's just like a blank account. Like when it's just like a new account. A lot of it is like yoga stuff. I guess is popular. And then like music, like long and actually maybe this is because I looked for something, but it's like long, like 30-minute to an hour streams of just certain musics, like tavern sounds or like EDM tracks for like an hour or whatever.
Got some bad news for you, Spencer. If you're seeing tavern sounds, then it's probably not random general
Yeah.
populace.
For sure.
It probably knows what you're Googling and other things
Yep.
on that Google account.
I don't.
That's probably like
I don't
background
think so. I've
D&D
never
music, I would
Googled
guess.
yoga though.
That's
Like,
true.
Yeah.
Well,
Are you
I don't
sure?
know.
True. Yeah, can we verify that
Yeah,
somewhere?
can we
you
verify
fact
your
check
number?
this?
Yeah, sure. Let's look at all my search history on stream. That would be a great idea. Yeah, let's not. Okay, so I have some other topics here. We talked about RJ's TikTok thing. So I think that we need to come up with a name for our viewers, because I think that you look at channels like Danny Gonzalez, and he's got the Gregs, his army of Gregs. Then you have Drew Gooden, who has the little stinkers, I think his is. And like everybody has like a name for their audience. So maybe something we can start thinking of, all of us collectively, is like what would we like the name for the Fantasy Files audience to be? It's got to be something. It's got to be something funny and stupid. That's for sure. Like it's got to match, right, Gabe? Like it's got to match
The matriarchs.
Oh,
That's good.
So
It's
good.
it's a little long. You know, it takes a while to get it off the tongue, but I think it fits perfect.
Yeah, people would have to be in on the joke too. Let
Yeah.
me see if I can find that. We'll watch that real quick. Cause, dude, that is such a good idea.
Look what RJ just said.
Oh, what did he say?
Fantasy Files?
Yeah,
Maybe?
Dresden Files,
Filers.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah. The files.
I don't even have a name for people who watch my things because I upload so inconsistently that it'd have to be a title that could be like a part-time thing, you know?
Yeah.
Be
A
like,
part-time thing. Yeah.
like a hobby, yeah.
Yeah. The part-timers, the casuals.
Yeah.
Casuals.
Okay, here, let me show you, I want to show everybody where the matriarch thing started, because I don't think a lot of people know about this inside joke. And I had to show it to, our friend Isaac was on the show a couple weeks ago. And he's like, what's this matriarch thing you guys keep talking about? And I'm like, I'll send you the YouTube short.
Just watch it.
Let me know if you guys can't hear this when I hit play.
The world change if you went back in time with a small nuclear? How would the world change if you went back in time with a small nuclear power plant and a castle?
Dude, I mean, it would be a complete matriarchy. There's no way. You would be the king of the world. Seriously, dude. There's no way. You would be the king of every continent, every world that there ever, or every place that there ever was. Like, there's just no way.
Yeah.
What does matriarchy have to do with that?
Okay. I'm a dumbass. Forgive me. What is it when a king rules? What's it called?
A patriarchy.
Patriarchy. Okay, that's what I meant, dude. That's what I meant. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Neither of those is right.
Alright,
It's a
guys,
monarchy.
That is
Monarchy.
kind of the end of this. Do
But,
you have any
hey,
final thoughts or
Dave,
anything?
they were
before I
just as
hit the
wrong as
outro?
you.
I just
So-
want to say that Oxford English Dictionary defines a matriarchy as a system of society or government
Dictionary
ruled by a woman
definition.
or women, Gabe.
Dude,
Just-
fuck you.
Thank-
Nope, I accept it. I was wrong.
How?
I love the supreme confidence with which they corrected you there, and yet
Yeah.
we're still wrong.
And we're still wrong. Yeah, it's not
Uh.
even a patriarchy; it's a monarchy.
That was fun.
But yeah, that's
like it.
that's
That's
one
it.
that we reference all the time. So
So-
that's a good idea. The matriarch.
How did you achieve immortality in this thing where you go back in time with the nuclear power plant of the castle and are like still the monarch to this day? That's my question.
Still the monarch to this day?
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, and I was like, wait, you made yourself immortal with nuclear power?
No, well, because we were.
Or you're
talking
already
about,
immortal? Just don't tell us.
What was the Brandon Sanderson book?
It was one of his secret projects, I think.
Wizards.
Oh
Guide to
yeah,
Brandon
frugal.
Immortality.
Yeah.
By
Yeah.
order
The
of
frugal,
magnitude.
yeah.
And they were talking about, there was like a whole chapter that was like, these are like some added bonuses you can bring with you, and there was like rocket launchers and like all sorts of stuff you could bring to this medieval England like pocket universe that they would sell you. And then one of them was a nuclear power plant, and so that kind of led us into being like, how would the trajectory of the entire world from medieval times to now change if you brought a nuclear reactor back to that time? And that's kind of what led to that.
And I guess in this, because it's frugal wizard, you would also know how to like maintain the nuclear reactor, and the answer wouldn't be that you'd have a functional one for 12 minutes until you press the wrong button and screw it all
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then had a
for
nuclear
sure.
detonation.
Realize
Yeah.
that fuel was bought separately, and you
Yeah.
can't actually do anything
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
it.
Like, okay,
Yeah.
better go find some uranium. Good luck,
Yeah.
have fun.
Yeah.
Hope.
It
Yeah,
it
good luck.
does say in the book, in that chapter, that like they go through, like, we provide all of
Yeah,
the
get like the manual.
like ammo for the rocket launchers and like the whatever, like the whatever you need to run a nuclear power
I vaguely
plant.
remember that book.
I'm
Did you
trying
read it?
not to.
Yeah. I read it. I read all four of these.
Yeah.
I love Brandon Sanderson, but that was not my favorite book of his. By
Yeah, that was.
Any
I actually.
stretch.
It was sad because I really liked the concept, but then it just insisted on being mid.
it was.
Yeah.
It just insisted on being mid. That's such a good way to put that. I think that book got too much hate, and I'm usually the cynic that's like, yeah, this book sucks or whatever. But like, I don't know. I read it and like everybody else seemed to be dogging on it. I was just like, I just like it. Like, I'm just having a
Don't
good
try that
time.
with a baby while it's still alive.
No, I accidentally hit the soundboard.
I'm like, it's like, so it was like the memory loss thing was inspired by like Project Hail Mary, and the contrast is so jarring because in Project Hail Mary, like every time you learn more what's going on, it's like, oh, holy crap, that's cool, or like,
Yeah.
what's
Yeah.
going on. I find like for Frugal Wizard, it's like every time you learn more about, I forget the main character's name, you're just like, oh, I guess that's what's happening.
Yeah.
Cool. And then the Santa Night still
Yeah.
be reveals, and you're like, oh, I guess, yeah, that's what his life was like. All right. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, that checks out.
And that's fair. There wasn't too many like twists and turns and like, oh my god, like kind of moments. But I think at the time, Gabe and I had been reading so many like really serious books for the podcast, like a lot of like grimdark and stuff like that, where it was nice just to have this book that was just fun and crazy and wild. And I think that's
still-
probably why I liked it so much, and that's kind of what I'm doing right now with the Parker series. I'm making my way through. It's kind of like a
As in like
a
the Spencer
crime-
novels?
What's
Jim
that?
Butcher would be proud of you.
What's that?
Like, you say like the Robert B. Spencer novels, like or something else?
No, I do want to get to those too. These are the Parker novels by Richard Stark.
Oh, okay.
And it's kind of like a crime series. He's like a bank robber kind of guy, and each book is like on one time speed on Audible, it's like 4 to 5 hours, and then at the speed I listen at, it's like 2.5 hours. So I can just burn through these books, and I don't feel like I'm reading like this massive thing, because I feel like I was reading really big books for a while, the last of which was The Will of the Many. And so, yeah, I was kind of getting burnt out on those. Holly, you gotta go soon, right?
I do. Unfortunately, I have to go and DM a Dungeons and Dragons session. But I will be back later to cheer you guys on and have a few drinks. And I hope that everything up until the point I come back goes swimmingly, because it'll probably be chaos after that once I'm back.
Okay.
Make sure
I'm
you
ready
order
for it.
the people exactly the correct amount, which is
But
quite
yes.
a bit.
Hit us with just one of your UK-isms that we were supposed to guess. I guess I
Yes.
forgot
Oh.
to play this game earlier.
What's the one when you were like you're hungry, like you're really hungry? You know, it's
Oh, Marvin.
Marvin. That's it.
Marvin.
I love that one.
Starvin' Marvin.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I did actually. I bought my game because I know how to get a party started, which is with a slightly educational game about English words.
Yes.
So if I come back later, I'll pop some in the chat and stuff for you, and you can try and like guess them from that. But I'll give you one before I go. So if you were to say that you were on a toot, what would that mean?
Oh.
You're high?
See, I thought that might be what it was, but no, it's not that.
Okay. Anybody else?
I can't pierce through this British
Yeah, I don't
language.
know.
Speeding.
Because it's obviously not a fart, right? Like that's what you would think.
No.
Like toot,
Yeah.
a fart. It's got to be something more. If you're
On a train?
No, but that would make
On a
sense.
tune.
It would make no. I will put you out of your misery. It's actually a phrase from the 1920s, and it means to go out on a night out on the town. So you go on a toot.
Like on a bender,
Cool.
but less
Yeah.
bendery.
Yeah.
A bender with
exactly.
slightly less alcohol, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, more refined bender, like
More
you know.
refined.
Right.
Because you're
Yeah.
British, you're all
Like, you're just
sophisticated.
going
A
out for the night.
sophisticated bender. There we go.
Yeah.
What is? Are there any weird or not weird, but like any like UKisms for like either getting like super high or going on a bender or something like that? Something different than what we would call it in the US?
Like, how'd you say, like, oh, that guy's getting stoned, you know? Is that what you would say, or?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, because there's so many different things, but I think a lot of them are kind of from, you know, Americanisms anyway.
Gotcha.
So, like, you know, if you say someone's baked, I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys have that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You put me on the spot now, so I'm trying to think.
Okay, no
But yeah,
worries.
I will have a think, and I will come back to you later.
Yeah,
RJ says getting
mortaled.
mortaled. Getting
Yes. Yeah,
That's
getting
awesome.
mortaled. Cool. All right, good luck with the rest of the
awesome.
stream, guys. Hopefully, I'll
Thank
see you
Holly.
later.
We'll see you later. Yep.
See ya.
Bye.
See ya. RJ
He also said there was
says-
a Jason Statham
Yes.
Parker film, I think.
Dude,
Yeah.
and Jason Statham is exactly who I picture as Parker
Yeah.
as well. So that would have been perfect casting. And so I gotta look that up because I am loving these Parker books, guys. Like I am so addicted to them. You know, we were talking about, you know, reading these long series and how daunting they are. But when each book is just like a couple hours long, and it tells a complete whole story, but then it actually like kind of like the Dresden Files where they're episodic, but there is like a long game. There is like a full story over the whole
I've got a new one
books.
for that. I just started. I'm so excited.
Yeah, what's that?
I've you know, do you know I've got a new one of those. You can finish yours, but I've got a new one of
Okay.
those where I've read
Okay,
book
yeah,
one
yeah.
and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be good. It's gonna be
Um,
my new obsession, I think.
Real quick, also RJ says getting slaughtered is
For slaughtered.
for slaughtered.
How really quick, Spencer, how do I know that the Parker books were released in like 1971? I think I looked it up last
Yeah.
time. How do they stack up to, you know, I guess modern art? Yeah.
Dude, that's the thing is when you said they were written in the 70s, I was surprised because I would have thought they were modern books.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
there's no there's nothing that really, maybe like certain words every now and then, but
Yeah.
they sound very modern, and I think the narrator, the whole narration was a recent thing, and so it's not like an old audiobook. It's
Yeah.
like a new audiobook that has been recorded somewhat recently.
Gotcha.
And these things are just so much fun. Like it's so nice to be able to just read something super quickly, but then also if I want there to be meaning in the story, there can be, because there's things that link different books. Like Parker kind of starts out where he's like, I don't have any friends. Like I'm a lone wolf kind of guy. Like, you know, this rough and tumble, like rogue thief guy.
Yep.
And then I wouldn't say that he like gets like friends like how you would see in like the Dresden Files where he has really close relationships with people, but every now and then you get a glimpse of like how Parker like sees somebody and like how he like might actually care about them, and it's like, oh, like this guy, like there's something under there. And so I'm expecting by the end of the series, hopefully he has like a full character arc of like finding somebody that he cares about or having like somebody that he can count on or something.
Cool.
But God, they're just so much fun. Like every book is a different heist, but also kind of not, because there's one book where you start it and the heist has already happened, and him and the crew of guys that he did this heist with are all in different like hotels, and Parker is shacked up with this girl, and he's the one that's holding on to all the money, and he has it hidden like back in this closet somewhere, and he leaves to go get cigarettes, and somebody comes in and steals the money.
Oh no.
And so the rest of the book, like it's not, it seems like the books would be really formulaic, like, okay, we start, he gets the job, he does the job, something crazy happens, and then we end with him like getting the money back or whatever. It's not formulaic at all. Like every book is very different to the one before it, with similar patterns that you like recognize and be like, okay, this is when things really start to amp up, or this is when somebody double crosses him or whatever. But it's always a very different scenario. And so I just recommend them. I recommend them so much. They're all free on Audible, like every single one of them. There's like 23 books. And so you can just go and go and go, and it's fantastic. I can't recommend them enough.
See,
That's
I now
cool.
have my own version of this, and it's crazy how many similarities there are to this, except I'm only one book in. But
Okay.
it's because I was kind of, it's the Vorkosigan Saga by Louis McMaster Bujold, which you might have heard of before.
What is it called?
The Vorkosigan Saga, which also most of them are free on Audible, if you are subscribed. And they come up, the first time I heard of them is, it's like Jim Butcher's like favorite series, or one of them.
Oh, wow.
He thinks she's like the best. And I'd read her fantasy. She has some fantasy books, but they're kind of like a little slower paced. And I was like, not as universal to recommend. And then I read the first Vorkosigan book, kind of expecting that. And it was like equal quality, but like really fast and like really good bantery dialogue, but also with like underlying quality and just like good character work. And as far as I know, they're all pretty standalone-ish, and there's like 20 of them. So,
Oh,
and they're short.
cool.
So
Nice.
Okay.
it came up for the thing that I will be abandoning you for, and that's that I have to go edit a video I want to get out, because like on Thursday I had an interview with some dude, may have heard of him, name was Jim Butcher, so that was fun.
Oh, awesome, dude.
I got Jim. Yeah, let's go.
Awesome, man.
RJ Bailey
Congratulations.
approves this message.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, dude, that's incredible.
How'd you swing that? Was that for the new Cinder Spires book?
Yeah, it was. It just got delayed. So I was like, hey, like I saw he had some interviews on like some channels or things that were like similar to the size of mine, and I was like, screw it, let's email his agent.
Yeah.
I was totally expecting it to fail, and then his agent came back and was like, yeah, Jim would love to appear, and I was like, I was in my head, I was making I don't know if you remember the scene from Turncoat, but it's like Harry is like, I did not have a contingency plan for if this worked. Like,
Yeah.
I was not expecting to succeed.
Yeah.
You're like, what do I do now?
But then he was super busy, so it got delayed a bunch, and now it was Thursday. So but that was fun.
Man,
we got
that's
some good
awesome.
answers.
Yeah, that's cool.
Oh man, yeah. I got the Adrian from FanFi Addict, I think is his podcast. He got me the email for Jim's publicist, but I didn't want to talk about the Cinder Spires book because I didn't know anything about it, and that's kind of what he was doing. It sounds like that's what he's been doing recently, is making the rounds to talk about the new Cinder Spires. And so I'm gonna wait until that kind of ends. I don't know when that book comes out.
It already came out. It came out in like November.
The new Cinder Spires book?
Yeah. Olympian Affair came out like a month ago at this point.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
see. I don't even. I
I'm a
don't
big
keep
Jim
up
Butcher
with
fan,
this.
and I didn't know that either. Because
Right?
It's a good series, by the
yeah,
way.
actually,
So is Alara. Come on, guys.
I really should try that.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I need to try it
started,
too.
I started Alara, and I liked it. I think the second book is going to be a lot better than the
Yeah.
first.
It does the Dresden, like, and this actually, I learned this recently because I'd always found it a little bit confusing how, like, Furies of Cauldron got published, I think, right before Deadbeat, and I was and it's kind of like, it's just not as good as Deadbeat, and it kind of read in terms of quality wise like a bit more like early books. I learned recently in a random interview he mentioned he actually wrote it in between Full Moon and Grave Peril, and I was like,
wow.
oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Now
That
it
lines
all
up a
makes
little
sense.
better.
Yeah. So I usually describe it as like basically books like 3 through 6, I think quality wise are like as good as the very good but not S tier Dresden books. Where they're like, it's like, well, we sometimes disagree on what those books are.
Yeah,
But,
we do.
Yeah.
And then Cinder Spires is kind of like, I think book 1 of the Cinder Spires is clearly his best book 1. Like, it's not close, but also it's clearly not his best book. Like, it's definitely not as good as Skin Game, but it's definitely a lot better than Stormfront. It lives in there.
Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Also, it has flying airships that shoot plasma cannons at each other. And
Yeah,
that's fun.
come
And
on,
talking
man.
gods.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, I definitely want to check it out. Both Alara and Cinder Spires. Cinder Spires, I'm less hyped on just because I've never really gotten into steampunk in any way. Like, it's
I don't even know what steampunk is.
Oh, okay. Well, Cinder Spires is basically.
Yeah, it's
steampunk,
presumably
like, airship.
steampunk, but I'm
Yeah.
not like, this is my genre. I'm the same with urban fantasy. Like, I don't read a ton of urban fantasy, but I just.
Oh, really?
Because I read Alara first. It was like, ooh, epic fantasy. And then I just, like, as a wee lad, was very obsessed with Alara. And I was like, well, I guess I should read this guy's other stuff. And I was like, oh, this Dresden thing, this is fun. And the first couple, I was like, oh, that was really fun. It's definitely not as good as Alara, but, like, it was a good time. And then, it grew from there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll have to check those out at some point. Does Codex, does that get better, like significantly better in the second book, or does it take a couple more?
I think the second book is clearly better than the first book, and then the third book is clearly better than the second book.
Nice.
And then 4 through 6 are like all kind of similar to the third book. This is my evaluation.
Okay, that's cool. I put up a recently. I put up a video that was like, what would a Dresden Files show actually look like? And I don't know. So we've all read, like, Gavin, you've read all the Dresden Files and stuff, right?
Several times, or a couple times
Yep.
at least.
Okay.
Not I don't
My-
read
my
the
man.
first couple.
So, since
Very
we have
often.
this group here, that might be a good topic to talk about a little bit, because basically what I said in my video, and no spoilers for everybody else, but basically what I said in my video is that there is, with the current standards of Hollywood and what we kind of see, like, episodes per season and about how many seasons they do. Nowadays, we're looking at maybe 8 to 10 episodes a season, and we're looking at about, like, maybe 8 seasons if we're very lucky. And so there's no way that they pack, like, 26 books or whatever into, like, a Dresden show. Like, there'd just be no way. And so my kind of hypothesis was that they would have to find ways to, like, completely cut out certain books and take other books and completely combine the events. Not do them, like, back to back in one season, but, like, completely, like, smush them together. And, like, some of the events from Stormfront and Grave Peril all happen in the same story arc for that season. What do you guys think about this idea?
I think if you're gonna do it, you need Jim's help doing it, because this is so it's just they're awkward lengths, right? Like the books are all too short to be a full season, but they all have too much stuff to be an episode. I would rather they just go like, let's do, I don't know, 8-9 episode seasons and just each book is 3 episodes.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
then
like that.
26 books, divide that by 3. That's like, math is hard. I don't know. Under 10, that's like 9 seasons.
Yeah.
Nine seasons of 9 episodes.
Yep.
My thought was though is that Hollywood doesn't really do that nowadays. Like they don't do like little mini arcs like they used to do with like Supernatural or Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like there was like little mini arcs within one
Just
season.
wait for that to be what they do again. It'll happen eventually.
Oh
When
yeah,
Joel
it'll happen.
becomes new again.
Yeah.
But I think combining, like, I think it could work well for like the early, like I could see it for Stormfront, Full Moon, and Grave Pearl. I still think it'd be hard. I think all the later books are too distinct to combine together. Like, how the hell are you going to combine Cold Days, Skin Game, and then Peace Talks and Battleground? Like, I can kind of see it for the first because they're just like cases and you can combine the elements of the cases, but it just gets harder and harder. And this is, I think, what happens a lot with adaptations is they're like, oh yeah, we can change things early and get away with it. And they don't consider like, oh, if we go down this path, how the hell is the adaptation for like the middle book's going to be? And it
Yeah,
just
because like, how do you go from changes to Ghost Story from like just one episode to the other? Like, I feel like that's got to be the end of a movie or a season or something.
Yeah, I think changes would have to be the end of a season, and then Ghost Story would start off the next
Which,
season.
by the way, works if you go 3 books per season because it's book 12.
That's right.
So it's visible by 3.
12, yeah.
It would be. It actually works out pretty well if it's split into trilogy because, like, the end of Grave Peril works as an ending. The ending of Blood Rights kind of works. That's the one that's kind of like whatever. Ending of White Knight is like, but then you get the season that gets to be small favor turncoat and changes.
Ooh.
And then you get Ghost Story, Cold Days, and Skin Game, and then maybe Peace Talks and Battle. I don't know what you do with Peace Talks and Battleground. I guess you just go like those in 12 months, and then just
combine them. Yeah.
But I feel like 12 months. Like actually, you could just make the season like, Peace Talks Battleground 12 months. And just keep on trucking along.
In your interview, did Jim talk about any production stuff? Because I know that back like when I was really locked in, when the last 2 books came out, there was talks of going on Reddit and stuff.
I don't think there's anything currently going on. And man, it was hard to come up with questions I didn't already know the answer to. Like I've watched a lot of Jim Butcher interviews over the years, and I always get annoyed because I'll watch an interview and they'll ask questions that he's been asked 6,750 times, and I'm like,
how
could
did
you not
start writing the Dresden Files?
You're
like, come on, man.
And there's even some specific questions that he gets asked. And I'm like, is there any character that ended up doing more than you planned? And I'm like, here comes the stock Butters answers. And I'm like, could you not like if you're interviewing an author?
I could tell the story of his university professor, and like I've heard that story so many times. And it's not his fault. He's asked the question, but
I'm always annoyed because I'm like, could you just watch like 2 interviews from the author before you interview him and like cut out the question you get asked a lot? But then I got some sympathy because when I was asking them, some of the questions kept accidentally. I was like, ooh, that's gonna just end up with this answer, even if it doesn't answer it directly. And it was like, man, this is kind of hard. He's been asked too many questions already.
I have phone notes that are just like different topics, like everything I would ask Jim Butcher, everything I would ask like Neil Shusterman, and like anytime I get like an idea for one of these authors, I just write it in there. So I have a collection of them so far, but you're right, it's so hard to think like, while you're reading the book, you're like, oh, I wish like I could just instantly ask Jim this question, but then like you forget about it as you keep reading or whatever, or at least that's what happens to me. I'll have like an idea while I'm driving and I don't have the opportunity to write it down, and then later I'm like, what was that thing, like what? And so I can't imagine preparing for an interview with Jim Butcher, who would probably be like our favorite author, like
was one of the best people.
It would be crazy to interview him. And so I can't imagine like the pressure that would be in that interview. Like I'd be sweating. I don't really get nervous for like interviews and stuff, but
I was nervous leading up to it. Like the hour before, I was a bit like But then once I started talking, it was fine. Like he's just a good person
Yeah.
to talk to. Like,
He's just a
pretty-
dude.
yeah.
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 And so I'm probably going to go soon, but I'll give you all a teaser of things we learned from this
All right.
interview because I asked some questions he hasn't been asked before. We got some new answers.
All right.
And it is that the original like character sheet for 25-year-old Morgan is basically the same as the original character sheet for 25-year-old Dresden.
Wow.
Ooh.
All right.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's a hot.
Yeah.
You guys read that Morgan microfiction?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
I've read everything.
Obviously,
If it's
yeah.
Dresden, actually I haven't read the graphic novels. That's not true. If it's not a
Me
graphic
neither.
novel, I have
Yeah.
read it.
Oh man.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta read the graphic novels. I'm gonna get I have a tablet and I'm gonna get like a Comixology subscription so that I can read all the Dresden comics because I've only read Warcry.
Thing is, no one's ever told me they're good. So I have a few things like this where I'm like, I'll read it when someone tells me it's good.
Yeah.
For like authors I really like White Sand by Sanderson. No one's ever told me it's good. So
Yeah.
I'm just like, all right. Even Sanderson doesn't think it's good. We'll just not read it.
Only Brandon Sanderson I have not read, other than his kids' Alcatraz books. It's that and White Sand.
We're-
Yeah, I also
we're
haven't
going
read like some of the
through-
Legion stuff. But and then there's a Black Company book, Port of Shadows, that no one says is good. One person told me it was good recently. One person told me it was good, and then they didn't know that other people thought it wasn't good, and then they reread it and they hadn't read it in a long time, and they were like, "Oh, this is crap." And I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, that's what everyone says."
I didn't
didn't
even
even know it
like the
existed.
first Black Company book. I was like, but I think it's a me thing. Like, I think I just don't like military fantasy.
The first book's also
So-
weird in that it's like almost a collection of short stories. Like, it's kind of a weird first book.
So the book you mentioned is outside like the trilogy quartet because those it's not in those 10.
Yeah, Port of Shadows. It's I forget when it takes place chronologically, but it's like it's early. It takes place something. I think it's like between Shadows Linger and the White Rose.
I didn't even know that
But-
it existed.
Yeah, you're just from what I've heard, just don't read it, and it's disappointing.
Yeah.
Which is I don't want to ruin Glenn
That's
Cook's
the
track
reason
record because
why.
I liked all 10 of like the main 9 and Silver Spike. I
Same,
really
yeah.
like the Black Company. I didn't know you read the Black Company. Let's go. How hard does the quote "soldiers live and wonder why" go?
It's fantastic. It's an all timer for
Yeah.
the genre.
That last book is I love the last book. Anyway.
Actually, I read that because of Jim Butcher. It was one of Jim Butcher's like inspirations, or was it Stephen Erickson? I think it was. Does Jim Butcher likes the?
So
that's
I
it,
haven't
right?
heard him talk about it, but if you read the Black Company and you've read Alara, you're like, oh, Alara has a couple Black
I think
Company.
I have
references.
heard him talk about the Black Company
Okay.
before, but I
Um,
can't remember where. And would have been a
So
long time ago.
having read it, I know he likes it because there are Black Company references in some
Yeah.
of his books.
Yeah, I think he
um,
has talked about it.
And then Erickson Erickson loves it. Erickson's like a huge Black.
Yeah,
Company.
that's that one for sure.
And I mean, you can see the influence Black Company has on
Totally.
Malazan. I know we're kind of excluding Spencer and Gabe here on their own show.
No,
'cause
no,
they have
no,
idea
no.
what they're talking about.
I'm intrigued. You guys keep going.
Um,
I like it.
But yeah, like reading Black Company, I read Malazan before Black Company, and it's
Same.
just like, wow, he really
I
likes
wish
Black
it went
Company.
the other way. Actually, I wish I'd read Black Company first because I read Black Company right after Malazan, and that was kind of a mistake because I was really loved Malazan, so it's tough to read anything after one of your favorite
Dude.
series. But
Speaking of that, you know what's so funny is I have talked on the podcast so many times, like I'm never gonna read Malazan. Like I'm never it's just not the book for me. I already know right away that it's just not gonna be something I would enjoy. And my dear mom, I sent her a list of books that I wanted for Christmas,
Gardens of the
none
Moon,
of
baby.
which were Malazan. And what does she get me? Gardens of the Moon.
That's
Well,
awesome.
now you have to try it or you're bad.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry,
like-
that's how it
That's
works.
right. Yep,
I'm
that's
like,
exactly how it
"Lady,"
works.
I'm like, I think she
You
just
could like
Googled
Malazan.
like most popular fantasy book and just bought me like whatever was in like the top 5.
Trust
Because
mom.
I'm like, I've never talked about this book with her. Like I have
Yeah.
no.
Sounds like your mom
idea.
was cooking, just didn't even know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like,
Mom,
I don't.
I know this kid better than he knows himself.
Yeah,
He
that's
doesn't
right.
realize how many explosions Gardens of the Moon has. He should
Those
try
people
that.
on Reddit always. I know they're blowing it up. It's not that bad. It's easier to read than people say. She knows.
Yeah, she. No, it's not easier to read. Than people
Yes, it
say.
is.
No.
Have you read
That
it though?
Book is I've read like the first chapter, and like I've also just people that like have the same taste in books as me. They're just like, yeah, this is just too complicated. You get thrown right into the middle of this story that's already happening, and it doesn't explain anything. Nothing makes any sense. I'm like, yeah, that just doesn't sound fun. Like, it just doesn't sound fun to read that. And I read books that are not always easy to understand. Will of the Many was kind of that way for the first, like, half of that book.
Pull up your sleeve,
And
Vis.
it kind of throws you right into that world. But
Well, sorry, you have to read
I
Guardians of the
love
Moon or
it.
you're a bad son. That's
I
how it
was going to
works.
say, all those things you said are technically true, except for the fact that it is actually fun. Despite.
I mean, it's just like, you just have to embrace the fact that you don't have to know what's going on to enjoy it. And just like read it and be like, Erickson knows this is being read by a person. If I really need to know something, I'll be fine. Just roll with it. Don't worry about if people are talking about stuff and you're like, I have no idea what they're talking about. Don't go ask people. Just go, I guess I don't need to know that right now. And keep
I
going.
don't know. I understand what you're saying. I just feel like books like that for me, and I think Gabe is the same way, because there's books that I've read where they were like kind of complicated and there was a lot happening, but if you kept going, then eventually you would understand. And there's been times where Gabe has been like, I'm out on this, and I'm like, I get it. And then there's times where like I've read something where it's the same thing, where I'm like, I understand that I'll probably get this at some point, and I understand that this will probably all make sense in the end, but I can't pay attention to anything that's happening in the book right now because I don't know what any of it is. And so it ends up just not being like, it just ends up like not being very fun for me. I've never had a good experience of a book where, a good experience with a book where initially I was like, I don't understand this at all.
But also, if you don't try it, you're a bad son.
Yeah.
So that's tough. You're in a tough spot here, you know? It's kind of a rock hard place.
What did you throw the book in the damn trash? Like,
Yeah. How dare you?
Yeah, your mom's going to be
Yes,
like, hey,
yes,
I
quite
got
agree,
you.
a very valuable contribution.
Mom's going to be like, hey, I got you that gift, Guardians of the Moon. I handpicked it really carefully based on everything I've heard you say and everything I've heard about it after hours of research. Have you tried it? And you're going to be like, no, I donated it to a library. And
Yeah,
then,
I'm
yeah.
like, I don't know. Or just like, oh, I just haven't gotten to it yet. I don't know.
Yeah, that's good. That answer is not going to work 5 years in. That's
true.
only gonna hold up for so long.
Yeah.
Speaking of this conversation, I same exact thing. I started Will of the Many a while ago, and I DNF'd it pretty quick after a chapter or two, and I just reread it and finished it, and it's like, yeah. That's why I said I literally said pull up your sleeve, Vis. It's the last line of the book. Yeah, I was trying to catch you and see if you saw it, but I think people were talking, so it's whatever. But I finished it and I loved it.
Dude, you just made my year. Like, dude, that is my favorite book of the year so
yeah,
far.
it was astounding, man. It was one of those books. I was gonna ask you, are there more in the making, or are there more I can read right now?
There's another coming fairly soon, I think.
Okay,
in the next year or so.
Yeah, I hope so.
Dude, you just blew my fucking mind. Like, I did not expect you to reread that. Dude, Will of the Many is my favorite book of the year so far. Everybody was hyping it up in 2023, and I was like, isn't this the guy that wrote the Lycanius trilogy? And wasn't that kind of like, people were kind of mixed on that or whatever, but people were blowing it up, but I was just like, all those really popular books, I'm always like, it's too good to be true, or like, I wouldn't like it because it's like too popular or whatever. And I don't know why I'm like that. I hate that part about me, but yeah, I put it off for so long, and then our friend Sam was like, hey, let's read it together for an episode, and I was like, okay. I read through the whole thing, absolutely loved it, and then Sam bailed on the episode. She never recorded it with me.
And
so
I
I'm like,
DNF'd it also, so he's kind of like,
Yeah.
he's kind of
Much
just
attention.
screwed.
yeah. And so I'm glad that I read it, though. Like, I'm glad that she made me read it, because God, it's just so incredible. Have you read it, Jake or Gavin?
I haven't. So
Sorry, go ahead, Jake.
I want to, but the problem is I have a general policy that if I own a book by an author and I haven't read it, I'm not going to go buy another book by that author. And I own The Shadow of What Once Was Lost, which I need to read
come
that.
on.
And so don't worry, if I don't like The Shadow of What Once Was Lost, I'm not I know a lot of people who don't like Lycanius and like Will of the Many. So even if I hate The Shadow of What Once Was Lost, I will still read The Will of the Many at some point.
Okay.
And then if I like The Shadow of Once Was Lost, I'll read the entire trilogy, and then I'll enthusiastically read The Will of the Many. Because yes, I have heard very good things. Also, like, I was laughing because you're like, oh, is it too popular? This is the guy who just like read Harry Potter and became obsessed.
Yeah,
It's like, is Will of the Many too popular though?
Well, that's the thing. That's why I didn't read. That's why I didn't read Harry Potter for the long time. I'm like, oh, it's like this big, like, popular thing. Like, people overhype it. It's like this super mainstream. Like, everybody asks me when I tell them I have a fantasy podcast, they're like, oh, have you read Harry Potter? And I'm like, no, I haven't read Harry Potter. Why would I read that? And then when I finally did, I was like, oh,
he understood
turns
why
out
he
it's
needed to
popular
read it.
for a reason.
Yeah.
Like,
It's like you're like the hipster who's like, I don't want to read popular things, but
I
you're cursed
am.
to keep liking popular things.
Yeah, exactly. That's a
Like,
great way to
So
describe
when people ask me
Spencer.
like what are my favorite fantasy series, like I kind of feel like because my favorite fantasy series are like the most popular ones out there, like the Dresden Files, Malzahn, King Killer, like those are the, and it's like that's why, and just because I figured it out sooner than
I
most
get
people,
to be slightly
you know.
less basic for complete series, but still like pretty basic. But it's partially like when I start reading fantasy, I'm gonna be like, oh, what do people like? I'm not gonna go find some obscure series that no one's ever heard of when I start reading, and then you work through it. Anyway,
That's how I started figuring, like, because I didn't know anyone who read the same books, and I was just googling top tens and just working my way down. But to answer your question, Spencer, The Will of the Many is my last Audible credit was spent on it. I have not started it because I'm actually reading a really not a fantasy book, not a book I generally read, but it's about one of my my great uncle. That's called Cracking the Nazi Code, and anyway, he was a British spy, and it's an amazing book. Not something I usually
your
read.
uncle wrote?
No, it's about him. He's long dead.
Oh wow!
it's about what?
It's really interesting. So it's called Cracking the Nazi Code, and it's like my through my mom's mom, through that line a few generations back, like a brother, and he was like one of the most important spies in human history. Really, it's really an incredible story.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's not something.
I love spy stuff, man. I would totally check that out.
If you want to like learn about, especially, well, I'm like halfway in right now, and it's a lot of like, you know, because he I'll try and speak quick, but anyway, he's doing his PhD in Germany during the First World War, and so he was there. He was stuck there for the First World War, and then because of all that knowledge, all the German, super smart, brilliant dude, he became, even though he's Canadian, he became a spy for the British. And so it's a lot of like I'm learning like way more about why the Second World War, like what led up to it, along with all the cool spy stuff from someone who was like an academic who became a spy because of like all his, and like he's meeting Albert Einstein and having meetings like with the most powerful people in the world and stuff. It's unbelievable.
That's cool, man. I'm gonna put that in my notes right now.
Yeah, but Will of the Many is actually up next for me, and I'm
awesome.
quite excited.
I'm glad you spent your last credit on it because I think you'll be happy.
Well, and I like it too because I like seeing it's like 30 whatever hours. Like, okay, good. Like the longer, like
you like
you
those
know,
big books.
Yeah, like
when you got one credit, like you don't want to waste it, right?
No, exactly. I recently caved, and I finally, I didn't think I was going to do it, and I finally caved and bought The Narrow Road Between Desires. Not feeling good about myself whatsoever, but anyway, that's a long story. But anyway, I finally caved and bought it, and just like those few hours, and just like, especially because I'd already bought it and read The Lightning Tree. I like it. So anyway, I like getting my money's worth of those Audible credits.
Heck yeah. Is it by Jason Bell? Cracking the Nazi Code? Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, it's I think a 12.5 on Audible.
Sweet.
And it's like honestly the writing, especially because I'm reading. Anyway, the writing is fine because a lot of it's just like taken out of this guy's diaries and stuff. But it's quite interesting, especially so knowing this is a relative of mine.
Yeah, that's really cool, man.
That's awesome. What did you think of The Narrow Road Between Desires?
It's fine. Like for me, I'm just trying to pluck at the tiniest little hints of lore stuff. Like I'm a deep
Yeah.
lore world building stuff, so like I already knew the story from the Lightning Tree, which I bought only because like I wanted to learn more about Bass or whatever. Like I didn't really like. I'm not a short fiction person, generally speaking. Like I like, the King Killer Chronicles because one of the things that are, well, anyway, that's a long story. But I like big books. I don't really like short fiction. I only like even the only short fiction I read at all is by like Jim Butcher because it's only the Dresden Files stuff because that's what I care about. And actually, that's what got me into Audible was his Audible original, whatever that was called. That's when I first downloaded Audible. It's like this is the only place I can read this. And the funny thing is, I was expecting to love it because it's Dresden Files. I actually didn't like the story that much, but I love Jim Butcher's narrating, which is usually the opposite way around. But yeah, that actually got me into Audible. That was, I can't remember the original question.
Oh,
I
no,
just do.
was just
I started
curious
doing
what
it for rereads.
what you
finally.
thought of the short story, because I'm like,
Yeah. Oh, it was fine.
I-
Like I don't know, it's
Yeah.
nice. It's just a little story.
yeah, I just like, it was funny because it came out and nobody covered it. I think
Yeah.
everybody was so pissed at Rothfuss after his whole charity thing, and I kind of fall on the side of like, I'm just not gonna give him like any money after.
I didn't want
after
to.
that whole thing.
Yeah, the only thing, like, if he releases Doors of Stone, I'll buy it and read that. But I'm
yeah.
not a mega King Killer fan. I like King Killer, but it's not like, when I was doing
Your
my
thing.
top 5 ongoing fantasy series, I didn't even consider it. Like I was
Yeah, I
like,
probably
at no
wouldn't
point
either
was
at
it
this point.
getting the number 5 spot. But I've read a lot of series, so that's like,
Yeah.
I'm now at the point where like, if you were to ask me about like my 25th favorite fantasy series, my answer to it would be like, yeah, really good series. It does like all this stuff really well. And then you may be like, oh, so it's like, what are your favorites? Like, no, I like 24 series more. And King Killer's kind of in that right. So I'll read
Yeah.
Doors of Stone if it comes out eventually.
Well, that's the thing. It's arguable whether it's ongoing at this point, but
Yeah. I would still include it. It's ongoing until either Doors of Stone comes out or Rothfuss dies. Those are the 2 times when,
Yeah,
or if he
no, I
just
agree.
straight up came out and was just like, y'all, I'm not writing this. Like,
and then
I'm
he moves
giving
to New Zealand or some non-English speaking country.
I wish
You know, they
somebody
speak
else would
English in
just
New
like
Zealand.
pick it up and write it. Like at this point I'm like, God, because there's so many like conflicting things. Like I don't want to support Rothfuss after his whole like charity scam thing, and then like releasing The Narrow Road Between Desires just seems like kind of like a middle finger to everybody. Like here's this short story that I've already published, but now you just get it on its own and it's a little bit longer. And then like the chapter that he never released, and then of course waiting for the 3rd book. I'm just like, dude, just leave. Like just have somebody else, just get somebody else to write it at this point. Like I'm so tired of Rothfuss. But I'm also like a separate the art from the artist person. So if book 3 comes out, then like I'll read it for sure. I just like, in the meantime, I just don't have any reason to support him financially in any way.
Jake, I got you, bud. If you gotta head out, you're all good.
I'm
man.
gonna head out.
Okay.
Thanks for having me. On,
thank
guys.
you for coming.
That was fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you
and it
coming
sounds
back
like
in March for Ghost Story?
You better.
It depends when it is. I might be in Vietnam if you have it on the wrong
Oh.
day.
You might
so
be in
that would-
Vietnam?
Yeah, so that would be that would make it slightly
That'd be difficult. Yeah.
If you need a sub, let me know.
okay,
as long as first I have a question because this is really important because I know they're haters. What do you think of Ghost Story?
Dude, I think you and I have already talked about this, right?
I just need to hear the answer from Gavin. I don't need to hear either of you two.
You know.
So my most recent reread, I reread Ghost Story with a really critical eye. And I'm definitely higher on it than most people. It does not, like, I put it, like I like it more than Stormfront or, any of the first 3.
So I leave on March 20th. That was a little low for me, so I'll try and make it if we can.
Okay.
we gotta defend Ghost Story a little bit.
I would reread it
yeah.
again for the episode, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not one of my favorites, but I don't hate it as most. I don't view it. I don't put it
Okay,
at the
so-
bottom like some people do.
I
So
keep liking it
Gavin would
more
be a
on every
good-
reread. It's weird.
Gavin would be a good middle ground because I hate it. Gabe likes it, or over there.
I love
Gabe
it.
likes it. And then we have Jake who likes it, and then V who doesn't like it, and so we were gonna have a good mix, but it might be good to have a tiebreaker with Gavin in there.
Yeah.
I don't think
kind
we
of
should have
like
tiebreakers.
being-
I think we should get more people who agree with me.
Yeah, it's a clear winner, so I don't.
Yeah.
There's no reason why
I think we
need
should
to do
just
that.
find all. We should just go Goodreads. We should sort by 5-star reviews, and we should just DM everyone and be like, "Hey, do you want to appear on that?"
Yeah. Make the Ghost Story army, dude.
Which, that being said, I don't think I gave it 5 stars, so you won't find me on that. I gave it a high 4 stars, but whatever. All right.
Well,
Thanks.
Jake,
All
thank
right,
you
man.
so much
Yep.
for hanging out. Go check out his channel, Jake Bishop. It's just self-titled, right?
Yeah, it's
If I remember
not. I
correctly.
was not feeling creative, so
Okay.
I was like, "What should my channel be? How about my name? There you go.
Yeah.
Conjure at your own risk,
Yeah.
There you go.
and all that."
Awesome.
Awesome.
And
All right, man,
soldiers
thank you
live
so
and
much
wonder
for
hanging
why
out.
water sleeps, but the enemy never rests.
There we go.
Nice.
Nice mic drop you just did.
Yeah. I'll give him
I gotta try and
I'll
think
give
of
him
something
And
cool
it's
now.
goodbye from me,
Yeah, I know.
RJ Bailey.
There, yeah. I'm gonna hit the bathroom really quick.
Okay. RJ says, it's weird hearing you keep saying Stormfront in this context, as I only know that name in relation to the extremely notorious white supremacist website. What? I have not heard about
Not familiar
this
with that
at all.
publication.
No. That's so funny. Yeah, Stormfront is the first book in the Dresden Files.
Not the best, but
series.
better than whatever that website is.
Yeah, better than whatever that is. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, I think Stormfront gets better on rereads. Like
Well, it's
I
just
go-
so you can read it so freaking fast too. It's like even if it's not the best, it like takes a few hours to just rip through that book.
Yeah, and it's so nostalgic just because it's like the beginning. Like it's just it's Harry's before he knew anything about what happens in the later books. And I wouldn't say that he's like innocent, but he's so clueless as to what the bigger picture is in everything. And it's just I love the scene of him walking down the street. It's either in Stormfront or maybe it's Full Moon, where he's like walking down the street.
Oh, you're so funny, guest.
I keep accidentally hitting the soundboard. It's on my phone. Yeah, it's either in Stormfront or Full Moon where he's like walking down the street in the rain and like thinking about his dad and like the night that his like dad died or whatever. And I just love this like moment. I think it's either right before or right after he goes into the varsity, like Marcone's bar. I love that scene, and I love him going out to the cabin before anything's really going on there, when it's all empty.
Yeah.
And him just kind of like scoping the place out and like finding the film canister. And I don't know, I just have so many memories from that book, and I think people dog on it a lot, and I think for good reason.
Well,
but
it's
I
also
think
just
I
relative
enjoy
to
it.
how good the other ones are too. Like it's
Yeah.
because so many of the later ones are so good that it stands out as being just like the start of this. But it's because the whole thing's an evolution. Like I think it'd be like, I don't know, it feels right for me. It's just, if
Yeah.
I'm doing a reread, sometimes I start at Summer Night.
Yeah, Summer Night is not my favorite. A lot of people like it. I'm not big on Summer Night, but I also don't like a lot of the Face stuff. Like I love Cold Days, but I don't love the beginning when he's in.
Oh, I love all
Artemis
that phase
Tour.
stuff. Yeah.
And so yeah, I don't know. Summer Night is good. I don't hate it by any means. I usually tell people, this is what I usually tell people. Start with Deadbeat, and if you like Deadbeat, then go back to the beginning and start from there.
I need to
Because
start doing that. The last two people I just said, like, 'cause it's like the first few books are so quick. Like I guess I never bought into starting people later, because it's like, oh yeah, the first one, give them like, the art is good, just get through them. Starts getting good around 3, 4, whatever. And both one a girl, one a guy, both last people did not read the first 2 books and have DNF'd it, and I've really kicked myself, because it's like I'm sure both of them would love the later books. It drives me crazy, actually.
Yeah, I've had similar experiences where I got my cousin to read. My cousin and you could actually be identical twins. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But I got my cousin to read Stormfront, and he did not like it at all. And I was like, but they get better as they go. And if you tell that to somebody that's in the book community, they're like, okay, I'll give it another chance. If you tell that to just your average Joe on the street,
Well,
they're gonna
that's
be
the
like,
problem. Yeah, exactly.
yeah, they're like, no, like I just won't read another one if I didn't like one of them.
Yeah.
Because they don't understand. Like I feel like in our community, it's understood that like, no, they get better, and they're like, oh, okay, I trust your opinion. But if you just tell that to like your casual reader, they're like, I'll just read something else. Like
Yeah, something
I don't
that
know.
catches me right away.
It's hard to
Yeah.
argue that too. Like, it's like,
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they start getting good at Grave Peril. Some people say like Death Masks, but I think for me Grave Peril is really the thing that starts it all off. And when I did my episode on or my video on like could the Dresden Files be a TV show, I went to Reddit and basically asked the same question. And people were saying, yeah, like, why don't we just skip everything up until Death Mass and start the series there? And I'm like, yeah, but Grave Peril has, like, you know, and this isn't spoiling things for anybody, but it has, like, Bianca's Ball, and it has, like, the start of the Vampire War, and it has, like, the start of, like, Karen kind of gets her, like, mind messed with, and that's something that follows her through the rest of the series. And so it has all these important moments that I don't think you could necessarily skip. And I think that Grave Peril for me is kind of the point where I just like everything started being like, okay, there's a bigger story here. It's not just like episodic or whatever.
Yeah, totally.
Hey, there he is.
Hey there.
Oh,
How's it going?
It's going great. How about you guys?
Awesome. Good, good.
good. We got Jim from Fantasy for the Ages podcast. He's been on quite a few of our episodes. I've been over on his channel a lot, and we actually have gotten to meet in real life a few times now. We've gotten to go get drinks and hang out, and even make episodes in person. So that's been fun.
It's been a blast.
Cool.
Yeah, and you've kind of been around. I think we probably started our podcasts around the same time, but you and I actually started talking, or you and Gabe and I started talking maybe like close to a year after starting our podcast. And then that kind of led into us making content together. I think the first episode we did together the Dresden Files one. Like the big
No,
Dresden
no.
Files.
The first was you wanted to talk to somebody about the Dragon Reborn.
That's right. Have you read Wheel of Time, Gavin?
I have.
Okay, cool. Yes. I had just read The Dragon Reborn, and I was like, I need to talk about this because I was making videos where it was just me in front of a camera, like talking about these books. And I'm like, I need to like bounce ideas off somebody. And so I hit up Jim, and we had a fantastic conversation.
We talked for 3.5 hours, if I remember right.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. And then when I read The Shadow Rising, I'm like, okay, I just need to record this one on my own because I didn't like it. And so I was like, I'll just do this one. I'll do this one on my own.
And then I had fun doing a drunk rant, basically, over
dude,
your
that
whole
was
video.
So funny.
It was
He
great. I
left, like,
knew you'd
20
laugh, which is
comments.
why I did it.
Yeah.
I had some people like, Jim, you really went off on that guy. No, we're friends. He gets it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Yeah, that was funny reading through those. I was just like, what is all of this? And you had like timestamps like, no, this is what this means. And I was like, okay. I'm like, I still didn't like it. I still didn't have a good time.
And you're still wrong, but hey, that's okay.
Gabe's reading Silo right now, the Silo series.
I am.
Nice.
Yes. And
And
I am
liking it?
pleasantly. Yes, I'm liking it. Yeah.
Good.
It's one of those things where you kind of follow the first person and then that stops
Ladies,
and then you
gentlemen,
follow
and MBs, it's time for a poo break.
and then you follow the next. So for a second I was confused, but now I'm kind
Mhm.
of starting to understand the overarching, stuff, and I like it. I think I got 4 hours left on Audible on the first one.
Okay.
Then I have the
Nice.
second one lined up right after that. So
Excellent.
yes, I am liking it.
Good. I
Yeah.
know Spencer struggled with it. He
Yeah.
was like, it was okay, but have you watched the TV
No,
adaptation?
I haven't. I wanted to
See,
read the
That's the
books
smart move.
first.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. But
I
I
read
have
the
it
whole
queued up.
trilogy when I
Mhm.
heard they were doing the adaptation.
Yeah.
And Spencer did it in the other order, and I think
Oh,
it
you
screwed
watched
the
it
books up
first?
for him.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like
Yeah.
that's a normal, if you don't read the books first, man, come on. They got so much better content.
Seriously.
But yeah, so I'm pretty excited about it. So there's how many? It's just a trilogy, 3 books.
Yes.
I only have the 2, so I'm glad to know that there's one more book. That's cool.
And you'll definitely want it after the second book, because
Yeah.
this trilogy follows a very common format, especially my son swears just about every trilogy does this. You got the first book, then you got the second book, and then you got the third book.
Nice.
The second book's essential and necessary, but it's definitely the low point of the trilogy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's great though. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
The third book is the low point of the series?
No,
No,
second.
no. The second
Oh,
one.
okay.
And then the
Second one.
third
Yeah.
book goes up from there.
I'd say it's pretty almost universal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of. Yeah. Just a normal thing.
Yeah, I need to read the third one. That's coming up soon. I read Shift, the second one, and I thought it was fine. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it.
Yeah,
but
that's a fair reaction.
Yeah, I'm expecting the third book to kind of wrap everything up with a nice bow. Hopefully.
It wraps it up. I don't know about the nice bow.
Yeah.
You'll understand when you get there.
That's right.
Okay, nice. I have I have to admit something to you. I have a confession, Jim.
Oh. Okay. Confessional. All right. Let's hear it.
I read My Dead World, and I think that it's one of the worst books I've ever read in my life. I could not have disliked this book anymore.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
Well, and then I will tell you, don't read anything else by Jacqueline Druga, because that's like the best she has out there. So don't, just stay away from the rest.
Stay
That
away.
is not you. That is not your stuff.
Oh man. Yeah.
Yes, guest. I quite agree. A very valuable contribution.
Now, did you only read the first book then? Because there's 5. Yeah.
I read the first book, and I thought the characters were just incredibly dull and mindless. Like, the main character is so stupid. She is constantly getting getting people into situations where she's like killing them by her stupid actions. Oh, I thought I accidentally. And then like she gets everybody killed and keeps making stupid decisions, and all of the characters, this isn't like really spoiling much because you won't know who I'm talking about, but all of the characters I actually enjoyed died at the end.
Now, she doesn't
died
get
by
everybody killed, but a lot of people die. It's true. I mean, it's called My Dead World.
That
That
are
makes
left
sense.
are the worst characters. They're the worst people. And I don't mean just like bad, like morally gray people. I mean like badly written characters.
Oh, ouch. I did not
So-
feel that way, but okay. All right.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you actually like the main character?
Not exactly. I don't think you're supposed to necessarily like her, but I didn't think she was badly written.
Okay.
She's making bad decisions in the midst of a zombie apocalypse where we're not exactly thinking with on all cylinders there. You know, I reserve a little judgment. She's just an average person trying to do right and screwing it all up. I could see that happening.
Oof.
I felt it was a little more realistic of a take on how people might actually act if the world goes to crap, because a lot of times they're a little too heroic.
Yeah, I would agree that the thing that I actually did like about the book, and the thing that kind of hooked me at the beginning, was this idea that it's like a normal family. Okay, so a couple things. Like, they're just like a normal family. They're already prepared. Like when the apocalypse happens, because so often we see an apocalypse where it's like in the moment, like, oh, like this thing just happened, we gotta figure it out and go. But they like have preparations in place to like give them a head start. And so I'm like, I like that we like avoided the whole initial, oh, we gotta figure it all out. And it's more of like, okay, these are people that are prepared, they have some things in place, they have ammunition, they have guns and stuff like that. And I liked that, yeah, it wasn't, oh, Mick is here. What's up, Mick?
Mick!
Hey guys.
What's up, dude?
Good morning.
Hey.
Hello.
How are we?
Awesome.
Good, man. How are you?
Not too bad. Sorry I'm late.
No, you're
Still
not
to
late.
bed.
We
not
were
late
just
at all,
talking
man.
About, we were just talking about the worst book of the year.
Oh, hey.
No,
hey.
come on.
Oh.
Them's fighting words. You said that when you started this, there's going to be a fight, and I feel like this might qualify.
But hey, I
Well,
know zombie apocalypse stuff is not everybody's thing. My
Yeah.
son can't stand any of this stuff. It's my guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
I go into this
Sure.
stuff knowing exactly
Yeah.
what I'm going to get usually, and I'm satisfied getting not challenged. I just nice.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
Unlike Malazan, right, Mick? That's challenging stuff.
It's not for us intellectuals, Jim, you know?
Whoa.
There it
That's
is.
awesome. There
I
we
missed
go.
you, Mick.
There we
It's
go.
been a while.
How far
are
are
we?
you
What?
now, Mick? How far are you
I
with
have-
Malazan?
I haven't made any progress since we last spoke for the Christmas episode.
Okay.
Unfortunately. I have not really been reading much the last couple of weeks. Just life has been so busy, but
It happens.
yeah.
Life in the way, man.
Absolutely.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally happens.
Yeah. But I'll get back to it.
There
And
you go.
I'll be hooked again. What's the zombie book?
Yeah,
That's
tell him the
everyone's-
name.
Well, Spencer was driving over My Dead World
Yeah,
with a
he
bus
was.
and back
Yeah.
and forth and
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah.
It's a 5-book series by Jacqueline Druga, and Druga is not the best author of all time. She's one that just keeps pumping out stuff that the fans that like her stuff will keep reading, but none of it's priced expensive. It's just, it's pulp. It's
Yeah.
zombie pulp, okay?
Okay.
But this was one of her better ones, I thought, and Spencer disagrees.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I called it the worst book I read this year.
Which just says
Yeah.
you've read a lot of good books.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But there's
we're-
a sign with Druga as an author where she writes books and doesn't even bother to come up with titles. So the 5-book series is My Dead World, My Dead World 2, My Dead World 3, My Dead World 4, and yes, My Dead World 5.
Yikes.
Really? That's all you got for us?
It's a
And
bold
that's not
move.
the only series she's done
I'm
that
trying to
with.
think of another series that's done that. Not many. That's fine.
Yeah. She's got her Rise trilogy. Guess what? Rise,
1, 2,
Rise
3.
2, and Rise 3. I mean, come on, really?
She needs to get a bit more creative.
That's great.
Well, guys, I think I'm going to head out. Now you got
Yeah,
a couple,
no worries.
Other guest
Thanks for
hosts.
joining us.
So
Thank you for popping on, man.
no, I had a great time. Hope you have a great rest of your live stream.
Awesome.
Awesome. Thanks, man.
Take
Thanks
care,
so much for
guys.
joining us. And
Yep.
if you would like to come hang out we have Cosmere stuff coming up. We have Warbreaker, and then we're going directly into Way of Kings. So if you'd like, to hang
I'm
out for
I'm in
those-
for it. I could use a reread of either. So I'd be
Awesome.
Cool.
Hit me
man.
up.
Nice.
All right, man.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks,
Have a
Take
good
care,
one.
guys. Have a good one.
Bye.
Hey, I want to say really quick. RJ just said zombie apocalypses is like James Bond movies. I don't want to have my expectations subverted. I want to have them fulfilled.
I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I think I'm kind of waiting because I don't hate zombie stuff. I think I'm just kind of waiting for something that really puts a unique twist on it. And I think things like The Last of Us do that. There was another one I read recently. I think it was called The Night Parade by Ronald Malfi. That kind of did that. And I can't remember. I wish I could remember more details about The Night Parade, but I remember really liking it. But I don't hate the genre as a whole. I've actually been meaning to watch The Walking Dead for a long time now. So at some point I'll have to do that. But
You'll fall off the wagon eventually of The Walking Dead, though. It starts
Really?
strong, and then they start wandering into too much time of developing character and deep conversation. The graphic novels, comics, whatever you want to call them, are way better. Have you read those?
Oh no!
Oh,
I was
those
just
are
talking
worthy.
About getting a Comicsology account.
Yep, and
So
you can
maybe
get
I'll
them
do
through
that.
there. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, those are far superior to what's on the TV.
Awesome.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it seems pretty unanimous. A lot of people say the show just completely drops off the further it gets.
Yeah, I did watch the whole show.
Yeah.
Partly because I'm addicted to completing things. It's an issue
Hey,
I have.
fair enough,
I know
fair
that. But I found the ending eventually satisfying, and also, oh, thank goodness it's done. You know,
Yeah.
experience.
Yep.
Awesome. Let's see. What else have you read? I've already talked about this on the stream, so I won't go into too many details. But Jim, have you read the Parker books by Richard Stark?
No.
Have you heard
no,
of these?
haven't even heard of them.
Dude, they are so good. It's basically a guy he's not part of the mob, but he's kind of like a rogue, similar. Like he like does like bank heists and different like crimes.
Okay.
And he kind of runs afoul of the mob in the first book, and so then for the next couple books, he's like trying to like dodge them. But every book is basically a heist or a part of a heist. There's one of the books that I just read where when you start the book, the heist already happened and they're dealing with the ramifications of something that went wrong with it. And that's kind of the book. And so it's not so, it's not like very samey each book. There's 23 of them, and each of them are 5 hours long on Audible on one-time speed.
So you can just power through. Bam.
You can just power through them, and
Nice.
they are so much fun. I haven't been this addicted to a series in a long time. I'm like 7 or 8 books in, and I'm dreading the point when they stop. Like I just want them to go on forever and ever and ever.
See, that's
You
the
said there's
experience.
23.
I wanted that experience for Zach
Yeah.
when he started reading the Dresden
26 or
Files,
something.
and he didn't get there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Are
he's
you looking this up, Mick?
he's well into it
I-
now, but still not hooked.
Did you see something different?
Look at RJ's last comment too. Pin that sucker up there. I've never seen.
Controversially, my favorite Walking Dead season is 2. Love the Shane storyline.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with the Shane storyline. That is one of the better parts.
I haven't seen
Absolutely.
it. So that's
I
awesome.
don't know why that's controversial.
Well, that's what I was thinking
you have
when I read it.
wisdom.
Yeah, when I read it, I was like, well, other people must not like the Shane storyline.
That's funny. But yeah, I think you should put the Parker books on your list because I think you would fly through them in a similar way that you did with like the Dresden Files or like My Dead World or
Because
whatever,
having
like,
1,400 books on my TBR is not long enough.
Not
Thank
long
you.
enough.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Spencer. 23
I'll
more.
get to
Why
that in 6 years. All right.
they're just a ton of fun and
Yeah.
like there's a way that they all kind of connect together and like ramifications from previous books affect like the newer ones and it's It's so good. It's just something that I can turn on real quick. I get a complete story in like 2.5 hours at 1.7 speed, and it's just great. I've just been burning through them. They're so
Okay.
addicting.
What I'm hooked on and burning through now, I want to know if you guys have all read. I'm finally reading Pierce Brown's Red Rising series.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
I've finished the original trilogy, and now I'm on book 4, which is like book 1 of the rest of the story.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have you guys all
finished-
read that?
Yeah, I finished the
Yep.
trilogy, but I haven't started on book 4.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just so good.
Oh, it's
my
incredible.
goodness.
Yeah.
Dude, I was so happy when I saw RJ says I've heard lots of people call that season a bad one, too slow for them. Season
Well,
2.
it gets way slower. So yeah, you thought season 2 was slow. Stop there.
Yeah, what was I just talking about?
You know, Zach,
Red
my
Rising?
son calls Red Rising like
Red
grim
Rising.
dark in space.
Yeah.
And I was like, the opening trilogy, okay, maybe, but I was like, no, it wasn't that grimmy. It was a great story and had some big twists and some dark things that happened. But now I'm on book 4, and that's where everyone's going, oh no, Jim, you haven't got to the dark stuff. This is where the dark stuff starts. I'm like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did Dark Age there a few months ago, but I had taken a big break between 3 and 4 and then 4 and 5, and I just found it so hard to remember so much that actually happened in between. But they're such good books. I much prefer the different point of views as well in the
which is
second
what
series.
happens. It starts in book 4.
Yeah.
I love when I come to a series when it's been out a while, so I can go book, and not have those big gaps, because that's hard.
Yeah.
That's why I'm enjoying Malazan right now. I can just keep moving through.
Mm.
But for this one, the final book is supposed to come out sometime this year.
Yeah.
So
In Malazan?
I will have a wait,
Final-
but hopefully just a little wait.
Whoa.
Yeah. What's it? Red God? Is that what it's called?
I think so, but I'm not sure that's guaranteed as the title.
Mm.
There's fan art that's got a whole cover showing it. No, that's
Yeah.
just fan art,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, when he published Lightbringer, he also said, and the concluding book will be out soon. And that's all he said.
Yeah.
There's nothing guaranteed, but everyone figures it's sometime this year now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have you gotten into Dark Age yet? Jim?
Not yet. No, I'm about halfway through Iron Gold.
Iron Gold.
So-
Okay. Yeah, Dark Age is where it gets like
Dark.
Dark Age like made me uncomfortable. That's how grim dark it was.
Okay.
It made me like I need a shower after this. There's a
And no
time
spoilers, but after
spoilers.
having a character who spends a year in a box,
Mhm.
now it's going to get dark.
Yeah. Yep. There's a point. There's like a certain battle in Dark Age where the aftermath is referred to as a meat carpet.
Wow.
so, yeah.
Wow.
That's why you got to keep going on Wheel of Time, my friend, because book 6, which Zach and I are covering right now on our channel, Lord of Chaos.
Yes, I have to
has-
say,
has
you're
this-
talking shit.
No, wrong. But it has a chapter that's referred to as the meat grinder. So, it's got stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Did you know we have a soundboard, Mick?
No. I was like,
Our-
where's that going?
We have a whole Spencer's got a whole like RJ recorded like so many sound bites for this whole live stream, so you're gonna hear more of him, I guarantee it.
Good.
Yeah. This is since we're talking about dark stuff, he made this one that I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find a use for. I'm actually finding it really difficult to like put these in certain places, but check this one out.
Don't try that with a baby while it's still alive.
Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, gnarly.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know the context that would
Yeah.
that would
I
require
don't
that.
think you need a context for that
Yeah.
one. You don't ever want to be in a place where there's an appropriate
Yep.
context for that.
Yep.
one.
Yep.
Or this one. I love this one.
You've got me more excited than 15 snorts of Dennis Hopper's premium party powder.
Wow.
Oh, that's funny.
He just sent us all these sound bites, and they're so much fun. They're so great.
Yeah, it's incredible, man. RJ, you're the best.
He's the goat for sure.
Let's go.
I saw John Bernhal as a crooked cop. What was this referring to?
So
Were you
no,
talking
the
about John
Shane.
Bernthal?
RJ
We're talking
said
about Shane
John
from Walking
Bernthal
Dead
is
again.
just amazing though. Anything with him I love. He's the best Punisher. That's what
He
RJ
is the
said right
best
before
Punisher.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see. Bernhal is.
Now the bar was low to be the best Punisher because who we'd had before on a big screen. Oh, what was his name? Big Norwegian or Danish guy. Oh man, what was that older movie with the Punisher?
Here, I'll Google it really fast.
I think he also played He-Man in a really bad He-Man movie, and he played the Russian in a Rocky movie. Is that
Dolph
hitting
Is
the
Lundgren?
this an actor? Is this
Yes, yes,
Dolph
that's him.
Lundgren. Yeah.
And he did a Punisher that was just terrible. It was so bad. So that was the bar John Bernthal had to get over.
Yeah.
Wasn't hard.
Okay.
But he is a good Punisher.
Yes.
Do you guys want to play a game? I have a fun would you rather
Yes.
Yeah.
that we could
Okay,
do.
let's go.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are your little things going to insult me anymore? Because that was fun.
Wait
I
till
don't
you hear
mind.
the
I
ones
don't
that,
mind recorded
find a way.
insults because I
Wait till
always
you-
know I'm right anyway. So who
That's
cares?
right. That's right. Exactly.
All right. So from the bowels of Reddit,
That's
we
a dark,
have-
scary place.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
we have. Would you rather explore a fantasy world with a book of all of Earth's knowledge, a sword that cuts
Ooh, that's a good
anything,
one.
or a ring that grants invisibility?
Invisibility. Totally.
Yeah, I would also say invisibility. A sword that cuts anything would be awesome, but I'm not much of a fighter, so I don't see myself,
I'd cut
using
myself.
it. Yeah, exactly. I'd cut,
It's
exactly.
just a flesh wound. There's my
And all of
arm on the
Earth's
ground.
knowledge would be cool too, but that would take a lot of time to, make worth your while, right?
Well, I don't understand. Like, if you're in a fantasy world, what good would Earth's knowledge do you?
Right?
I was just gonna say, yeah.
That's also true. Yeah.
I have this
Like-
great big book of useless information.
Yeah, it
It
doesn't
would-
work
it
here.
would be, it would literally like their own fantasy book. It would be like what fantasy books
right.
are to us.
That's a good point. It's a very good
Yeah.
It'd
point.
be like,
Um,
hey guys, did you know the cheetah is the fastest animal? And they're like,
Yeah. We
They're
don't
like, what's a
I
cheetah?
don't know what that is. We don't have anything like that. Yeah, I'd go invisibility, man, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's the only good
and a
answer. there,
segue from
really.
that, have you guys seen the most recent, I think it's a couple years out now, the Invisible Man movie?
With
I
Elizabeth
had,
Moss. No.
What was that?
Was it Elizabeth Moss? Is that the actress?
Yeah,
in it?
yes, I think that was her.
Yeah. I
Really
didn't
good
see
movie.
it. Yeah.
I never.
Dark movie.
Is
Ooh.
it? Do you mean like the old one from the early
No.
2000s, or like the?
No,
more...
no. This came out just a couple of years ago.
Oh no, I didn't see this.
Yeah,
didn't
it
Is
was
it
a
good?
totally different take on the story of the Invisible Man. It's definitely hard sci-fi, but it's also a mystery thriller. It was really good.
Okay.
Full of triggers though. If you've like if you're a woman
Yeah.
who's been in an abusive relationship, stay away from this movie.
Yeah,
Mhm.
probably not the film.
yeah.
Okay. I'll check it out. Would you rather be able to breathe underwater or swim through the air?
Oh, that's super easy. I'd much rather fly.
Yeah,
Oh,
swim
yeah.
through the air,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Although,
Yeah.
does that mean I have to really work at it?
Yeah, that's true. Do you have to do
Swimming?
the
Yeah, do I actually
backstroke to
have
get
to?
Because
somewhere?
I
You know?
suck at
Swim.
swimming, man. I'm not going
Yeah.
to get through the air very well. Can you drown when you're
Can
swimming
you
through
drown
the
in the
air?
air? That's a good question.
You just see
Because I
Jim
would
doggy
succeed at
paddling.
that.
Yeah.
Doggy paddle.
Oh, here's a good one. Check this out. Okay. Would you rather every ant become 4 feet tall or every ant gain the thinking capabilities of a human?
This is a terrifying
wow.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah.
these
That's
are both
crazy.
awful.
I don't want either.
No.
Ah,
Well, if we have to pick one, I mean, here's okay. If all the ants got as smart as people, ants are strong, and there's way, so many more of them of us, right? And there always will be. So they could do something. But if an ant's 4 foot tall, imagine how much damage it could do. Either way,
one of
we're
these,
screwed.
We're all dead.
Either way, we're
Yeah.
screwed.
Yes.
Yeah. Either way, we're not going to live very long.
No.
Yeah,
No, we're
I think-
gone.
I think probably the thinking capabilities of a human, just because I feel like there's ways that you could still protect yourself from them.
That's true. Yeah.
Like you could still like you could cover your house, like you could make a border around your house and
Yeah. But
like sticky
what if
paper.
what if they're smart enough to build something above the sticky paper and still get in? Because that's what would happen.
Think about how
Yeah, that's
nasty
true.
humans are to each
Yeah,
other. Do we
yeah.
want ants to
Yeah.
have that ability?
No, yeah.
Uh,
They're both bad, man. That's both
Yeah.
It's
bad
like
news.
before your
They just
food
make
starts
mini
getting
nukes.
stolen, your pantry gets tagged.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Little fine print down low, but
Yep.
Yeah. Little tiny spray cans.
Yeah, even the comment, I can barely read it, but it says honestly these both seem like possible doomsday scenarios.
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that? I think I saw it on TikTok recently. It was like renaming all American sports team based on whatever animal is most
Oh,
populated in the
yeah.
state. It was like New York ants, Detroit ants, California ants.
That's funny.
That's
Oh,
funny. Or
man.
like rodents, like rats.
Yeah,
The New York rats.
the Idaho rats.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
All right, you got another one, Spencer? These are
Yeah,
these are
got
fun.
one more?
Yeah,
These are
okay, I
fun.
can find another one. I was also gonna ask, what are you drinking, Jim? Are you drinking anything?
I am Of course, I'm drinking
Of
something.
course.
Yeah, I am drinking a simple Viognier wine.
Okay.
Nice.
I got yesterday. I've been meaning to do this for a long time. I finally went and got like a $60 bottle
I
of
saw
Angel's
you.
Envy.
Yeah, I saw you put
Nice.
that out on Twitter, and I was jealous. That
Dude.
looks great.
It's so good. I was telling Gabe last night. I'm like, it's the smoothest whiskey I've ever had. I've wanted it for so long.
There you
And I
go.
was like, screw it. I'm gonna go get it.
When I come visit again, we got to hit a whiskey bar again, Spencer.
There you
that
go.
was so fun.
Yes. Let's do that. WYR. What does that mean? What?
Ooh, I don't know.
Boxing ring. Which WYR picked? Which would you rather? Okay.
Ah,
You have to fight a man to the death, hand to hand, in a boxing ring. Which would you rather pick to fight with? A slim, young, tattooed man who tells you with a smile that no one can take him down. A big gorilla of a man who says nothing and just stares at you annoyed. A short, muscular manlet quickly bouncing around, screaming as he airboxes.
a manlet.
An old man with some muscle and a bit of gut with tears in his eyes saying he doesn't want to kill you. Please walk away.
Oh, wow.
Oh wow!
I
I've
would
seen
not
movies
fight the
based
old
on that one.
Yeah.
I'm
I
taking the
probably-
first guy.
I would take the third.
I was thinking the third one too.
Yeah. No, the reason why is because, short, muscular manlet, quickly bouncing around, all eager, maybe he doesn't know, because the old guy is going to kick your ass.
Oh,
That's
we're,
just
we're
yeah.
dead with that
hands
guy.
down. Yeah. A big gorilla of a man. He might not be that smart, but he's strong enough to just.
He's a big
You know,
gorilla of a
Yeah,
man.
Yeah.
he's a big gorilla of a man.
I'm thinking the
Dave,
first
if you
guy's
were any more on the
overconfident.
mark,
Though.
you'd be an Olympic level archer with an Accuracy International Arctic Warfare Magnum.
Oh,
Sorry, go ahead.
dude, no, this is incredible, man. This is so good. RJ, you're just the best person ever, dude.
But I agree with you, Gabe. It's either got to be the first or third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
The third one, it's
look what RJ just said, dude.
overconfident.
Oh,
Yeah,
yuck.
Would you rather speak through your ass or poo through your mouth?
I'm going with the first one. There's no way I want that
dude.
coming out my mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was fucking funny.
Imagine explaining
Holy
that to
crap.
people.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Oh, RJ. Yeah, that's a tough one though.
There
Yeah,
is
probably the first
there
one.
is a South Park episode where all the poo comes out their mouth. And it
Gross.
doesn't look fun.
No, I can't imagine.
Yeah.
I bet they killed Kenny though.
Probably.
Oh
Probably.
yeah, they always kill Kenny. I gotta catch up on South Park. I used to love South Park. It's fantastic.
I haven't watched in years.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Yeah,
I was
haven't
like, it's
seen it
still
for
on?
a long time.
Really?
Right?
That's what I was gonna
Oh,
ask
yeah.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, they just released their whole like Panderverse thing, like making fun of Hollywood. It looks super funny.
But like, The Simpsons are still on, right?
Isn't that nuts, dude?
That started when I was in frickin' college. This has been on over, what, 35 years or
Yeah.
so? 36,
Yeah.
37 years? It's like nuts.
Spencer,
Yeah.
before you leave this one, scroll down a little bit. I just saw a comment down there that kind of piqued my interest. He says, "Empty barrels make the most noise."
Yeah.
About those people. I was like,
Yeah.
sounds about right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, honestly, I'd fight Kevin Hart, number 3, a short, muscular manlet, quickly bouncing around screaming as he air boxes.
That's pretty good. That is a Kevin Hart type, isn't
Totally.
it?
Yeah.
Totally.
I would pay to see Spencer fight Kevin Hart.
I would also pay an exorbitant
Yeah.
amount of money to watch
Speaking of
that.
Kevin Hart, there's that excellent movie with him being that manlet with The Rock. Do you remember the movie that is I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, I'm
Whoa.
sure I've seen it.
The Rock is a
um,
CIA agent, but it's in secret or something, you know?
Yeah, I can't
Yeah.
remember the name, but I've definitely seen it.
Such a good movie.
Yeah.
Action comedy. Fantastic.
Let's see.
He's in that new Borderlands movie, isn't he?
Mhm.
Is he really?
Yeah,
So,
he
yeah.
is.
That doesn't look good. Just what
Yeah.
I've seen from it.
No,
and,
it's not gonna be that great, I think. But I'm gonna watch it just because of how much I love Borderlands. You know?
okay.
But the
Yeah.
But
cast
that could be
is-
why you hate it then.
Yeah.
Because you love Borderlands and like what?
No, but
did
see,
they
so
he pooped out of their mouth.
yeah,
You know,
so
right
that's
there,
how
damn.
Spencer. That's how Spencer is. I think he's gonna hate it
dude,
because
I think the new Borderlands movie looks like shit.
yeah.
See?
I'm fully aware that it's not the best movie, but just the fact that they decided to even make a shitty movie about Borderlands, I'm gonna watch it. You know, I
I'm
may
gonna
not
watch
love
it
it,
for sure,
but I'm gonna
yeah.
watch it. And I
See, that's why I watched The Wheel of Time on TV, and Spencer, no,
yeah,
not happening.
yeah.
I stopped. I stopped at like episode 6 or something. I just couldn't do it. Okay, so we got. Okay, Nick Henderson is ready to come on. We have another game for him to play. I'm gonna hit the bathroom real quick, but would you? Let's see. Let me say.
Not out of your mouth, right? I'm just
No,
being
Don't
clear.
do it out of your mouth. Yep. Yeah, do not do that.
Oh, here's one. You guys talk about this one while I take a leak real quick.
Okay. Would you rather
Okay.
find out you have an uncurable disease that prevents you from living past 40, or your current parents aren't really yours?
Oh, the second one.
Yeah, I would say
Totally.
the second one for sure.
Yeah.
That's kind of an
Besides,
easy.
if I discover the first one, I drop down dead instantly.
That's right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not
Yeah.
a tough decision to make.
No, that's an easy one for sure.
You want to stay in the dark about that one, Jim.
Yeah.
So you,
Yeah. Yep.
you don't know, it won't happen.
He's
That's
trying to
right.
figure out
Exactly.
Spencer,
Yeah.
not able to find the bathroom. He came back. He's looking around. I'm like, it's over there, dude. It's over
He's
there.
got to move towards
Too
the
much
door.
whiskey.
Over there. Yeah. Move towards the door.
Yeah, I think the second one. You ever see those clips of like those "Who Are You" kind of shows, and like they do their ancestry and everything like that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they find out like they're not who they thought they were at
That's
all.
right. Your
Yep.
mom apparently did something with someone else.
Yeah, way
Yeah.
back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were swapped in the hospital, kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought that red hair was kind of odd, but
Yeah.
wow, look at that. No, his skin's just kind of dark. That's all. It's fine.
Yeah,
It's just,
yeah. No, trust me. That's fine. That's okay.
It'll lighten as he ages, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. That does have to be a little bit of a surreal experience, though. I mean, it's a real world experience when people
totally.
grow up, happily in their family, and later learn they were adopted.
Yes.
I had no idea, until suddenly this
secret.
And in
came
some
out or
cases, it's
something.
fine, but other times, that's really hard for people.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I
You've
would
lied
think,
to me my whole life.
Yeah,
You're gonna tell me
and-
Santa Claus is fake too?
And that's
You know,
it. That's exactly it. That's what would be tough, I would hope that most people, understand they're adopted by the time they can understand they're adopted, But
Yeah.
I understand that's not the case for some people.
If a family decides to, keep it away from them because,
Yeah.
they
Protect
just won't
them or-
understand and end
Yep.
up screwing it all up. Then,
Yeah.
Then they don't trust you about anything, and that's a mistake.
Well,
For the
yeah, I've
same
gotta
reason,
decide.
we never told my son that there was a real Santa Claus from like day one. Santa
Oh,
Claus
really?
is fake, but we're gonna have fun with him. So this present's under the tree, so play along.
Yeah.
And he did. He was like,
Nice.
"Oh, it's from Santa." I said, as long as we're all playing along, there'll be
Yep.
gifts from
That's
Santa.
exactly what my family does too. And it's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
there's
really?
still-
So your parents told you from the beginning that there was no real Santa.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I understood. They didn't like outright say, but they made me understand that it's not that. But it was the same
Right.
thing. I still go to sleep and I'd wake up, oh my God, Santa brought presents, even though
Right.
I knew that's wasn't
Wink,
what's
wink,
going on.
nod, nod.
But I
you know,
to this day I'm 27 years old and still wake up and I'm like, oh my God, look at Santa. He brought he brought some good stuff.
Hey, I'm 53 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
Birthday's coming up on Monday. I'm almost 54. And it's just my wife and I now. There were still presents from Santa
Yes,
under the tree
that's
this
right.
year.
It's just part of it. It's part of it.
And it's a different kind, Santa gives different gifts than I do.
That's
See,
right.
it-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's funny. Yeah, my mom, I was a very like gullible child. And my mom was like, yeah, like there's a Santa, all this stuff, and she kind of did the Santa thing for a long time, and I don't think it was until like fourth or fifth grade where I really realized there wasn't a Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Were you the one getting in fights on the playground with kids who
Yeah,
were saying
yeah.
there wasn't?
I remember the thing that did it was there was this kid, Kyle, that
Kyle,
basically
dang
was
it.
like, there's no Santa, right? 'Cause
The
I
name,
mentioned
man.
it in
It's
conversation.
always Kyle. Stupid
Yeah.
Kyle.
Yeah, and I know Kyle. And he was like, dude, there's no Santa, right? And I'm like, dude, no, there is a Santa. What are you talking about? He's like, dude, and then he's saying this in like fourth or fifth grade. He's like, you need to grow up. And I'm like, oh my God, do I need to grow up?
You're just questioning everything. Like, oh, is he right?
And so,
What
I was
about
like,
the Tooth Fairy?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. That's
and
great.
so I was like, oh my God, like, there's no Santa. And I remember it being like kind of this earth-shattering moment. It didn't last very long, but for a little while, it was kind of this earth-shattering moment of, oh my God, there's no Santa Claus. Like,
You can't believe anything.
so I don't know. Different parents have different ways of like talking about that with their kids. I don't think any of them are necessarily wrong. But I enjoyed as a kid coming downstairs and being like, there's presents from Santa, like,
Yeah.
and like actually believing it. But I have cousins that were told from the beginning that there was no Santa Claus and just like not to expect there to be. And they all turned out fine.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
The
real
ones
quick,
who don't learn early enough are the ones that go on and make horror movies based on Santa Claus. There
Yeah.
are so many now.
There
Yeah.
are so many. I agree.
yeah, and Winnie the Pooh, and now Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse. I'm excited
Yeah.
for the Mickey Mouse horror game.
That Winnie the Pooh horror movie was disturbingly good and bad at the same time. And there's a sequel coming out. I'm like, oh my goodness.
We have 2 new guests with us.
Yes.
And
hello from me, RJ Bailey.
we have a soundboard, so RJ Bailey will be talking to you
Yep.
throughout.
Don't be alarmed when RJ Bailey speaks.
But welcome Nick and AJ Retker.
Yes.
Hey,
Gentlemen.
Hey, AJ wrote one of my favorite grim dark books of all time. Sorry, I'm like drunk at this point. AJ wrote one of my favorite grim dark books of all
noticed.
time.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise.
Oathbreaker, and
Yes.
it is fantastic. You were on one time for like a big group interview,
Mhm.
right?
Yeah.
We had a bunch
Yeah.
of authors on, and you were fantastic, and I've really enjoyed the stuff that you've written. So thanks for coming on and hanging out with us, man.
Yes,
to read
pleasure
that
to be
now.
here. Thanks for the invite. I'm glad my technical difficulties are finally sorted out.
Oh, nice.
You did it.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And then we have Nick from the 4-Player Podcast.
That's
This
me.
is a podcast that I watch or listen to all the time. Luckily,
Oh, thanks.
I get their episodes early on Patreon. So if you
Oh,
want to
shit.
support them, go to Patreon.
There you go.
And there's a quick plug.
Thank
But,
you. You bought this beer
Yeah.
for me.
He's like, I'll drink to
Yeah.
that. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But Nick has a fantastic podcast. They talk about video games, and all of the people in that podcast are such characters, and it's so much fun. Just
That's
to
one
hear
way of
them,
putting it. Yes, thank you.
Like argue with each other and have a great time. So please check out the 4-Player Podcast if
Thank
you're
you. Thank you.
interested in video games. But thank you for joining us,
Yeah.
Nick. It's so great to have
Yeah,
you back.
absolutely. I'm gonna need y'all to recap everything you've talked about up until this point.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Go.
Well, it's been a lot of book stuff. But
We just need
started-
to know, would he rather poop out of his mouth or speak out of his ass? That's all.
Right.
we really need to
Yeah.
know.
You almost made him
The whole
spit out his
time.
beer, man. You almost made him spit out his beer.
I'm no stranger to these kinds of questions. No, it's fun. Like when we like at one point on our show, we were like, we should, take questions from people. Like have people ask us questions about video games. That's that's what we talk about. That's what and that's like all the questions we get.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
This terrible lewd
And I'm like,
question.
come on, people. We're here to talk about video games.
Oh, that's funny.
I would rather talk out of my ass. I think.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
were all in
Yep,
agreement
we
with
all
you.
agreed
That's
with you on that. Yeah.
Yeah. So cool.
We got
I know a lot of
Jared-
people who do that. They're the ones that comment on
Yeah.
our
That's
Nice. Nice. I think that one episode of South Park traumatized me.
Yeah.
That's what I was just
So-
talking about. That.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where they all have like trash bags next to their couches and stuff, so that they can just shit into the trash bag.
Oh man.
Terrible.
Oh, and then who was it? Was it Martha Stewart making the turkey or something on television? And she's like, she's not really even cooking the turkey. She's like, it's just like propped up, and then she's like dousing it in oil, then like getting ready to like shimmy down onto it. And I was like, no, no,
No.
yeah. I haven't watched South Park in so long, and that
Yeah.
has forever been burned into my
That's
brain.
right.
So,
That's right.
Oh god, that sounds awful.
yeah, it's truly terrible.
Yeah.
We have Jared in the chat. He wrote a book that we and I always used to get his book confused with AJ's because I think his is Oath Broken and AJ's is Oath Breaker.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could
but-
see how that would get confusing.
It is a
Yeah.
little bit tight
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Brandon Sanderson's. I've got an Oathbringer. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oath Breaker, yeah. But yeah, Jared was our first author interview.
Yes.
So shout out to Jared. And,
Yeah.
Nice.
and yes, we're excited to be celebrating 100 episodes. It's been wild to be this far along. We never thought that we would
Congratulations.
get here.
Thank you.
Yes, congrats.
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, so then we had Nick. We had another one that we can, and I think AJ joined us after we already talked about this. So, would you rather find out that you have an uncurable disease that prevents you from living past 40, or that your current parents aren't really yours?
Oh God, the second one. Easy.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
second one.
Without,
Yeah.
without
Yeah.
question.
That's what everybody said. That was saying.
Is
I
that
mean-
what everybody said?
Oh,
I took
yeah,
a bathroom
yeah,
break.
yeah.
I
You were
mean,
gone. Everybody said that.
One of them involves death.
Yeah, exactly. The other one involves maybe a sad, crying for a night or whatever.
As I
Yeah,
noted,
I've-
mine involves insta death.
Yeah,
Stop.
there we go.
No,
That's
what?
right.
So
Oh,
I don't know.
Here's
Yeah, everybody's circumstances are different, but
Yeah.
one you can potentially get over.
The other one you can't.
yeah.
Other one you
Right.
It's
can.
a hard
Yeah.
stop.
Unless somebody
Yeah,
asked you
it's
that
a hard
question when you were
stop.
like 8 and like 40 seems like it'll
Forever.
never happen.
really
There's no way
old.
that'll happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Here's a better one. One that goes a little bit deeper. Would you rather have eternal satisfaction or infinite money?
Oh,
Eternal
that's
satisfaction.
easy.
Depends on-
Yeah,
Satisfaction.
easy. Eternal satisfaction. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hard to
Take the
argue
money.
that.
Way to go, Mick.
I appreciate the honesty.
Man, you
Yeah.
know, people, they say money doesn't buy happiness, and that is absolutely the truth.
The implication though is if you take the eternal satisfaction, it's not like you're going to be poor. It just
No,
means
yeah, your life will be
You'll-
satisfactory.
need.
Everything will be good to you. Everything will
Yeah.
work the way you
be
want
like
it to.
Totally.
financially comfortable but
Yeah.
eternally satisfied. Fuck,
It's-
no question.
yeah,
Just-
take
Gone
walk.
totally
I
senile.
could
and
not
everything is
agree
great.
more.
That's yeah, yeah, that's true.
Just to build off what Gabe said, though, there's a skit that Daniel Tosh does. He's like, money doesn't buy
Oh,
happiness,
I've
but,
seen it.
but I've never seen someone sad on a jet ski before.
I've seen
Yeah,
that.
I've seen that. It's hilarious. Yep.
That is true. But you can rent
That's
jet
true.
skis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A little
Yeah,
loophole there.
That's true.
Yep.
Those are the
Loophole to
people who
happiness
look
there.
like idiots on the river.
I can afford a jet
Yeah.
ski for a couple hours.
That's right. I can
Yeah.
afford 1 hour. I'll be fine.
You can steal a jet ski and then be satisfied with your prison sentence. You know?
Yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
Or kill it.
Running behind you. Yeah.
Eternally satisfied thief. Who cares?
That's
Yeah.
right. Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Internally
rented
satisfied
a-
until I'm caught.
That's right.
Yeah, summer, and now I'm like a kayak person. I guess I'm like doing all this research and trying to find one just to buy for this next summer.
I'm terrified
I
of
guess I'm just
kayaks.
one of those people.
I'm like,
now.
they will flip.
You know, yeah.
and I will
kayaks flip.
be learning what
what's-
it's like to sit on them upside down.
Mhm. You know what's really
That's
fun
called
though?
drowning.
Yeah, it's called
Yeah.
drowning. It's
Yes,
called your legs
exactly.
being stuck for good. Have you
But
guys
then I'm
ever tried?
eternally satisfied.
You guys ever tried stand-up paddleboarding? Anybody?
Yeah, I've tried it.
No.
I'm
Looks
I,
fun.
for
do
some
that.
reason, I really enjoy stand-up paddleboarding.
Oh, it's amazing.
Nice.
It's
I
amazing.
love it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's awesome. It's like it
looks
seems
like
like
fun. I'd
something
really
that's
like to try it.
counterintuitive, you know? You're like, why would I stand and try and paddle? It doesn't make any sense. But then you do it, and you're like, wow, this is actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's like surfing without waves.
Yeah,
There is a-
exactly.
Yeah.
When I was younger and more of an athlete, back like when I was in high school, there was a video where I actually did like a handstand on a paddleboard on the
Oh,
water.
cool.
Yeah, and so like I hold that down, and then like a couple summers ago, like, my buddy's like, "Do it again, AJ, do it again." And I've aged a little bit since
Yeah,
I
you're
was
like,
16.
I'll try, man.
Yeah.
I'll
That
try,
ship
but
has
we'll see.
sailed.
That was a humbling experience when you try it again at 27.
Oh, that's awesome.
That's so funny. Like I keep wanting to get back on a trampoline because I used to do a lot of like crazy like gymnastic stuff on a trampoline. And I'm just like terrified.
Yeah,
now.
Oh, man.
I'm
I
like,
think
I don't
once
know
you-
what's gonna happen.
Number
Unless
one
you're,
bone
like-
breaker.
Yeah, unless you're like an athlete through and through and you continue with it, I feel like once you hit like 25 or 26, that stuff just becomes a little sketchy, you know?
Or you
Yeah.
hit
You're-
my weight and
Or,
suddenly it breaks.
yeah.
That's humbling.
I was helping my dad's got a really nice boat, and I was helping him install some solar panels yesterday, and I had to like, lay down and crawl and do some weird stuff, and as I crawled out and stood up, I was like, holy shit, dude, I'm getting old. Like, this is unreal. My knees
I
hurt.
resemble that.
Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah.
Start
I'm
grunting every
surprised-
time you just
Yeah,
get
that's
up off a
it.
chair.
Yes. Yes.
Dude, I'm even surprised. Like at work, I'm often like installing flooring or baseboard or whatever, and my knees just in the past couple years have gotten so bad where I'm like, I think I need to go to a doctor. Like, I think I
Yeah.
actually need to like get this checked out.
My friends, it only gets worse.
Yeah.
It's
I'm here to
only
tell you.
downhill from here.
There is no sudden improvement. Okay,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
I'm in my late 30s, and I can also that's my experience as well. And
Yeah.
I feel weird saying that in my 30s, but
Yeah.
Right?
it's true.
See, you
Yeah,
can say
man,
it that way.
it's
I can say
crazy.
I've made it to my 50s.
Yeah.
That's how bad it
There you
goes.
go.
I've made it. Okay. Sheesh.
That's so great. Okay, so I got another one here that I thought was interesting. Which wicked superpower would you rather have? I haven't read all of these yet, so I don't know if they say anything crazy, but extra details. This includes, but not limited to, bypass any type of online security or paywall, access any private encrypted info, spy, crash machines, blah blah blah. You'd stop aging for 10. Okay, so this must.
I don't
have
really
to
get
do
the
with-
bullet points up there. but
Ignore
I've
the
read
Yeah, I
bullet
don't
points.
really
Yeah,
get
okay,
it.
so
Ignore
let's
the
ignore
bullets.
those for now. People believe everything you say is
Okay.
one.
That's the
Oh, I
one.
saw
can
that on
hack-
Jessica Jones.
Yeah.
Ah,
Okay.
yes.
You can hack any machine and technological system undetected. You can gain 10 minutes of lifespan by reducing someone else's by 10 years.
That's dark.
Oh,
not
that's dark.
twice on the same person.
There's a lot of
you-
people, though.
Yeah. You can you can kill anyone you want instantly and bring the dead back to life. Okay, so I would say, let's say that you're playing like one of those games like Infamous that allows you to go like dark side all the way. Which of these would you rather have? If you're role playing as
Yeah.
the villain,
I would
Like-
go for number 2.
Yeah, number 2.
Yeah.
hack any machine.
Yeah.
I mean,
I just don't know what I would use that for.
But like for me, it's like
a lot of stuff.
yeah. For me, it just reminds
robbing
me of Rick
people.
It reminds me of Rick and Morty, where he collapses the intergalactic
Yes!
government in like one
Yes!
We
episode.
got a Rick and Morty fan.
Thank
That's
you,
funny.
dude. You, I've tried to get Spencer to watch it so many times. He doesn't like it, but
Oh,
I am
it's-
obsessed with Rick and Morty. I have been since the inception of Rick and Morty. So I'm
Yeah.
glad
My
to hear that you like
My
it.
wife's on a Rick and Morty kick right now.
Okay.
What
Well, your
I've seen
wife's
of Rick and
freaking
Morty has
awesome.
been catching what my wife has been watching.
Yeah.
And I've heard a lot about it and I've seen bits and pieces of it, whatever.
Dude,
but
it's
that's
something
funny.
else, man. I literally, it's what I fall asleep to at night. Rick and Morty goes on the TV.
That's what my wife does.
Yeah,
That's so
yeah.
great.
Every
So,
single
Spencer,
night.
you said go ultimate dark, though. Number
Yeah.
3, then. I mean, come
Right?
on.
Yeah, that means you could
The-
essentially expand your life into the
Immortality,
yeah,
basically.
Yeah,
you know?
you'd be immortal. You'd have a never-ending supply of
Yeah.
You'd
Well,
have to think though. It would
it's
have
10
to be
minutes at a
so
time.
if you're
I can reduce
only gaining 10
billion
10
lives
minutes,
by 10 years, so long as I just keep traveling. And
Yeah.
I just keep adding on.
yeah.
I
I mean,
mean,
but
you'd have to go
Spencer
like
is right.
stadiums.
10 minutes of lifespan, it would take an ungodly amount of time to make any kind of difference in your own life.
Yeah.
People
People would be like dying around you like flies if you tried to
Yeah.
like extend your life. That
well,
way.
you can't do it to more than one person.
Once.
No, I
So-
mean like you said, like a stadium. 30,000 people, and you do it all at once, right? And you get,
Yeah, if
you know.
that's even in
or if
the-
that's
you know,
even
the-
allowed.
Yeah.
If that's in the rule
It
book,
says
you know
you
what I
can
mean?
do it twice on the same person
That's-
and within
within visual range. Okay.
I tried to use a calculator. If I managed to find a way to do it to all 8 billion people on the planet, and it gave me a weird answer because it can't handle that big of math.
Oh shit.
So it's a lot of extra life.
Yeah.
You could
Is
get
it?
potentially.
so
Did it give you like an hours or anything?
No, it gave me 8E9.
Yeah.
Anyone know what to do with that?
And that would be in hours.
9
That's-
zeros.
Yeah, 9 zeros in hours.
That's a lot of
Oh,
zeros. That's
a lot of
a lot.
zeros.
89.
Nobody told me
It's
we
a
were
lot.
going to be doing math on this podcast.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah.
not. We're not. You're okay. We're not gonna do math.
I'll be like, peace,
it-
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm done. Thanks for having me, guys. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Does it take 10 years
Uh.
off their expected lifespan or where they are now? So, like, if there was a 9-year-old
I-
in the crowd at the stadium.
No, I would think. I
think
would
if-
think they're expected. Like that's the way
Yeah,
that I
like,
understand
if
it.
they,
Anyways.
If they were, I would think that it was saying if they were destined to
To
die.
live this
Yeah, I was about to
60,
say everybody. It
they
means
would live to
everybody's
50.
everybody's death would already have had to been dialed in essentially, and we're just
Yeah.
taking off of that. And that seems that in and of itself is depressing to think about.
Yeah.
So I don't
Yeah.
tend to fuck with anything involving death here. So I pick one or two.
Yeah.
One would be fun,
I'm
and I
two.
feel like one would be fun whether you want to use it for malicious purposes or not.
Or not, yeah.
Yeah.
I am the new purple man, but
Yeah.
I'm
Right.
blue.
I am an
Although,
alien.
if I remember correctly from Jessica Jones, his power was not necessarily everyone would believe what he said, but anything he told them to do, they would have to do.
Yes,
So like,
you are.
this is
correct.
basically saying you could lie about anything and they would believe you. But his power was like, if I tell you to go walk off a bridge, you would do it.
You would be convinced to do so.
You could
He
tell
certainly
somebody,
used
I
it
think
in
you'll live
ways like,
forever if you walk off
"Oh,
that bridge,
dude,
and they'd be
I
like,
am
oh,
the most
Whoa,
important man in
that's
your
a good
life, and
point.
suddenly you are. Yeah.
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah. I think the answer for me, just for like everyday life, would be people believe everything you say, because you could walk into a company and be like, I'm the owner of this company, and get like every benefit.
I mean, the
Right?
reason these are malicious powers, though, is because the implication would be if you use them, you wouldn't feel
going
bad
full
about using
villain.
them. I'm the kind of
Exactly.
person with if I use that first power, the first power seems kind of tame compared to the other ones, but I feel like if I use that one for long enough, I would
Compared
start
to
to
kill
feel
every person.
Yeah,
you
your
see.
I would
confidence
start
would
to
start to
feel
degrade, yeah.
really, really bad, and
Yep.
probably start to like feel really bad about myself. Just like
Yeah.
I'd be like, I'm a
Yeah.
terrible
I'm
fucking
yeah,
person.
exactly.
Like I can't even play like Baldur's Gate and like be mean to the NPCs. Like I just like
I'm
Yeah.
playing Baldur's Gate 3 with Dark Urge, and every time I have the opportunity to like use my Dark Urge, I'm like, oh,
We don't
I'm,
need to do
I'm gonna make a
that.
wisdom save. I'm gonna
Yeah.
try and prevent it.
Yeah. I
This
feel
is
like I'm
where
really doing
you
a
simply,
disservice.
however, need a mirror and self-talk.
Yeah.
You're wonderful. You're awesome.
Ah,
Yeah.
you
can
believe
do this.
yourself.
Yeah.
And you
I
believe.
like that. I like
Wow.
that. But once again, assuming that's in the rule book.
Yeah.
What I was having a conversation with my buddies about like we were just playing the new Spider-Man game.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
we were talking
awesome,
about
dude.
we were talking about like how cool it would be because we are all fans of Infamous. I know we were talking about it earlier in the show a little bit. How cool it'd be if you could like do an RPG Superman. So like you can kind of like build a stat tree of like what kind of powers you want, and then you can like choose whether you be a villain or a hero. And like we
I think
fell
that
down,
was
like,
kind of like the impetus or like the dream for Infamous when it first
Yeah.
like was being like the idea was being formulated, I suppose.
Yeah, and then
didn't
they
turn
kinda
out
just,
quite
like,
as-
shrunk it down to like just the electrical powers. But it'd be cool
Yeah.
if you could choose like super speed or flight or this or that, and like it locked out certain skill trees and not. So
I like to think if they ever went back to that series, they would probably do something a bit more ambitious like
yeah,
that. But who knows? Who knows?
it'd be great.
Yeah.
I love
We're
the
due for
Insomniac
another
games.
Infamous game, right?
I mean, yes.
Who's the publisher?
That's
Or
an.
the-
I mean,
the
it's an
studio?
Insomniac. I mean, it's
Yeah.
published by
Oh,
Sony,
Insomniac.
but it's Insomniac. So they now make Spider-Man,
Yeah,
and I
they're
think
making-
they're gonna make Spider-Man 3 before they make whatever the next Infamous is. I can guarantee you that.
well, Wolverine's coming out,
And Wolverine's coming.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think they've
Okay.
got their hands full for. I don't think we're gonna be seeing Infamous anytime soon. At least not from that studio. There's always the possibility that Sony might say, "Hey, somebody else make it," but
Mhm.
you know, who knows what that would even look like, or if that's even a good
Yeah.
idea,
That's true.
or if
Have you
Sony's
been-
even interested.
Not to, I know there's non-gamers here, so I'll try to keep this brief, but have you been playing Helldivers, Nick?
No.
Yes.
No?
I've talked a lot about Helldive. I mean, I've heard people. We've talked about it on our show, and I'm interested in trying it. Quite honestly, I just don't play a lot of multiplayer stuff.
Yeah.
So I really just tend to enjoy and appreciate those kinds of games from afar.
Sure.
I'm really kind of hoping they put Helldivers on Game Pass at some point, because then I will for sure try it. But then I can try it for free,
But
and I wouldn't
it's a
have to worry about it.
PlayStation studio, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah, but Microsoft's starting to make moves.
Yeah, that's
true. So we'll see.
Okay. And then my other question was, have you played Pal World or Enshrouded? Because you don't have to play those ones online.
I have not played Pal World. I haven't been a big Pokemon guy in a long time, so
Neither am I.
haven't really dabbled in that. I saw like a video of it, and I was like, God, this looks like a ridiculous Breath of the Wild ripoff. Like, and it kind of, I was like, this is shameful. So
Here's the thing. I would
the other
say
way on it.
it's on Game Pass. Just play an hour of it. And if you hate it, then you
Also-
never have to come back to it again.
But if I love
But
it, then I'm stuck playing that game until the end of time.
It's so addicting, dude.
That
it
is
was
not
a game
helping
where I
your
was
case.
like, it's a game where I was like, this looks stupid. Why would I ever play this? And then I saw that it was on Game Pass. I'm like, I'll try it for an hour. And now I play it at least 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, see,
because
that's-
I'm so hooked on it.
As someone who like tries to play a little bit of everything and play as much as I possibly can, the thought of having one thing dominate my time is not very appealing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Anything could happen. We'll see.
Can we all shame Mick for a second? His girlfriend got him an Xbox, and the only thing he's played on it is FIFA. And it blows my freaking mind.
Damn. I mean, let's be real though. What else is there to play on Xbox?
It's actually it is PlayStation. It was a PS5. It was a PS5. She got it.
Oh, is it a PS5?
Oh, it was a PS5.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
shameful.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
That's just no.
Yeah.
That was like my one buddy. He got like his daughter. She wanted like a big gaming computer or whatever because her boyfriend at the time was like a big gamer. And like as soon as he got it to her, like this $3,000 gaming PC, they broke up. So now she uses this giant gaming computer to play Minecraft. I'm like, come on. I'm like, come on. I know. I'm just like, man, it's overkill so much. And he's just like, she likes it. So,
dude, I remember.
Well, she's ready. If she ever.
Yeah, if she ever wants to like, go forward, she has the stuff for it.
Yeah. When I was like 14 or I think I might have been 14, and World of Warcraft had just recently come out, and I wanted to play it so bad that I had my cousin like build me a computer. Like I asked for it for my birthday, and he was nice enough to like go in with my mom and like put money into what was essentially one of the best gaming PCs that you can build at the time. And he came over and like hooked everything up and showed me how to use it and stuff. And he's like, "What game are you gonna play?" And I opened up RuneScape. And I was like, dude, I'm so excited to play more RuneScape. And he just looked at me. He's like, "Let me show you what this computer can do." And he showed me.
Wait, were you serious about RuneScape or?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god! I thought you were just trying to fuck with them or something.
No. I was like genuinely like, I'm gonna play RuneScape.
We'll play some Tetris on this bad boy.
And he's like, "Let me show you what this computer can actually do." And so he opened up like whatever was the newest like Forza game or something at the time. He's like, "Isn't this crazy?" And I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, "That's crazy." I'm like, "I don't know. I just want to play RuneScape." And he's
you like what you like, man.
Yeah, he's like,
"Man,
okay, all right."
I feel like he maybe should like he'll never make that mistake again. I will always ask, "Okay, what do you intend to do with it?" Before.
Yeah.
I would have gone out and bought you a pre-built laptop if you just wanted to.
Right. Yeah.
Something
I mean,
for that.
I went on to play like World of Warcraft and heavier duty games, and I told him later like what I was playing and whatnot. So like
I thought you were gonna tell me you booted up World of Warcraft and I'm like, I hate this.
No, dude, I was
This
so
sucks.
I was so addicted to World of Warcraft for so many years. It was to the point where I had to make like a hard stop
yes.
because I was like, dude, I'm playing this like day and night. I'm giving up like social functions and stuff to like play this game.
Oh yeah.
And
For Brad on our podcast, he almost flunked out of a year of college because of Diablo 2. So he was like, he when he realized he had a problem, he was like, he took the disc out and like snapped it in half. He's like, I can't do
When
this anymore."
inserting the gaming catheter sounds like a good idea, you've gone too far.
Yeah.
Good idea though.
Oh my gosh. What's the
Damn.
soundbite?
Reminds me of the peak of my alcoholism.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm hopping out. I got stuff to do, things
are
to
you outta here?
go. But
All right.
congrats again on all these freaking awesome episodes, and keep up the good work, guys.
Dude, thank
It was
you
nice
so
talking
much.
to
and
you.
Thanks for being such a great
Good
friend
chatting,
of the
Jen.
channel.
Absolutely. I look forward to more.
All right. see ya.
Cheers.
We'll see you soon.
Oh man. So let's see. I have another game that we can play. I kind of want to wait until Gabe gets back. I think he's grabbing some lunch, so he should be back pretty soon.
Okie dokie.
But Nick, you do audiobooks, right? Have you done any audiobooks recently?
Yes. Let's see. I mean, I feel like my answers are pretty boring.
Sure.
Because I haven't really been listening to audiobooks for that long. I realized I was moving through Game of Thrones because I've been trying to read all the Game of Thrones novels or Song of Ice and Fire novels for a while, and I don't read a ton. So when I do read a book like that, it takes me a long time to get through it. So I was like, I'll give the audiobook a try. Maybe I can use that to kind of like speed the process up. So I listened to the entirety of A Clash of Kings and got through that. So that's kind of a milestone for me, which was nice. I'm probably going to keep going with the audiobook route on that. And I've also been blowing through Harry Potter again. A Clash of Kings.
Clash of Kings.
Song of Ice and Fire. Game of Thrones book 2.
Okay.
So I'm actually kind of bouncing. This is like the most boring, stereotypical answer. I'm bouncing back and forth between Game of Thrones and Harry Potter, which I've read Harry Potter like plenty of times, but I've never listened to the audiobook, and Jim Dale's actually really good at it. So I'm on the Half-Blood Prince there, and I think it's been a while. I listened to the first Dune in audiobook as well. So I feel like those are pretty stereotypical answers, things that everybody has heard of and probably in some shape
Starting with the classics, you know.
Yeah.
No, that's like the kind of stuff we read. We haven't read Game of Thrones. Mick is trying to get us to read it this year.
You haven't read Game of Thrones?
I know, we're a fantasy podcast and we haven't read Game of Thrones.
This is a fantasy podcast with a huge emphasis on books, and you haven't read Game of Thrones.
Yeah. So it's happening
Shameful.
this year at some point. Yeah, we have.
I mean, the only reason I'm hesitant about it at all is because, you know, there's only 5 books. There's supposed to be 7, and we've been waiting for book 6 for
ever
since before the 5th season of the show aired, I think.
Yeah.
And that ended I don't even remember how long ago. So, you know, that's not looking great. But I have several friends who swear by it, and they're like, the books are amazing. Whether you like the show or not, don't even really think about it in terms of books to the show, because the books are just next level. And I tend to agree. What I've gotten through so far is absolutely amazing. And there's certain elements that have been spoiled for a long time, things that weren't in the show, things that they never did, things that people who watch the show were eternally pissed about that they didn't do in the show at all. And I'm still waiting to get to those things, even though I kind of know what they are. So that's kind of my ulterior motive for listening to those, because I really want to hear those aspects.
I'm really excited because I only saw through season 2 of the show.
Oh wow!
And then I never read the books. And Mick's whole thing when we did our initial we have a new co-host video, he was like, we have to read Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well we'll figure it out. We'll do it.
I do genuinely think you'll love it.
Yeah, I think I will
they
too.
are. He has a very impressive way of writing and painting a picture. Like a lot of times, and this is kind of, I'm not the best at imagining things when I'm reading them, and that's probably why I play a lot more video games than I read books. And I was very, very what's the word I'm looking for? Intimidated by a Song of Ice and Fire. They're large books. But once you start reading them and eventually for me listening to them, I was like, God, this guy can paint a picture in your mind like nobody's business. And he somehow makes it he makes it for a story that has so many characters and so many places and so many things, and none of which are real. You have to just kind of picture them in your mind. He makes it surprisingly manageable to keep up with and kind of keep track of in your mind, which I've always kind of struggled with those kind of books. So I wholeheartedly agree that you have to read Game of Thrones. They're fantastic. And I liked the show, and I watched the show all the way to the end, and I wasn't nearly as disappointed by the ending as a lot of people were. But I also, especially in retrospect, now that I've read more of the books, I'm like, I get it. I get why people are pissed.
For sure.
But I tend to like trying to think of them as two different things.
You should,
but man,
you should read if you're going through some of the more like main like big title fantasy books. You should read the King Killer Chronicles, and it'll also kind of leave you with blue balls because there's no third book yet. But I think that like it's like one of those like main fantasy books that like everybody should read. Like it's on the it'll go down in history as like similar in popularity to like the Lord of the Rings or something.
Gotcha. Okay. What's
So
it called? King Killer Chronicles?
Yeah, the first one is called The Name of the Wind.
Okay.
By Patrick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of his last name. Yeah, that's
Patrick Rothfuss.
Yeah.
All right. I like the sound of that. Is there by chance a good audiobook version of that?
It is like the best audiobook. It is like the best audiobook that you can ever listen to. It's incredible. It's,
I'm reading a physical book, like a real book.
Oh,
I don't know I don't know why my camera just got all blurry. Sorry about that.
Yeah, mine does it too. No, it's okay.
Hold on a second.
There you go.
Technical difficulty. 1 second. Am I back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Turn themselves off, and it wasn't because they ran out of battery. I don't know what the hell that was about. Yeah, I'm reading a book, a big book called Paradise 1. I don't know.
Nick, go to your settings and audio, and then click on like the echo cancellation and reduce background noise. Click both of those off because it's cutting you out every second or two. Ollie says, give me 15 minutes. I got a face full of pizza right now. Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, I've actually got the arc of her new book, and I'm churning my way through it. The Hallows.
Me too. I'm trying to get through it. I'm such a slow physical reader.
Me too.
She was just on for a podcast recently. I'm like, is there an audiobook coming? And she's like, no. So I'm like, okay, so I have to like read this. Like I have to actually read it. So I'm trying to do that right now, but I like what I've read so far.
Oh, it's amazing. And like I think one of Holly's like biggest strengths is her ability to add like that dry humor or that wit. I'm just like, holy fuck. Like I wish my books had humor like that. Like there's just like there's multiple times. Very few authors, I feel for me anyways, can actually make me audibly laugh.
Oh yeah.
And she's one of them. She's one of them for sure. And
Holly, dude, it is so interesting. You know, we have Holly on the channel, and she's like a best friend of the channel and stuff. And I think it's easy to not forget, but I don't know. She's such a good writer. Like she's not like just like a friend of ours that we like to hang out with. She is so good at what she does. And the We Men of Ash and Shadow is the thing that I point people to when they're like, what is Grimdark? I'm like, read We Men of Ash and Shadow and Oathbreaker. I'm like, both of these books are exactly what Grimdark should be. Like, this is Grimdark at its finest. And other people try to throw, like somebody said Lycanius recently. They're like, oh, Lycanius is Grimdark. And I'm like, shut up. No, it's not. Like, that's like, what are you talking about?
Well,
and so I'm like, if you want to know what Grimdark is, read We Men of Ash and Shadow, because it's so on the nose.
Yeah.
In the best way possible.
It's just, yeah, absolutely. Everything she's put out, I love. It makes me like, as a fan of as a fan of books in the genre, I love it. As a fellow author, I'm jealous and hate it because it shows out my own inadequacies in my own writing. I'm like, shit. Yeah, that makes sense why she did that. But
well, I'm interested to ask Nick and AJ. Did you get your did you get?
Do I sound better?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, way better.
I don't know what's going on there because the echo cancellation was actually already on. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so turning both of those things off, because I think what the platform does is like, if it hears background noise, it'll just like cut that out 100%, and so it'll just like your set.
So you'd prefer that I turn the echo cancellation off?
I mean, if it's on right now, it's fine because you
Okay.
sound fine.
Just let me know if that changes.
Okay. So I have a question for Nick and AJ, since you're fellow gamers, you play a lot of games and whatnot. I'm interested to see the split between like Mick and, I mean, we play a lot of games too at the Fantasy Files, but Mick like doesn't play a lot of them. So I'm interested for this conversation to be, Nick and AJ, do you prefer a story to be told to you through a video game or through a book? Like, do you think that one is like better than the other? Because personally, I'm kind of split on it.
My first thought is that they're both amazing at telling two different kinds of stories. Like I think there's plenty of books that I would say are obviously like best stories I've ever read or heard or whatever, and I've played games that gave me the exact same reaction, but there's very little like overlap as to why I feel that way about them. Not necessarily, I mean, there's definitely similarities, but like, you know, like AJ mentioned Baldur's Gate 3 a while ago, that is such a special way to tell a story that is kind of unique. I say unique to video games, but also obviously D&D, which is what it's based on. But like that is super special, and I guess what I'm saying is when I read books, I obviously read them for story as well. But like, I'm looking for something different, I guess.
Yeah, I think it depends on the story. It depends on the type of story. I think super detailed, super like with a lot of like amazing visuals. I think video game would probably be the better medium. Not to say that books can't have amazing visuals, and like George R.R. Martin's one of them, who just like again paints an amazing picture. Yeah. Sapkowski's another one who did the Witcher series. There's lots of great guys who do it. However, I just feel like, for me anyways, it loses a little bit of an oomph when I can't see it.
Yeah,
it's just like I read it and it's like, okay, like that's kind of cool, and then like I'll watch it with like an adaptation of it, and it's like, oh, that's what that was supposed to look like. Okay, and I
actually think it's really fun to see the same. Like, it's very rare that it's like super. Like, I think it's rare where adaptations are like so faithful that I feel like I'm like seeing the same story in two different mediums. But I think it's really cool when they come so close. Like that's we spent a lot of time talking about The Last of Us, and that's why I think The Last of Us was so successful, is because it was so faithful to that material, and I think it found a really interesting way to tell what is essentially the same story with minor tweaks. And it found ways that played to that medium that just weren't possible in video games, and vice versa. And I think that's super awesome.
I don't know. I'm still upset the show never showed Joel like picking up a brick and throwing it, and it's still like still upsets me.
There's still time.
Fiction Fans Podcast says video games let you engage with the story in such a
I was gonna say the same thing, man. Like playing a video game with an awesome story gives you a certain level of kind of creative liberties that you can so choose in what you're doing. Some games are not like that, some are. And I always just appreciate it a ton when, like, you know, I can kind of find my way to where it's going to be, but I can do it in my own route, right?
You know, and it's also, I think it's also worth mentioning that, I feel like it's almost weird saying this as someone who plays and talks about video games so often, but like it is very rare, I think, to find a video game that tells a story that I feel like is on the same level as like some of the best books, best movies out there.
Totally.
I've always been kind of like, on our podcast, I've always been kind of the person that like, I play video games for story mostly, and people look at me like I'm insane. But I also recognize that like, the really, really, really genuinely good ones are kind of few and far between, but it's more of like, but the journey, like the way the story comes to you and the way you kind of interpret it is what makes it special.
That's right.
Even if the writing ultimately is maybe questionable.
Yeah.
Well, totally. My one best friend, like he's like, I love the guy to death, but we butt heads lots. He doesn't play for any story. Like he skips every cutscene in every game. He's like, I have no idea what's going on right now in the world. I'm just pushing buttons. Yeah, I'm just like, how? Like, how do you not? It's like, I don't know. It's like, who's that boss? Because I was watching. I think he's playing Gears of War. I'm like, what's this happening? I don't know. I'm just shooting guys.
Yeah, yeah. There's
Yeah.
definitely dude. There's definitely two types of people in that scenario, and
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
exactly the contrast.
Yeah, I think for me, I mean, it's so difficult because I get really attached to characters in stories as well. But I think that in books, I mean, in books, I think I only get attached, like really like permanently attached to characters in some of the best books that I've ever read. In video games, I would say that there's more video games than books where I care about the main character for like years, like where there's like a long period of time where I'm like permanently attached to these characters.
There's also something cool knowing you can come back to the same video game years later, and even though
have
it's telling the same story, it feels like a different experience.
Yeah.
To some extent, I suppose.
Totally.
I wonder, like, I don't know if anyone here has experience with like the lit RPG genre.
I do.
Gabe.
Yeah,
That's Gabe's thing.
Big time.
Yeah. Is it similar to like the type of immersion that you would get in a video game, or is it like
Wait, are we talking about text-based RPGs?
No, so yeah, let's explain what lit RPG is. So it is a book that you read where essentially a character is a type of fantasy where a character is transported from the real world that we live in to a game, and
a lot of the game mechanics are there, as in like leveling up and skill progression and different skills that they unlock and tools and whatnot. There's two of my favorite. Probably the first one is the Land series, and that's by I'm gonna blank. Do you remember his name, Spencer? Oh, I can't believe I forgot that.
The main
Aileron Kong. He's the author.
Kong.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that is very much exactly what Spencer said. Transported to this video game land, and I'm not. That's all right. That's fair, man. It's all good. That
it's
one,
niche.
and then it is
Yeah,
totally.
it is
Yeah,
niche.
it's
It's
something
very
that
niche.
I never thought that I don't think I fully understood what it was like when I first read The Land. And once I got through it, I was like, okay, this is my type of story, and I just fell in love. And then the other one is He Who Fights with Monsters, which is it is technically a lit RPG, but it's much more mellow in the sense of like it's more of just a fantasy story. It's not a lot of the video game stuff. Yeah, it's really good, man. I really enjoy.
It's still a story being told to you, but they're actually using like.
Yeah, that's it. That's the difference. Is video game kind of terminology and video game stuff.
Okay, so they're using video game terminology to tell you a story.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
That makes sense. That's interesting.
Yep.
That sounds cool. I've never experienced that myself, but that sounds.
It's fun, man.
Cool.
What I recommend to most people if they wanted to try it would be the He Who Fights with Monsters series before anything else, because it's a very mellow version of that. The first like 2 books you have some of it, and then it just becomes kind of a fantasy story with this kind of background of video game stuff. But yeah, it's cool.
This may be a dumb question, but does like something like Ready Player One fall into that character? Or is this something totally different?
No, I would say it kind of does. I haven't seen that movie for a while. I've seen it several times. But I think the feeling is different because Ready Player One, it's like VR. You put on your thing and you're into this world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that is technically is the same thing as what happens, but with that one you still have the outside world. That's kind of like overarching. This one you're like you're just it is that you're in the game and the game is the story.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yep. What's up, Holly?
Hey, Holly.
Yes.
Hello.
Oh. You okay? I'm
yeah.
back. There I am.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I've been away for so long. Was it been about an hour?
Yeah, it's been about an hour.
I tuned in a while ago and I saw you were here.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I've caught the last bit, so it's all sounding really good.
Were you able to answer the question of would you rather have a story told to you through a video game or through a book? Like, do you see any differences in the two as far as like how much you enjoy a story?
I mean, as far as video games is concerned, I'm very much fall into the camp of you should watch every cutscene at least once, if not every time. In fact,
That's the right
there was
answer.
There was,
Yeah.
I don't know if any of you saw, but there was a huge drama on Twitter, as there's always drama on Twitter over the last few days, about people who don't read prologues in books.
Yeah.
And people got really angry about it. You know, and rightly so, one would argue. I feel the same way about people who skip cutscenes in video games.
Amen. Yes, I agree. There are people who skip the prologue in books.
Yeah.
Apparently.
It's part of the book. It's just
the
another
story.
chapter. The only
Yeah.
difference is instead of like chapter 1, it says prologue in front of it, but it's still part of the book. What are they talking about?
And there's even people that skip epilogues, and I'm like, epilogues are the most important part.
Yeah,
that's like the
literally
last
the
chapter.
end of a
That's the-
story.
There's
That's like tying up the. That's like putting the bow on the story. What do you-
Yeah.
I know.
It makes me so
Facepalm,
mad,
dude.
Makes me so mad.
I know a few people who actually skip like certain character chapters. Like in Song of Ice and Fire, I know a guy's like, I don't read any of the Bran chapters. I don't care.
Oh,
So he'll just like literally skip that chapter and like go to the next one. And it's this one revolves around Bran. And then just goes on. I'm like, isn't that missing like most of the story? I think he's a very important character.
He is I would argue if any character warrants having a series of chapters in a Game of Thrones or Song of Ice and Fire book, they're an important character. Like,
Yeah,
oh my
that's
God.
right.
Like even if you don't see it, like even if you read an entire book and you're kind of like, huh, what's the point of this character's chapters? I promise you,
there's something.
It will make sense at some point. You'll
there's
be like,
a reason why he's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to wonder, like, you know, people who read these books, what if you're a person that skips character chapters, skips the epilogue, skips the prologue? Like, out of an 800 book, you're going to read 200 pages of it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Did you even read it at that point? I think
That's
is the
right.
question. I'm gonna be honest. So I kind of feel like I'm throwing my wife under the bus when I say this. So I do apologize.
You've
we
got
bought,
me
like-
more excited than 15 snorts of Dennis Hopper's premium party powder.
Wow.
There you go.
A Dennis Hopper reference. That's pretty odd. No, like, we both watch media very differently. Like we watch different things. We just take it like so. Like she'll be like, I am so excited. I want to rewatch. She rewatches movies a lot more than I do. So she'll be like, I love this movie. I'm gonna rewatch it. So like the other night, she was like, I'm gonna rewatch The Dark Knight. And I was like, okay. I mean, obviously, she loves The Dark Knight. I love The Dark Knight. But when we say I want to rewatch The Dark Knight, we mean two very different things. When I say I want to rewatch The Dark Knight, I pop it in. I turn the lights down. I watch that movie from start to finish. Boom, done. She watches her favorite parts.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, quite honestly, I'm fascinated by it, and I would never. I
It's
would.
like an
I would
acquired
never
skill.
change it. I would never change it. But I'm always in awe of like I went up to like watch like an hour-long episode of a television show, and she came back. When I went up there, she was like watching the beginning of The Dark Knight, which is amazing. And then I come down at the end of that show, and like she's watching she's basically about to hit the credits, and I'm like, you did it again,
There's-
didn't you?
You're missing something
No.
here.
Did it again, didn't you? But you know, to each their own. I mean,
Yeah,
she would
to
obviously
each their
never
own.
watch a movie the first time, but once she's seen the movie from start to
Yeah.
finish, she's like, it's open season. I can watch that movie however I want, which is obviously true.
Yep.
But
yep.
I do think it's kind of wild. I've never
Yeah.
met anybody that does that.
Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
You have
That's
now.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's right.
I I mean, I might go to YouTube and like type in a certain scene.
Yeah.
Like, I just,
Yeah, if I want to
Yeah.
watch a very specific scene.
Yeah, I do that with anime a lot.
No.
Yeah.
Lots of cool scenes.
But I'm also kind of a monster, and like when I get the urge to like rewatch a television show that I really love, and sometimes I'm just like being really nostalgic about certain parts of it. My brain won't let me do it. I have to start from episode 1
Yeah.
and watch the whole thing. And when I start down that path, it's like, well, I'm gonna finish it. So it is what it is. It's like even though I was like I wanted to watch this one episode like in the middle of the season, middle of the show, like right in the middle. I'm like beginning to end, no other option. But I'm weird.
Yep. Shadow's saying, he says, yeah, I have friends that read parts in books instead of reading the whole book. And that's another thing too. Like, could you imagine doing that? Just like, all right, chapter 15 to 25, I like,
Dude,
and it's my favorite.
I like
I'm
panic
just gonna
when I
read
like,
that.
I panic when like my bookmark falls out of my book and I
Yeah,
have no idea.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I guess this is it. I guess I'm done. I'm not.
Yep.
I'll never find that again.
There, there was parts of the first law where I was like, I literally asked Reddit. This is the only time I've ever done this with a book. I asked Reddit, can I skip the Glocta chapters? Because I hated Glocta at first. And
You're
anybody who's
empathizing
read
with these
First
people.
Law is like, you're crazy. And then by the time I got to the second and third book, I was like, oh, Glocta's amazing. I'm so glad that I didn't skip any of his chapters. And everybody online told me so. They were like, yeah, like you don't do that. You'd be an idiot to do that.
I can't help but feel
okay.
like if you're reading a book and you're like, I love this book, but I hate this character, and you have that instinct to like, I want to skip everything about this character. If the rest of the book is really good, you should probably trust the author and just be like, I'm gonna, because like this, they clearly know what they're doing.
Yep.
Right.
If you're reading everything and you kind of just want the book to be over, and you're like, I'm gonna skip over parts that I don't like, especially don't like, then I feel like that's telling in and of itself. But if you love what you're reading, all or nothing. That's the I feel the way it should be.
Totally.
Mick and Ollie, have you guys read First Law?
I'm doing the audiobooks right now. I finished the first trilogy around Christmas time. And
First trilogy?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's 3 trilogies.
Come a little closer to your mic.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
You're really quiet. I don't know why.
Let me see.
But it's okay. We can hear you.
He said first trilogy, so
yeah,
that sounds like a lot.
Yeah. So you read the first trilogy and liked it, and what?
Yeah, I did the audiobooks, so it was much like I read the first book physically like a couple of years ago. Did the audiobooks now much better, and I'm on to the standalone trilogy now.
Okay.
I'm halfway through Best. Is my mic? Is it?
I think your mic's cutting in and out a little bit.
Yeah, you're freezing, kind of locking up a little bit. Could be internet.
Go into your audio settings and turn off. Go to audio and turn off reduce background noise.
Yeah, it's off.
I think it cuts you in and out. Oh, okay.
It could also just be internet.
Yeah,
internet.
It changes.
The wonders of doing
Mick is
podcasts
across
online.
the world, so
yeah.
No worries.
On the other side of the globe.
Yep.
Oh, there you go. You sound better now. Shad
That
says
better?
Age of Madness is so damn good.
I'm excited to get to that.
What do you think, Holly? Have you read First Law?
I haven't read it. I've tried to start it about 5 times now, I think, because it's one of those things. It's kind of an unwritten rule that if you write grimdark, you have to read the first law. And I can 100% see why so many people love it. I have just found it really difficult to get into. So I'm going to possibly try the audiobook just to see if that kind of helps me get it. I mean, I struggle to read a lot anyway. We've discussed this several times. So if I can't get into a book in like the first couple of pages, I know that right now that book's not for me. So I move on to something else purely because I know I just can't stick to a book that's not working for me.
Yeah.
But you know, I see why people love it. I totally get why it's got all the hype and the kind of the fan base that it has. And I will get there. Is my mission.
Yep.
You know,
the audio is great for it.
On that note, on audiobooks, like I found there's been like several books that literally I just picked up. You know, I went to Barnes & Noble with no aim or whatever, and I just walked out with some books that sounded interesting, and then I started reading them, and I was like, man, I do not like this author's writing style. I'm not saying it's bad, but like I find myself like I'll read like 100 pages of a book and be like, how much of this did I even retain? Because I don't even like their writing style is just so kind of odd to me, like it doesn't align. And I'm like, but then I'm like, I listen to the audiobook and somebody else is reading it to me, like hopefully they can get the inflection. Like maybe it's just an inflection problem, and I'm just like not reading the way it's like the way they're saying it in their mind is not the way I'm hearing it. So
Dude,
man, thank God for audiobooks, right?
Yeah.
It is so often where I will try reading a book physically and be like, this isn't for me, and put it down, and then later try the audiobook and it just clicks. And I don't know I don't know what it is about my brain that just clicks so well with audiobooks, but it's basically the only way I can read now. And it's like there's there's so many books that has happened with, like Name of the Wind, the King Killer Chronicles. I started reading that physically, and I think it wasn't necessarily that it wasn't like clicking with me, but I'm just like, I have other things to do and I'm not like super invested in this. But for some reason, when I started the audiobook, I'm like, everything else in my life stops until I finish this audiobook. Like something about the way that the narrator did that, something about the way that it was spoken and conveyed. Audiobooks are just incredible. I love them so much.
How are you feeling for the release of your new book, Holly?
The Hallows.
That is a good question. That's a good question. How do I feel? I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, other people will probably attest this. I mean, I know AJ certainly will. It's one of the weird things about doing this is that you're constantly going back to the beginning again and having to relearn what you learned the first time round. So, you know, going back to the beginning of marketing and trying to talk to people and, you know, getting engagement with the book community, it feels like I'm a newbie again. I genuinely feel like I'm feeling my way around, even though I've done this, you know, several times now.
Just because of the gap, or
yeah, because
from Vanguard to now.
Yeah, I mean, you get a gap, and then obviously sometimes you'll shift into a different genre, or you'll move into a different kind of audience, you know, and just in general, the market moves as well. So what is, you know, being talked about, what works for people right now might not be the same when you bring the next book out. So it's constantly relearning, you know, what are people talking about and trying to see where you fit into that, where your book fits into it. But yeah, I'm excited for it to come out. I am excited to have something different out. As much as I love Vanguard, it is nice to have done something that is a standalone. And yeah, I've just got all my fingers crossed now.
The Hallows?
It's a standalone in the sense that there's no planned series. You know, it's I can use the world and the characters again if I wanted to, but if I don't, then
it's self-contained at the moment.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's kind of been. I can dip back in if I want to. I'm trying to control what I say here before I say anything I may regret later.
Gotcha.
I feel that.
Well, before it gets too late over there in the UK, I want to make sure we get to your game, Holly, because we have so many people here now. I think this is the perfect time to play the game that you have.
She's ready.
She's
ready.
Ready and prepared with my
for this.
You can
say for every time you get the answer wrong, you have to drink.
Okay, hold on. Let me grab a beer.
Oh God.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
This is almost gone.
Oh no.
Better prepare.
So this is like a kind of semi-educational game. So drinking can only make it better.
That's right.
What kind of questions are these?
You have to guess the UK phrase.
Well,
like,
maybe.
I will explain.
Yeah,
I will explain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was about to say, this sounds like it's maybe out of my wheelhouse, so I should probably go get another drink.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'll be right back.
All right.
Shad Zaman says, all of you that like First Law.
He's got a doubler of coolers right there. That's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah, dude.
That's cool.
It's my guy right there.
Have you guys heard of this book, The Grimm Company by Luke Skoll?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's can't remember.
The two grimdark authors have heard of it.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
I actually I'm so bad at retaining plots. So like no one, even my own plots, you're like, what's Oathbreaker about? I'm like,
I'm
can't remember.
Quite sure.
Dude,
but like
speaking of which, are we getting an Oathbreaker 2? Is that coming?
Okay, so
he's like, here, let me explain.
It's done.
But
oh wow.
However, I sent it to some beta readers, and there's a glaring plot hole that like basically just makes the latter half of the book irrelevant. I'm like,
okay.
And I'm kind of putting it off. Like, I don't want to tie in all that, delete 200 pages, and do all this jumbling around.
Yeah,
like,
you need to.
Yeah, I was like, I enjoy it. As like Mario's story is kind of like done, and I was like, yes. And then my brother's like, yeah, there's just a glaring plot hole. Like none of this makes sense. I'm like, son of a bitch. It's just
So
like,
the
okay.
second book wraps up Mario's story.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Dude, I don't know if I told you this before, but I got to the end of Oathbreaker, and it was one. This doesn't happen to me very often, but I got to the end of it, and I was just like, oh, I just had to like set everything down for a second and just think about what I just read. And I think Mario is such a cool character. I would love to hear the rest of his story. So.
Yes.
Yeah, if you do end up fixing it, I will be there. If you want to send me an arc, I'll read it.
Yeah. There's that
Me
one.
too.
There's that one. There's the Season of Kings coming, like the sequel, and then there's another book that I'm mulling around. I bounced the idea off Holly earlier this year, or I think late last year, which is eerily similar to her idea of different.
Oh, really?
To the Hallows, yeah. It was just funny, yeah. But so I got a lot of projects on my mind right now, so we'll see.
Cool. Holly was actually the one that told me about Oathbreaker. I didn't know what it was until she was on a podcast. She's like, I'm reading this book right now. It's so good. And that's when I found out about it.
Thank you, Holly.
Shad Zaman asks, what's Oathbreaker about? Do you have like a 30-second pitch? AJ?
He says he forgot the plot, so
One
we'll see
second.
how that goes.
Yeah.
Well, let me grab the
the-
book really fast.
The back cover.
Yeah, what is the back of
Gotta
this
read the
thing?
back cover. There it is. There it is.
Just read the back synopsis.
Yeah, that's what I would do.
For thousands
It's
of
such a good
years,
cover, too.
elves and non-humans alike had lived freely until humans colonized their land and forced them into hiding and subjugation. After years of living as slaves or second-class citizens, the elves rebelled, but their uprising failed, and the humans remained victorious. Mario Deschamps, a new graduate of the Knights College, sets off to complete his first deed, an accomplishment that will grant him knighthood and into the Ordo Equestris. But he has huge boots to fill. His late father, a famous knight and even considered the scourge of bandits, single-handedly ended the Elven uprising. Mario's youthful confidence, vanity, and naivety don't get him far in the real world, and he quickly finds himself trapped in a political climate where tensions are on the rise and wars inevitable. In a world filled with monsters, outlaws, bounty hunters, demons, and murderous bandits, Mario is forced to make tough moral decisions. In a world fueled by violence, hatred, and bigotry, things are not as clear-cut as he once thought. Lines have been drawn, but to complete his task, he must cross them all. With every choice, the consequences weigh greatly on him, leaving him full of guilt and doubt and doubting his path. And all the while, in the darkness, someone or something is waiting for him to break.
Yes.
Sold.
Dude. Yeah.
Sold is right, man.
It's so
a
good,
great
guys.
book.
Like, if you have not read Oathbreaker, it's so amazing. And the back of the book description is. Oh shit! I just completely unplugged my.
Damn.
The
he is drunk.
suspense.
Dude. Yeah,
He's so drunk.
You're scaring me.
There we
He's
go.
so drunk.
The back of the book description is so good because, like, the story of Mario is him leaving the Knights Academy and being like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and just like, I'm gonna go out and save the world, and then he gets into the world and it's a lot darker than he thought it was.
He's like, wow,
it's-
this is nuts.
It's like the slow decline of
Hope.
innocence and
Yeah.
hope, and it's exactly what I expect Grimdark
Soul
to be,
crushing.
and it's
Soul
amazing.
crushing.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and just say about this is that I read really dark books, and even now, when I recommend Oathbreaker to people, I give them like a warning beforehand because I'm like, this thing's probably got the highest body count of any book I've ever read. Like, it's 10. I'm
According
like,
to that.
someone's dead.
Yeah. I remember.
Double sold.
I remember because like some people didn't like Oathbreaker because like it starts off with like that classic Don Quixote fantasy feel, and then it does quickly drop.
hello,
into that.
ladies.
Oh,
Wow.
Hello.
Here we go.
So many people.
Hello.
We got Katie Room from Periapsis Press. She's
Hi.
in the lower left. She's been joining us for the Harry Potter episodes. That's been a ton of fun.
Nice.
And then we have the girls from the Fiction Fans podcast, and they've joined us for a number of episodes, Lily and Sarah.
No theme at all, just random stuff.
Random
Chaos.
stuff. I like to call it casual banter.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's all it is.
So thank you for joining us, guys. We're happy to have you here. We're talking about Grimdark, and we were just about to play a game that Holly has. I'll let. She got mad at me when I tried to explain it.
You
so
tried
I'm gonna let her
to
explain
mansplain it.
I
That's
guess
what you did.
Yeah, I was mansplaining. I'm
You're
sorry.
mansplaining. Don't
Got
do
it.
that.
Okay, I feel slightly under pressure now because there's more people here, but okay, let's go for it anyway. So, there was a bit of logic behind this because I thought 100 episodes for you guys. I was like, let's go back 100 years in history to the 1920s, and we'll talk about some of the language of the 20s. So, I have a list of 1920s phrases, and I want to see if you can guess what they mean or like what you think they mean, and then obviously. I don't think I'll be able to count points with this many people, but we'll see how it goes.
We'll have a good time.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be so bad at this.
Yeah.
We'll all get aggressively competitive.
I'll leave it up to your own judgment. If you are way off on the answer, then you have to drink. If you're kind of close, then you don't have to drink, but it's up to you.
It's 9 a.m. here. I'm not going to be.
Yeah, no, Mick, you're excluded. You're excluded.
I'll catch up tonight. Whatever
Just
I get wrong,
just drink
I'll
some
take
water.
The rest of you have
We'll
no
just pretend it's vodka. It's all good.
Okay. Holly.
Okay. Right. First one then is if you were describing someone as a bear cat, what would they be?
Ooh.
A
bear
cat?
In the 1920s.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
It
say-
was more used for women.
Oh, okay, that throws out my guess. Good thing you added that.
That's funny. Oh
Shot in the dark. I'm gonna say good dancer. No idea if that's correct.
Okay. Good looking. I'm gonna
There you
say
go.
good looking.
I'm gonna go the opposite direction and say it's insulting. Fiery temper.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep.
Around those lines too.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think
Okay.
I'm more towards
Bear
the
cat.
bad temper.
Yeah.
More assertive.
Yeah.
Assertive.
I'm going to say didn't shave their legs.
Oh my God.
Wow. All right, Nick. I like it.
Damn.
I like it.
Okay, so
Did
bear
Katie get
cat.
hers?
Oh, did you get? Sorry, yes.
Yep, she did. Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, she did. She did.
I guess.
So yeah, bear cat is a feisty woman who fights a lot.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
All right.
okay.
Probably literally fights, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
She's throwing hands.
Bear
Throwing claws.
Yeah.
So I guess we're leaning more towards the fiery temper.
Yeah, so I
guess
think
the-
fiery temper is
Fiery
exempt
temper,
from drinking. Everybody
yeah.
else needs to drink.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
it's mine is just sparkling water anyway, so.
That's okay. It doesn't matter. Water,
It's okay.
sparkling water, whatever. It's all good.
In that case,
I'm getting drunk enough for everybody, so.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good for the next one.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you were to say that somebody was a cake eater, what would it mean?
Mm.
I don't know, but I think it's an insult.
Yeah,
sounds
I
like
would
an
say it's
insult.
definitely an insult for sure.
Is
I'm
that like
Maybe like
saying-
somebody that's
innuendo.
like yeah, kind of like prissy, maybe, you know, a little uptight, stuck up, maybe.
Yeah,
Is
like
it-
Marie Antoinette type.
Maybe
I'm
it
gonna
could've
say
been-
it's the 20s version of basic.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's I like
That's
that.
a good guess.
I
That's a
like
good
that.
guess.
Like a basic bitch.
Yeah.
Is it-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could it be like calling someone overweight or something?
It could.
Okay.
You're gonna have to wait to
Yeah.
find out, though.
I'm going to say it's like someone who's real posh or stuck up.
Yeah, that's
that's
what
what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Peter.
Okay.
Did Spencer guess yet?
Yeah,
I'm
have you
gonna
guessed yet?
say. Oh man, it's so hard now that everybody's guessed.
Don't jump on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I think because these always surprise me. It's never
Here's
the
a-
thing that I think it is.
Yeah.
Here's a hint, Spencer. It's not calling someone a bad driver.
There you go.
Okay.
And if it is, we
Peter.
were all wrong.
Because, okay, I'm gonna go with Nick. I'm gonna say overweight is what it means.
The correct answer is actually a cake eater is a ladies' man.
Oh! Wow, we all got a drink. There we go.
That sounds like modern day language. What is this? People were talking like that in the 1920s? Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
I need to adjust my expectations here.
Yeah.
I see people talking about that today. Like,
that's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Consider
Hail
me
the
correct.
Lord said, which cake are we talking about?
There we
Right.
go.
Yeah.
He was on the right track. I see people talking about cake every day.
He also said,
Thanks,
new to the
Twit.
channel, you guys have entertaining and insightful content. Keep it up. Thank you, man. Or woman, whoever you are. Appreciate it.
Hail the lore.
Did
awesome.
you just assume?
I mean, we did until I started
did.
this.
I did. I kind of did, but I caught it fast enough to be appropriate, I would say.
They say they knew it. I knew it. Are you saying you knew what the answer was?
They do.
Sounds
they must
like
be
it.
a cake eater.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, we need to open this
Probably
up to the
ladies,
chat.
man, you know?
They're like,
Yeah.
that's my favorite term of language.
right,
I've
yeah.
done all the research.
Yeah, chat. Feel free to chime in with what you think. What you think these are?
Yeah.
Timo Burnham is a recent subscriber follower on Twitter. Howdy,
Awesome.
Tim. How's it going?
Hey.
Yeah, he says he knew it, or she, or whoever.
Cool. Should we do another one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So next one is, what would you mean if you said that someone beat your gums? Or beat their gums?
Oh.
Well, now I'm like, I
All
don't
right.
know what to think.
Okay.
They talk a
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah.
They talk a lot. Yeah, that's got to
Yeah.
be it.
Yeah, they
Somebody
got to
that
be
just
like super
talks a lot.
talkative. That's
I
like
feel
Yeah, that was easy. That
That-
one was
okay.
easy.
that
Yeah.
last one has me like, I'm like, oh god, now
Yeah,
know.
you're
Everything is
overthinking
gonna be-
everything. You're overthinking
everything's gonna
it
be
now.
dirty like right out of the gate. I'm just-
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Timo Burnham
that
just said, I
case-
need more Cradle discussions, and I 100% agree with that comment.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I would love to talk more about Cradle with you.
I've been wondering if we should, Timo, if you feel comfortable on camera, you're more than welcome to come hang out and talk about Cradle. Also, we've been meaning to discuss The Captain and like that series
Oh,
by
yeah.
Will White that came after Cradle. So if any of the co-hosts or any other guests are interested in talking about that, let's set that up.
Oh yeah. We
And
need
also,
to do
hell
that. I
the
need
lore,
to
I'm glad
rate
I
the
was
second-
right the first time. You're
Yeah,
man.
for sure.
All right.
Okay, Holly, take it
Okay.
away.
Okay. So what would it mean if you were to blip off someone?
Blip off.
Blip or
Blip off someone.
I mean,
BLIP?
it
Yeah.
feels like
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
feels
saying.
like flip.
Middle finger.
Give
Flip him
middle
the bird.
finger.
Did they do that in the 1920s? I can't.
That's a good question, actually. Yeah.
when was
like-
the middle finger invented? That's what.
But that was like it was actually invented like in the medieval ages.
All right. There we go.
Really?
The
Yeah,
middle finger was?
it was like it started to do with archers because all archery bows were made out of like yew tree,
Mm.
and it was like literally called plucking the yew, and like that was like one of the main fingers you use to pull back the
Oh.
bowstring. Is what I heard. I haven't fact checked this
It
at all. I
sounds-
just ran with it.
It
the
sounds
best kind
so
of fact.
good, man.
In an
Yeah.
attempt to
I'll
go
run with
full
it
circle.
forever.
In an attempt to go full circle, AJ
Okay.
is talking out of his ass.
Yes.
I like that though, man.
Ladies,
It sounds
gentlemen, and
plausible.
Andes.
Sounds
It's
plausible.
yeah, that's
for
exactly
approval.
what I thought it
Yep.
was. It sounded
Yep.
plausible. I'm like, I'm just gonna run with it.
Yeah.
I'll believe this
Yeah.
to the day I die. Till
That's
I'm
right. It's
prove
it. It's
different.
facts now, man. It's facts.
Yeah. Oh, that's great.
What was
Uh,
the expression
okay,
again? Was
so
it to
Blipping.
blip someone or
Blipping
blip someone
someone.
off?
Blip off someone.
Flip off
off
somebody.
someone.
Off.
I think
In
it
the
could mean
interest
to
of
like
saying-
tell them off, like to
Yeah.
like not just
With
the
or without the
middle
middle finger?
but, like,
Yeah, with or without. Which
yeah.
yeah, that's what would be my guess. Just to tell
Like a
somebody,
comeback.
get out of here, go away, or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I wonder if
Yeah.
it could be like to ignore someone.
Or that.
Just like-
yeah,
Oh, like the old
Yeah.
cold
Oh,
shoulder.
yeah.
Like
Mhm.
yeah, the old
Yeah.
cold shoulder.
that's a good point.
Okay.
I'm having trouble figuring out where blip.
Yeah, I
comes
was like,
from, right?
blip
it's
doesn't
gotta
even
be-
seem like a word that existed in the 1920s.
Right, yeah.
Then again, what do I know?
Yeah,
Word
yeah.
blip.
I'm
Maybe
gonna
that's
say
where we got the word blip.
Could
Maybe
be.
they used it
Could
for
be.
something that became like a blip on our radar or
People in the 1920s like
They
where
didn't have
do you
no
think you
radars
got the
back
word
then.
from?
No, but I'm saying that's what it became. It's
Yeah.
like a blip on the radar.
All right,
I'm gonna
Holly,
s-
we're all itching.
I'm
What you
gonna
got?
say it's-
Okay.
stand someone up.
If you blip off someone, it means to kill or have them killed.
Oh! Wow! That's
Alright.
Wow.
further
That went
than I thought
down
it
the wrong
was.
track.
Yeah, that's darker than I expected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot we're
No.
dealing with the 1920s.
Yeah, I would think the people that were like, F off were probably the closest, but it kind of sounds like we all should probably drink.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah.
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 That's funny because that actually makes sense when you think of what we would call a blip nowadays. You see a blip
Turning
on
off
the
the
radar
lights.
and then it disappears.
Project Hail Mary, man.
Yeah.
Blip 1.
Oh,
Or of course,
okay.
if you want to reference the Marvel
Blip A.
universe, the blip.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think I know. I haven't seen any of the recent Marvel stuff, so I don't know what the Marvel
You don't need to. It's all
That,
in.
that one's not recent.
If you've seen the Avengers,
Yeah.
if you've seen
How did-
Endgame, that's the blip.
That's right. Yeah.
Although
everybody-
I guess when you think about it, they
Oh.
didn't really talk about it and refer to it as the blip until
No, but
afterwards.
That's
so.
true. Yeah. But when
Okay,
everybody,
okay.
when half the people go away, it's the blip.
I think of it as the snap.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
Like when the
that's fair.
snap
I mean,
happens.
that's also what happens. That's also
Okay.
exactly why that's taking.
You know, it
place,
makes
yeah.
sense they didn't call it that though, because only the people who were there to watch it happen knew it was snap.
Knew that it was
Yeah.
a snap.
True.
Yeah, that's
True.
a good point. That's a good point. Cool. We got a couple fans of Katie over here. Hail to
Yeah.
Hi, Hail
and
Yeah.
Timo Burnham. What up? By the way,
Good to see you
Katie
guys.
runs a website called Periapsis Press, where she has like. Do you do reviews and stuff there, Katie?
That's yep. It's indie reviews of science fiction and fantasy.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome.
Nice.
Cool.
And then I can't remember if I said this earlier, but Sarah and Lily host the Fiction Fans podcast where
Yep.
they go into like spoiler discussions of books. So
Awesome
check
stuff.
that out if you haven't already.
Yeah.
I would use the term blip for a past relationship. Dang.
There you go. That's a blip, man. It was a little blip on the radar.
Yeah. Good 8-year blip.
That's right.
An 8-year
That's
blip.
right. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so I have two more.
Okay,
if you want
let's do
to
it.
go for
Yeah,
first,
let's-
and
let's
then
do
I
it.
will bounce out of here and let you guys chat because it's getting pretty late here.
Okay.
Okay.
So this one, I think people might have heard it. I don't know if it's like an American thing, but what would you be describing if you were describing your dogs?
Your
friend.
feet.
Oh my,
your
Yeah,
my
your
dogs
toes.
are
Yeah.
barking.
Your toes.
Yeah, my feet.
Your
Yeah.
toes.
Okay, that
Wait.
was a bit too. Yeah, that was easier than I
Dog's
thought.
out.
Wait, it's your
Okay.
feet?
It's your no,
Yeah,
your
your feet.
toes.
I have never
My
heard
dogs
that
are
ever.
barking.
I've always heard it was the toes, man. When you got your feet like out in the open, you're like, my
Yeah.
dogs are out, my toes are out.
Yeah, you gotta let the dogs
know.
breathe.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
let your
yeah.
dogs out for a little bit.
I have-
you know?
Wait, Holly, is it toes or feet specifically?
I mean, the very reliable website of 1920s language that I got this from said feet, but I think toes
Okay.
is, that's fair
Nowadays,
enough.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
'cause I
positive it's
think of-
toes, man.
I
have
think
never
of,
heard
like,
that.
My
Yeah.
dogs are barking. Like I gotta
Dogs
get
are
off
out.
my feet.
Well, like one of my
Okay.
favorite like viral videos. This is a complete tangent. I'm sorry, but one of the viral videos is like trigger warning. Like my dad got bit by a dog today, and it's the guy with his barefoot like squeezing his dad's arm.
Fascinating.
I just
Okay.
love it.
yeah. All right,
Great.
one more. What we got, Holly?
The finale.
Okay, last one. What would you be describing if you described Chicago lightning?
Ooh.
Chicago Lightning.
19
This is the
Cocaine.
1920s.
I'm gonna say moonshine.
Well, it's clearly got to be cocaine.
Yeah, yeah.
I was thinking moonshine, like due to prohibition and like Al Capone being based out of Chicago.
Yeah.
And see, I was thinking Tommy gun flashes because
There you
of
go.
Oh
the-
yeah, that's a good one.
Totally,
That's a
totally.
good
Same-
one too.
All
Same
going
thing,
the Al
yep.
Capone route here. I like that.
Yeah.
That's a
You
hard
know,
one. Like,
lightning.
I think I'm gonna side with Katie on the.
Yeah. Can I change my answer?
It's gotta be gun related, right?
Can I change my answer?
answer?
You can change your answer.
Yeah, I think Katie's got it, 100%.
All right. What do we
Yeah,
got?
wait, what was,
100%.
wait.
Oh,
what was your
100%.
guess?
She got it. Way to go.
What was
Good job,
Very
Katie.
nicely done.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
Wait, what was it?
Yep.
I missed
Hell,
it.
got it too. Gunshots.
It's like muzzle flashes. Of
Gunshot.
like a,
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Tommy gun muzzle
I
flash,
would have
you know?
guessed cocaine, so I got a drink.
Nice.
It could be either one, Spencer.
That's true. Yeah.
Specifically in
Okay.
the 1920s, though, it was the muzzle flashes. It became cocaine much later.
Yeah, that was the
Alright.
80s, 90s.
Just a quick side tangent. I have one.
Mhm.
That's not 1920s language, but that's like from where I'm from, Saskatchewan slang.
Yep, yep.
Okay,
I love it.
Who here knows what a bunny hug is?
A bunny.
A what?
A bunny
bunny?
hug. A bunny hug.
Is it dirty?
Oh.
That
It's
sounds
No,
dirty.
it's not
yeah,
dirty. It's not dirty.
No?
I feel like I've seen
Oh,
this.
okay.
I feel like I literally saw this on TikTok the other day.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
What bunny hug?
Gabe is wearing one. The sweater with like the
Oh, it's a
hoodie.
sweater.
That's it,
Yeah.
right here, dude.
Bunny
hug.
Bunny hug.
You call those bunny hugs?
Yeah,
Like,
and it's just my province that I live in. Everyone else is like, it's a hoodie, it's a swetter. Like
No, it's a
here,
bunny
it's a
hug.
it's a bunny hug. That's what everyone calls it.
I mean, I'm not gonna
dude.
lie. I think I like that more than hoodie.
Yeah, I do
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just
Start
bored of
saying
the
that,
term.
nobody's gonna know what I'm talking about.
It's very whimsical.
I'm gonna
Holly,
educate
in
the
the
world.
UK, you
man.
call them jumpers, right?
It's whimsical if you've eliminated the dirty interpretation.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Jumpers are jumpers like hoodies, Holly, or jumpers the other like
No, like I mean, what I'm wearing now is a hoodie, but
Okay,
like a jumper's more like a knit.
yeah,
bunny
okay.
hug.
I was gonna say
like
a
a
sweater.
cardigan.
Sweater.
Cardigan, something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What do you guys have any other words that we don't use for different pieces of clothing? Like, because I always thought a hoodie was a jumper, and every time I heard it, I pictured a jumper. You guys call pants trousers. I know that, right?
Yeah.
And then you're
Or do you
what do you
guys-
call
They
like
call
underwear?
underwear
You
pants.
call them like or briefs or pants?
Pantaloons?
Pantalones.
In England, we all
Holly.
wear pantaloons.
Uh,
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's hard with the UK. Like people
Yeah.
call all sorts of things. So it's like you'll never get like one answer is this is definitively what it is.
Right. Is
Yeah.
it different based on what part, like if you're north or south or east or west? Because I know here in the States, like on the West Coast, we say hella, like that's hella big or whatever. And on the East Coast, they don't know what hella is.
That's a West
Yeah.
Coast thing?
Only the Northerners do that. Only the
Yeah.
north part of the West Coast.
You guys don't say it in Cali?
No,
Not in Southern
California.
California.
Okay, Northern
thought that was like a
California
Cali
though.
thing.
Northern California, we totally do.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Oh my god, it suddenly makes so much sense. I didn't realize it was a West Coast thing, but now I'm thinking about all the people in my life that I've like heard
Yeah,
say
you
that.
heard
It's
say
like,
hella, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all West Coast.
it's all
I
falling
had
into place
friends-
now.
I had friends come out from Chicago, and this is like a decade ago, I kept saying hella, and they were like, what is hella? Like, I
It's
don't
also, like,
understand.
yeah, it's also like I think a young, like high school,
Yeah.
middle school thing too. Like that was the cool word to use to
Yeah.
describe a lot of something or like a lot of like towards something. Because I remember saying it, but thinking back, dude, I mean, there was people I knew that would like use that word every 2 words. This was hella cool and this hella this and hella, and I was like, wow, it's a lot of hella there, dude.
That's a lot.
Hey, I have no no accent that I know of, and I've adapted no other like cultural or lingo or anything, but I say y'all.
Yeah,
Living-
I like
in-
y'all.
Living in Texas,
Yeah.
as like
Yeah.
the only thing that is I say y'all on a daily basis.
I think y'all is totally
Yeah.
appropriate for
Y'all
even.
is expanding. It's a useful piece
Yeah.
of language.
Yeah, it's a
It
useful
is.
piece of language. Absolutely, I totally agree.
I also say I never expected myself to be one of these people, but I say howdy all the time.
I love
Like,
howdy.
as
I
hello,
say
I
howdy
say
in like
howdy.
texts and chats and stuff. I'll start
Yeah.
conversations
Yeah.
with howdy or
Yeah.
whatever. But I don't think I've ever caught myself saying it.
I
No,
say
another
it out
thing-
loud all the time.
Another thing I do, and I don't know if this is just weird in me and maybe somebody else does, but like when I meet somebody on the street or whatever, I'm like, "How you doing, boss?" You doing
Yeah,
all
I
right,
do that
boss?
all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
or like
it's my
talk to you later,
go-to.
boss. Or
Yeah,
take
talk to you
care,
later,
man.
boss. Exactly.
that
And
sounds
dude,
like
it hypes
Northeast,
people
like-
up, bro. Like
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
love it. They're like, "Oh, dude, that was
Or
cool."
calling like
Dude.
one thing I've experienced, like calling someone like a big dog, like check
Yes,
you later, big dog.
another
Like,
thing.
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
just-
dude, they just love it. It makes them
Yeah.
feel awesome.
Yeah,
It's
it's
like,
like,
Everybody
whoa,
feels
yeah, I'm a
special.
big dog.
yeah,
I think
that's
it's
right.
I think it's a
Am I
guy
really?
thing.
I was
It
gonna
might
say,
be-
this is a bros thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
This might be just a
Whoa,
guy
calm
thing.
down, everybody. You're not
Yeah.
really. That's just the terms of endearment here, okay?
That's right.
Yeah, I Yeah, I don't say boss like ever, but I always feel really good when somebody says, "What's up, boss?" I'm like,
Yeah.
I know, right?
Here's another thing I
don't know.
heard. I had
It's
a
like
buddy
term
that
of
just
endearment.
went on vacation to Thailand, and it was like a group thing. And he said people in Australia don't like the term like "What's up, Chief?" Is that true, Mick?
Oh.
Is that against the?
Yeah, you don't really
No.
hear it over here.
Okay, because he
Yeah.
was told, he's like, man, don't say that to me, please. Like, don't call me Chief. And he's like, oh shit, sorry, dude. Cool. What about boss? He's like, boss is fine. I'll call you boss. You know. But I was like, because I also do that too. I'm like, thanks, Chief. You know,
I'm
walking
digging
away from
deep for
something.
this
Did he
one.
say? Did he say
I'm
why?
digging deep for this one, but that reminds me of there's like an old Dane Cook
I
skit
love
about
Dane Cook,
calling
dude.
somebody chief.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not an Indian chief. I'm not chief of police. I'm not, it's like, don't call me that.
Yeah.
Always made me think of that.
That's funny.
I just know, like, in Saskatchewan here, I've learned since I've gone out into the world. Like, I lived in Toronto for a bit. I went into like New Zealand and to the States and everywhere else that I've gone. I've learned that we say a lot of shit differently.
Yeah.
And, like, it's wild. Like,
I love I love your guys' slang, man. It's
like,
awesome.
When I worked a lot of blue collar jobs in my life, and when you have someone lazy on a blue collar job site in Saskatchewan, you say, "Oh, you guys dog fucking."
Yeah.
And no one else knows what that means.
Yeah.
And like when I lived in Toronto for a bit,
Thank God for that too.
Yeah.
When I lived in Toronto.
that.
When I lived in Toronto for a bit and I worked a blue collar job, there's a guy who's like, "Oh, you just dog fucking today?" He's like, "What'd you call me?" I'm like, "Oh shit!" Like, I didn't realize it wasn't universal. I thought, like,
That
everyone
that is
said
the
that.
kind of term you don't want anybody to ever get. Like you want
Yeah.
every time you say it, you want everybody to look at you like you're fucking insane.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the
Yeah,
goal.
totally. Like you have no clue, man.
I'm gonna use that next week.
That's right.
You're so funny,
My next
guest.
I had to play.
That's
Oh,
good timing, man. Good timing.
Good soundboard.
Another thing that I like about Saskatchewan, Canadian, whatever, is that I follow this guy that likes to on TikTok. He just buys like shitbox cars. He's like, hey bud, he's selling the shitbox, bud, and it's my favorite. It is my favorite thing ever, dude.
What's the
It's
bud?
so
The bud
awesome.
part?
Yeah, the bud and just the way that they talk is freaking incredible. I love it.
It's
kind of
like
So good,
Minnesota. It's kind of like Minnesotans, like on
Yeah.
steroids. Like
Yeah,
our
that's what it
accent
reminds
is like
me of,
even
yeah.
stronger than
Yes.
theirs, and it's just.
It's incredible, man. It's awesome.
I remember like, oh, we don't talk like that, and then like I watch a video, I'm like, oh yeah, that's good. That
Well, I
hits
can
good,
hear it
though.
now.
we do,
I can
yeah.
literally hear it in
Oh.
your voice every time you talk. I'm like, dude,
Oh,
that's
crap.
it. That's what I love.
Oh crap! Oh, crap.
Yeah.
Can I just? I'm just going to jump in because I'm going to have to
Okay, you're
scoot
good.
off because it's
Yeah,
getting
yeah, we're
late.
good.
However, Spencer, can I please have an RJ soundboard just to play me out?
Yes.
I have one specifically for you, Holly. He recorded this just for you.
I think Holly did that once, but she was, she was never the same again.
Perfect. Couldn't have asked for better.
Right.
I love you, leave you. Congratulations again, guys, and I hope the rest of your night goes really well. Take
All right,
care,
Holly,
all.
Thank
Cheers.
you
It's
so
nice
much.
talking to you.
Thanks so
Bye.
much, Holly. Bye.
So I'm from the Midwest, and my parents, if my dad is going around the yard doing random odd jobs, they'll say he's putzing.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
I feel like I've
heard
heard that.
around.
Yeah,
And
I think
then
I've heard that before.
Putzing around.
if he's not doing anything, he's sitting with his feet up, they say he's bumming.
Ah, I've
Oh,
heard that before,
nice.
too. I mean,
But
Nice.
my husband's family calls shopping without buying stuff bumming around.
ah,
This caused no end of confusion for me. Wait, I thought we said we were just going to bum around today. we're going out.
we're going shoplifting.
We got to put on
Going
shoes.
shoplifting.
That's fun.
One thing that, like again around here, it's kind of like been like, let's go then. Like if you're going to a bar, like, oh, let's go then. It's turned to Skoden. Like,
Turned into
oh,
what?
Skoden. S-K-O
Huh.
S-K-O-D-E-N. Skoden. Like it's just
Ah.
You're abbreviating and removing all the spacing between words.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like,
You're
again,
adding an apostrophe, removing the spaces.
it wasn't until
knocking some
I
letters
went.
off.
It wasn't until I went out into the world that I realized
Yeah.
this wasn't normal and like
Yeah.
common language with people. I'm like, oh man,
Skoden. Oh man.
Skoden.
That's great.
Good stuff.
By the way, Sarah, I think it's so funny that your pug is just like snoring super loud. Is that a motorcycle in the background somewhere?
No.
It's a dog.
This is the culprit.
Hello, puppy. Hello, puppy.
She's
Oh,
very
I
loud
love
and very
dogs so
sleepy.
much.
My heart.
Yeah.
You are required to show her off, though, to make the snoring worth dealing with.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That is
No,
Yeah.
we love
super
dogs.
impressive.
There's been a couple episodes that we've done together that I've been editing, and I forgot that you had like a snoring dog in the background at all times.
pug,
and
you
I'm
know?
like editing it. I'm like, what the fuck is that? And
No, that's a
then
sleepy
I
pug, is what it is.
It's just a little pug in the corner.
I mean, we basically come as a package deal. Like, if
Yeah,
I'm
for
on
sure.
anything,
Yeah.
Totally.
then Mr. Squeak is just going to be
Yep.
snoring in the background.
Yeah,
That's
Absolutely.
how it
You
works.
just expect it
Absolutely.
at this point. I love it.
That's fantastic. I love it.
Oh my god. Okay, so I have another game for us if you guys would like. And this is one that I saw on Danny Gonzalez's channel. I think he was collaborating with somebody else. And you guys know like the WikiHow articles? Like when you look up like how do I do this? And the
Yeah.
first thing that pops up is like WikiHow. And it's always something ridiculous, like the pictures never quite
Don't make
match,
any
like, what the
sense.
article
I
is.
think we may have played this on our podcast before. I could be wrong.
Oh,
but
have you?
I think so. It's been a long time, but this sounds very
Even
familiar.
better, man. Even better.
Okay, awesome. Well, this is a game where you have to. It shows us a picture, and we have to. It gives us
Yeah, he's like,
multiple
yep,
choice
we've definitely played
of
that
what
before.
the article is. And if you get it wrong, you have to drink. So
Okay.
here we go.
It's a lot harder than it sounds. if
I was
remember
laughing
correctly.
too hard. I missed the instructions. Can you please repeat?
It'll show you the picture of a WikiHow article.
Okay.
And it'll give you a multiple choice of what it might be.
Oh, okay.
And so you have to guess what the WikiHow article is
Okay,
from
cool.
the picture.
I got it. Cool, cool.
Oh God.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh wow.
So the
All right.
options are how
Scroll
to
up
plan
a
a
little bit.
Disney vacation, how to be a fascist, how to be honest, and how to tell if somebody hates you.
Scroll up a tiny bit. I gotta see what that top thing is.
That's all of them.
Looks like
Oh, no, yeah, there you
Here
go. That's
looks
it.
like a meatball.
Yeah,
my
meatball.
guess
It's
is
like a
locked
Disney
in.
vacation, right?
It's got to be Disney, yeah.
Yeah,
I think, yeah.
that's what I would think too. Mickey Mouse.
I mean,
is
here's
kinda,
the thing.
kinda
I remember when I played this. It was I remember on multiple occasions being like, "It's got to be this," and then
But it
and then
never
was
was,
not.
huh? Yeah,
So my
never
first
was.
instinct is to say is to say how to plan a Disney vacation. But if I had to guess something other than that, I would pick the what was it? How to know if somebody hates me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
If they send you a Mickey Mouse shaped funnel cake, they might hate you.
Yeah.
Oh, so that was it. It was a Disney.
yeah,
thing.
okay.
Yeah.
Wait, does it say that on the original?
No, but we can see you scrolling through the
Yeah,
whole
but
thing.
I mean,
well, it's
okay,
obvious
so
it's for planning about a Disneyland trip.
yeah, it's all Disney stuff we're looking at.
Yeah.
no,
I'm almost
I
scared to
clicked
ask.
on-
Did somebody draw all these, or did they get like AI
Yeah,
to draw this? 'Cause
yeah.
What the hell
Yeah.
is this?
I just clicked on a link to what that article is, but I don't see the actual
That actual
picture
picture
in
isn't
this
there,
article.
yeah.
They may have replaced
Well,
it
it's
with
yeah,
something
it's
less
probably
creepy.
just yeah, exactly, exactly. Look at their faces, dude.
Oh, I
Holy
see.
moly.
Correct. Okay, so it says correct 100%. Okay, cool. So
I like to
we
think
can-
that's an easy one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So play again.
Wouldn't it be funny if it was how to be a fascist? 'Cause, oh my god.
Can you
There
make
are a
that
lot of
window
blondes.
just a tiny bit bigger, Spencer? Is that possible or no?
Yes, I
That's so
can.
Just a tiny bit, because then it'll give us the top of the picture every time.
Can I edit this?
If not, it's okay.
At this point, I'm just eager to see the next one.
Yeah,
Mm,
yeah. Ready for you to hit play again.
But just FYI, I do got to head out in about 10 minutes.
Oh, that's cool,
Okay,
man. Thank you
okay.
for staying so long.
Yeah,
Awesome.
of course.
Okay, so this guy.
Oh, okay.
Oh god.
Okay.
This is gonna be a harder one.
Yeah. What are my options here?
How to cut your
How
hair like a
to-
douchebag. I'm just kidding. That's my haircut.
How to buy used electronics. how to know if you have DID or dissociative personality disorder, how to trust your husband, and how to start doing stand-up comedy.
All right, it's got to be the DID thing.
That's what I was gonna go with.
Stand-up comedy. Stand-up
I think
comedy.
it's stand-up comedy.
Yeah, it's
All right.
stand-up comedy.
Okay, we got two halves of the coin here. Let's see who's right. Oh, it was stand-up comedy. Let's
Oh
go.
my
You guys are on it,
God!
dude.
Wow.
Go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
AJ
Okay.
and Katie just killing it over here, man.
Jeez. All right.
He looks pretty pleased with himself. I feel like that was the giveaway.
Yeah, yeah.
This is how
So
to
a
know
guy
if you have
whistling
DID.
next to it.
Right. This is something here.
How to be hipster yet emo. How to
Wow.
How to be stealthy like a ninja. How to gargle. How to know if your girlfriend wants to have sex with you.
Oh
Whoa.
my God.
It's got to be the ninja.
It's got to be
If
the
it's-
ninja, man. Yeah,
I think
it's got to be the
ninja.
ninja. Stealthy.
Yeah, it's
Stealthy.
definitely got to be the ninja. But God, I would love an explanation as to how they can make that fourth one work.
Yeah.
That's not how you do foreplay?
You don't
I
think
would
it's
love
how
like
to
a
be-
like an instruction manual and like with no actual
Like
words
step-
and like
step
this is
by
the only
step,
picture.
just- Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're right. It must be because like the person in this scenario must be the
They're the
tree.
ninja.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah,
the tree is- the
ninja's
tree is the
guy in the
ninja.
tree, and the guy's
Right.
like totally just doesn't know that the tree's behind him.
Yeah.
You're
Or the
right,
girlfriend's
right.
got some weird kink.
Stealthy like
Yeah.
yeah,
Or that.
or that,
Yeah.
or that.
Hey, we don't kink shame here. Okay?
No,
It's not
no, no.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, we
You want
we
to
got
dress
it
up
right.
like a tree? That's
That's all you, man. That's all you.
what?
Whoa,
the
Wow.
hell
what
was
was
that?
that?
Wow,
Jump
that
scare.
Was, that was an ad.
Yeah, it's
That was
scary.
just
Hang on.
someone. They want you to know the sites by Lemon. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know who the fuck Lemon is, but
It worked.
I
Talking
have
about it.
oh
decided
shit!
I will never
no.
use lemon ever.
Oh,
Yeah.
God, no! I'm giving them free advertising.
Yeah.
Too late. You already said it.
There we go. Turn
All
the
I can
volume
think is 30 Rock.
up. Okay, so we got a guy crouching in.
Well, it looks like
loafers.
he's like left leg's like into a hole, you know, like he's kind of.
We'll never know. We can't see his left leg.
Yeah,
so.
we'll never know. I'm just assuming.
So
Which,
what are the
this-
options here?
This chick looks like kind of embarrassed that he's doing what he's doing.
yeah, so
like-
does
There's
the
like
guy.
a
dancing
crowd.
or
Looks
something.
concerned.
This is like
All right,
this is
yeah,
not the how to trust your husband
What
or
are
whatever.
options? What are the options?
Yeah. How to be older than your age. How to make a friend fall in love with you. How to freak people out, and how to eat worms.
All right, how to freak people out? It's got to be how to freak
gotta
people
be,
out,
Yeah,
right?
that's
No.
the obvious one. The other one I'm gonna say is how to make somebody fall in love with you.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah.
it
That's
is.
what
How to
I'm
make some-
kind of thinking, man. I'm with
Yeah, see, this is one of those. Yeah, I think you might be right.
Yep.
I'm switching my answer. That's
All right.
I still
Okay.
think it's freak people out.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
AJ,
Nicely
what are you talking
done.
about, dude?
Nicely
Yeah.
done.
In this picture, which one
whoops.
is the like friend trying to get? Like, do you get a wingman to act like a doofus? Is that
Wait,
what's
no,
happening?
it says nope. It says nope, and then it says
Oh,
correct answer
yeah.
is how to freak people out.
Oh.
What? Have we been reading these wrong the whole time?
Oh no, we've been wrong. It
I
was
think
how to
we
be a
have.
fascist.
It
No,
was-
yeah, exactly.
Oh my god, this is great.
Oh my god.
How to
I have
avoid
to know what the
That
options
looks like
are.
something we should answer on here.
She must
I
be
have
married
to know
to a
what the
cake
options
eater.
are. I have to know. Please tell
God
me
damn
more.
it, Mick.
how to
trust
fart
your husband.
quietly.
How to what?
What was your how to learn to trust your husband?
All I heard
Wasn't
was
that
how to
the
trust
one?
your husband, but Spencer said something else.
Wasn't that
how
one
to
of the
fart-
options earlier? That's my guess.
It was.
It was,
Oh,
yeah.
This is the one. This is how to be a fascist. I can
Yeah.
How to fart quietly.
Yeah. Been there.
How
Yep, been there.
how to identify cervicitis. I don't know what that is. I'm sorry. How to
Done
be
with the
pretty.
cervix.
Yeah, it's
And
definitely
how to
been-
avoid creating. This is a hard one. How to
Wait.
avoid creating a weak villain.
Whoa. Wait, what
Okay,
was the third
yeah,
option?
yeah. You gotta.
How to be pretty.
Okay.
Okay,
The
what were the-
fourth
what were
was
the
how to
options
create. Yeah,
Okay.
read them over again.
It's
Okay,
the first one.
starting
It's
from the
gotta be the first
beginning.
one.
Okay.
How to fart quietly.
Quality.
That's the one. It's gotta be that.
That's what you were gonna say. How to fart quality, guys.
How to identify cervicitis. How to be pretty.
Painful.
And how to avoid creating a weak villain.
Man, I gotta say that either the second one or the actually, I don't know, man.
I'm
mean,
sticking with
when
How to
I'm
Fart
writing
Quietly.
when I'm writing my books, that's what I look like when I try and think of the villain.
Yeah.
It's just exactly what I look like. So.
Okay.
How to Fart Quietly.
What's the unanimous vote here?
Do we have a unanimous vote? I don't think this is not.
I think we're 50-50. It's the medical one.
Yeah,
We're
I'm
gotta
thinking
be.
it's the medical one.
Has
That's what
to
I
be.
was thinking too. Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
ought to make these
okay.
harder.
Yeah.
Man, that looks painful. Oh no!
Oh, that's an accident waiting to happen.
Oh no.
What are the options here?
Can you guys see when I pull up the options? Can
No.
you see that?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. How to get rid of an unwanted erection.
Oh my god.
I don't
didn't
even
say
know.
the best way to do it.
That's a scary way to do that. That's terrifying.
As a man, I'm not entirely sure I would know how to interpret this.
Yeah,
this
I would
Yeah.
agree. I would agree.
I wouldn't.
He's got
attempt
some
this
rainbow on
with
the
an
bar
erection.
too. The old blue,
Yeah.
green, yellow is confusing me.
How
What's going on
how
with
to
that?
be a good husband.
Okay.
How to pole vault.
That can't be. It can't be that.
That can't be it.
It
There's
can't
no
be
way.
that.
There's no way.
If it is, he's doing it wrong.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
That's true. And how to understand gay and lesbian people.
Okay. Okay. There's so much
Yeah.
wrong with this.
Yeah,
But
this
the
is pretty
rainbow
bad,
makes me
man.
think that's
the
the direction
rainbow
it's
makes
going.
exactly. That's what
Yeah.
I'm thinking.
It's the pole vaulting one. He's falling.
See, I'm going with the erection. I think.
Dude, I'm
the one.
tempted. I'm really tempted to agree with you.
I
Yeah, really tempted.
hate it that I think it's probably the how to understand gay people, but like I can't I can see it going that direction. Or
Yeah.
something.
I just can't imagine
That's it.
like
I'm
how
going
this
with
would
erection,
play
dude.
into.
I'm about to say if this is the explanation the internet is giving certain people, it explains a lot.
We have a lot of issues in the
You're
society.
fucked, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
All right,
All right,
do we
what
got?
should I pick? Erection?
Well,
Sure.
No, I think I'm the only one.
Yeah. Well, no, I
saying-
agreed with you. I agreed
Pole-
with you.
There's
Pole
all
vault?
of the things that would be funny, but it's pole vault.
Yeah.
What,
Pole
Okay.
vault's
whatever
probably
we
the right
hope
answer.
it is what you should pick.
Yeah. We hope it's the pole vault.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
hope it's.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I hope it's the erection one.
Yeah.
I want an
Yeah.
explanation.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm hitting pole vault, and it is.
Oh,
a
that's
pole
boring.
vault.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, jeez. All right.
Oh,
Are these
okay.
The Shining? What's
Yeah.
going on?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. It's
How to eat Cheerios at the
yeah.
Stanley Hotel.
Yeah. Exactly.
How to set a schedule for toddlers.
Okay.
Mhm.
That
How
makes
to
sense.
win a race.
Uh.
How to fart quietly. And how to be better than your enemy.
Man, how
Alright,
to
I'm
fart
gonna go-
quality might work in this situation, you know, with the
No, I
touching the
think-
Cheerios.
I think this is all about setting schedules for a
Yeah.
toddler because like you do it by like getting like their, you know, their brother or sister to like do it
Yeah,
first or
everything
whatever. You know what I mean?
lined
Like,
up. Yeah.
I could not agree more.
although I would like to challenge everybody here to even if it's, whether it's an option or not, just first thing you think when you see one of the pictures is how to fart quietly. Just think about it.
Every
I want to
time.
know what the picture for that article is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah.
It's gonna be that option eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
And
right.
it is
Yep.
how to set a
That's
schedule.
it.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Okay, she's
Yeah,
looking
this
at a cabinet.
Yeah, it's,
Why-
this one's like
Window.
very lack on details. Like I can't tell
Yeah.
what she's looking at.
It is
How-
the word play on her shirt somehow?
It's got to
significant?
mean something. Yeah.
Is this
Yeah.
foreplay somehow? Like I don't.
Right?
Oh, interesting.
This is actually how to fart quietly.
Yeah.
Do it indoors away from other
Right.
people. Is that
While
the
you look out the window, making sure nobody sees you.
Yeah. How to give your boyfriend space.
Hmm.
what? Like isolate yourself in another
Yeah.
room and be,
Yeah.
and be depressed? Like what is this?
How to catch a cheating boyfriend.
Oh,
He's like on the other side of that window.
Yeah.
Next to his binoculars.
I can't help but feel that can't be the answer because we can't see the boyfriend.
Yeah.
in this
Right.
picture.
Yeah.
How to get along with your crush.
just lurk in the
Not
distance.
Just stalk them
No
from
clue.
afar.
No clue.
And how to recognize the signs of intoxication.
Oh, I'm gonna go with that one.
It's a cheating
Yeah.
boyfriend. Or yeah.
Oh man,
It's
yeah,
gotta
that's
the
tough.
peak of my
That's tough.
alcoholism.
Yeah, I'm gonna go cheating too.
I'm gonna go with the first one, giving your boyfriend space.
Ooh, that's a.
Oh,
Yeah, it was,
That
it was
actually-
between those two for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
stick
gotta
with
be
the alcoholism thing. I'm going. This is the outlier, but I think I'm gonna stick with the alcoholism one.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I
What
don't
do we
know
got?
what to. I'm just for the sake of it, I'm gonna pick how to give your boyfriend space and see how it plays out.
There it is.
Oh, it is.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Good
Wow.
instinct.
I want to know why her shirt says "play." Like they made
For
it
real.
like it didn't have to have any
Mixed
words on it at all.
messages.
Right. Okay. Interesting. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
dang.
Oh, I 100% know what this is. It's like it's probably like when like you accidentally hurt your sibling. You're like, don't cry, don't cry, don't
Yeah,
call
or,
mom.
yeah,
Don't call mom.
yeah. Or
Is
yeah,
this
how do
some
I
kind
fix
of
this?
mansplain? What is this?
Oh
That's
my
kind of what
God.
it looks like. It says pat, pat, pat. Well, what does
Yeah.
the thing above them say? I can't read it.
Here,
Here,
There,
have
there.
a cookie. Here, have a cookie.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think AJ's onto something.
I'm gonna
Oh
say.
my God, you guys are never gonna guess it with these choices. They're so far out of left.
This has
Okay,
got to be
let's
how
see.
to calm a woman down, right? Like the
Oh my
there, there,
God.
and cookies.
Yeah.
Is this gonna be
Yeah.
offensive at the end?
Really not.
Probably is.
Then bring it
Okay,
up.
the multiple choices: how to do laughter yoga,
What?
Whatever
is
that
laughter
is.
yoga?
and then how to make a friend fall in love with you.
Oh, jeez.
Again.
Oh,
How
I mean,
to
Dark
love
Horse.
yourself. How to love yourself, and the big ending on this is how to stop hating children.
It's how to stop hating children.
I think it's how to stop hating children.
I don't know. I don't know how they got there, but I think that's what this is.
This guy's arm is freaking me out. He's like Mr.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I know.
Yeah.
Fantastic Four, stretchy
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that's a child. I think it's how to make your friend fall in love with you, and it
Yeah.
involves comforting them in some
They
way.
don't look like friends right
What,
now.
what was the
I
second
think-
option? How to get someone to fall in love with you?
Yeah, that's
How to
kind of
make a
what
friend
I'm
fall in
almost
love with
leaning
you.
So
towards.
just
man.
like just gaslight them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just make them feel terrible about themselves.
Distract
and then
them with
comfort them.
cookies.
What
Yeah.
was the one about children?
How to stop hating children?
Yeah.
I think it's that one. I think she's like the mother who's losing her mind with her kids or something like that.
No,
Wait, is he? Are you saying he's the child?
No, I think
No,
he's
he's the husband.
he's the husband, and he's trying to calm the mother down.
I
My
can't
son
figure
is
this out.
almost 2, and he says there, there.
Well, that's something.
There, have
Yep.
a cookie. And then don't forget how to love yourself. That's
Yeah.
gotta be an option, right?
There's too many people
Actually,
here.
yeah, actually,
Yeah.
I'm gonna switch my answer to that. How to love yourself.
I think you just need to click an answer so we can see what it is.
That's right.
Okay, I'm gonna click how to stop hating children. How to make a
I had it. I switched.
Makes
We
no
have to
sense.
see
Oh
what
my
this
God.
is, like what the context of this is.
Oh yikes!
Guys,
Wow,
I hate.
okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I hate.
Well, what's
I-
okay? What's the first step? The first line of number 1. What does it say?
Okay, let's look at it.
give them a
It
hint. That's
says attempt to become their best friend.
Oh,
Okay,
I guess that's
easy.
That's
Okay.
horrifying.
All
Yeah.
right, that,
Give them
that
a
seems
hint.
really
Jeez.
manipulating.
Yeah, it is very
No, give-
manipulative.
No big
Give
deal.
them a
Just try to
hint.
become their best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, work your way into their life.
Be a shoulder
Infiltrate
to
their
lean on.
lives.
Be a shoulder to lean on.
That's probably.
See, I
what
bet
it was.
that picture was for that step originally.
I bet
You
you're
think
right.
so? Be a shoulder
yeah.
to lean on.
Yeah,
Have a
probably.
cookie.
Have cookies.
Have a cookie.
Do not give
Pat,
up
pat,
too
pat.
easily, because we all know that we like someone that hangs around too long.
Yeah.
Play hard to get. That's always
Well,
a
which one
great
is
piece
it?
of advice.
That's contradictory.
This is actually more of like a top 10 list of ways to go about doing it, and less
Yeah.
about a step-by-step process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to their feedback. That's good for any relationship, but okay.
I'm waiting for like the last one to be like, get a starring role in the movie that they're,
Become Robert Pattinson.
Or buy them an island or something.
You see what Tom Holland did with Zendaya? Do that.
Yeah.
That's step 8.
That's step 8.
Okay.
Tell them how you feel. Don't get too emotional if they say no.
No means no.
Win the suit.
Get out of the friend zone. Easy steps. Yeah. So they must have updated the pictures or something because it's.
I feel like that's gonna be a common theme here.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
You know, they probably got. Oh God, I hate to say this, but like all this all looks like AI.
Yeah.
They have what they all the art looks the same. There's no way one artist is doing
all
of these.
Yeah.
Just one guy
Yeah.
walking
That'd
in
be
a room
insane.
with a pencil.
Yeah.
Like, why do these even need art?
Yeah.
I don't understand. I
Does
mean, I'm
all
glad
of-
that they have them because this game wouldn't exist otherwise.
All of the WikiHow articles. Oh shit, we have Dan here. Hi Dan. Sorry I kept you in the backstage for so long.
No worries. What's going on?
We're just looking at WikiHow articles and trying to guess what they are.
Yep.
Yes, I saw.
He's like, I've been watching.
Some
It's
pretty
weird.
interesting pictures.
Yeah. Have you been in the backstage for a long time?
Just a little bit, not too long.
Okay.
No,
I
he's
feel
just
really
saying
bad.
that to make you feel better.
You know,
should
actually,
do it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. No, I was like for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, the more I think about this, the more like the AI art thing makes more sense because like that's the only way half of these images make any sense whatsoever.
Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
they all have
Yeah.
the same kind of style, right?
They all have the same kind of style, and half of them make zero sense.
Yeah.
And it's just like, how would a computer interpret this?
You can see the keywords it used.
Yeah, you can
Yeah, for real.
see the keywords coming across to the art. Like, oh my god, it's terrible. Anyways,
So this one says how to stop. The dog is so. That was a loud one.
it sounds like cars driving by your house.
No, that's just one pug.
Yep,
Wow.
one pug.
Do you have like an inhaler like handy for her?
Wait,
Yeah.
that begs the question: are there
That's just how
multiple
pugs are,
pugs
man.
that do
I-
this?
I have 2 pugs.
Do they both snore like this?
No.
Oh.
No.
That's so
It's just
funny.
her.
That's great.
You made it sound like, well, that's just one. Wait till you hear 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait till you hear the other one. Okay, so this one says how to stop snacking between meals. How to set a schedule for toddlers, but we already saw that one, so we know
That was
that's
out.
not it. How to be a hipster and how to be laid back. I'm going straight for the hipster.
Yeah,
It's the whole way. It's
The ironic
shirt
t-shirt.
the ironic
Yeah.
t-shirt and wearing the glasses at the same time. That's hipster all the way.
Yeah.
It's gotta be.
Oh wait,
Oh,
what
wait.
was it?
It was.
It was.
Okay.
Yeah, it was hipster.
Okay, cool.
How to plan a
so we-
murder? Like
Yeah. How to start a
These
cult.
guys look like they're fucking
how
the
to
dog.
start a cult.
The
Mustache
options
is
are
dope.
how to be quirky, how to enjoy phone sex.
Oh,
my
that's gotta be
God.
it.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
How
it.
to, with a group of people.
Wait,
That's
yeah,
how to enjoy
publicly.
phone sex.
Yeah, how to enjoy phone sex.
Put it on
Step 1.
speakerphone in front of all your friends.
Yeah.
Oh god.
How to speak Finnish,
What?
like the language Finnish.
Oh,
okay,
Finnish. Yeah.
Yeah. How to be comfortable in your own skin.
I'm gonna go with how to be comfortable in your
Yeah.
own skin.
I think
Yeah.
so.
I think it's how to
Yeah,
how to
with that
speak
mustache, that
Finnish.
has to be it.
I think
Yeah.
Finnish too.
No one's rocking that
Oh.
mustache.
Those are
if they're
totally
not feeling
Finns.
comfortable in their own
Yeah,
skin.
they're-
That's true.
Right?
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
They've got a
That is it.
Scandinavian vibe.
I know
Yeah,
nothing
it
about
does have
Finnish
a
people, but those are totally Finnish.
It
Yeah,
takes some,
okay,
it takes some
let's go with
serious.
that.
Ah,
Whoa, it was!
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Drink up. Drink up.
Wow.
Oh,
my
boy.
God.
Oh no.
Okay.
How to dislocate your jaw and eat your friends. Like what?
Yeah. Yeah.
How is every single one of these images so horrifying? Like, I don't understand how they're all like
Artificial
just awful.
intelligence.
AI. Yep.
Yeah.
What are
Okay.
our choices here?
It's fucking awful.
How to dance at a nightclub.
Just yell at the person next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind
No,
of
it's
right
not
with
worth
the
it.
loud music.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about my weekend. Like talking.
This is not the time nor the place, John.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other guy's just like disappointed. How to tell if you genuinely like someone?
Clearly. If you have to put up with his bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
Fucking John.
How to be less judgmental, and how to help someone overcome marijuana addiction.
Number 4.
Yeah.
Number 4.
Easily.
Yeah,
Easily.
All the
intervention.
way.
Yeah.
Scream at him.
Because you
Easily
know what's
number
funny?
4.
Because the guy on the right looks like he's yelling at him intensely to get him to stop smoking marijuana, but the guy on the left looks like he has already smoked like a
Yeah.
That's so true.
I'm gonna go with
Oh
the
my
marijuana
God.
one.
Yep.
I feel good about
I'm
that
with
one.
you. I'm with you.
I think it's how
Okay.
to be less judgmental.
1,
Hey,
2,
Katie's been on
3.
a roll. Let's see.
Oh my God! How were you right, dude? What the fuck? I have to drink. I did not think it was.
I just want to know: is the advice to yell at them a lot? Like what?
Oh my God.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
I'm just gonna interject here, everyone. I'm just gonna hop off. I gotta.
Yeah, you're good, man. Thank you so much for coming,
Thank
dude.
you.
It was nice talking to you, man.
Congrats on
Appreciate
the
you,
100
boss. Yep.
episodes, and just thank you so much for having me. It was a blast.
Awesome, man. Take care, brother.
Take care.
See you later.
Easy, man.
I might have to hop off too, guys, if that's okay.
You're good, man. You're
gotta
good,
go,
dude.
Mick?
Thank you for
Yeah.
coming,
Okay.
boss.
I'm gonna be
Dude.
following suit here in a second. I apologize.
That's all right.
But
That's all right.
before I do, I just want to point out I feel like the answer to that, like how to talk your friend out of like a marijuana addiction, is just try smoking marijuana yourself. I feel
Yeah.
like that
Yeah.
needs to smoke some marijuana.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Be on the
Oh
same
my
page.
Do you smoke, Nick, at all?
Not. I
smoke
mean,
weed?
I have a few times, but not a lot.
Okay. Yeah.
He didn't inhale.
I feel like.
He didn't.
I didn't inhale.
Yeah, he's one of those
No.
guys.
Actually, funny story. The funny small tangent. The last time I did smoke, I went with my wife to visit her family in Colorado for the first time.
Oh,
this
yep.
is a few years ago.
Oh, that's a great
And,
time to get high.
Yeah,
Family
so
for the first time.
coming from like the lowlands of Texas, going to the literally her mom lives in like the mountains of Colorado.
The
and
elevation difference.
yeah, the first night busted out some weed, smoked it, was totally fine, had a great time. But the next day we were gonna drive. It was like a 30-minute drive to I can't remember the name. It's the place where the actual Stanley Hotel from The Shining is, like where Stephen King went to like write the book or whatever. So we went to go visit the Stanley Hotel, and it's a 30-minute drive, but it's a constant like increase in elevation.
Yeah.
And by the time I got halfway there, I was like, I think I'm gonna fucking puke.
Yeah.
And we did.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm
Freak
pretty
out.
sure drinking and smoking last night right before we went to bed was maybe not a great idea, because
Yeah.
I feel like I wasn't
Yeah.
prepared for this. So we get to the hotel and like we're like, oh, this is cool. And I go straight in the front door, straight to the bathroom, and I threw up in the Stanley Hotel.
Wow.
Gnarly.
That's my first memory of the Stanley Hotel.
There you
which is a
go.
good place.
There you go.
But yeah, that was my last time that I could think of smoking. But
Yeah, that's so.
that's my
great.
tangent.
There you go.
And that's probably my final thought. I
There
choose
you go.
not to,
End with it.
have to
Yeah.
bounce.
All
Love
right,
it.
awesome. Well,
But,
Nick,
so
thank
much,
you,
man. Yeah.
dude. You are always a fantastic guest,
Yes.
and we appreciate
you. I appreciate you
coming
guys
on
having
the
me.
podcast, and especially over like the past year, like you came on for Last of Us and a couple other
Season
things.
2 coming, baby.
Yes.
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
We can do it again, although that's probably next year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
But
But congratulations on
recently-
100 episodes, guys.
Oh,
Thank
thank
you.
you, dude. We really appreciate that. I recently started watching you on Twitch, and if you would like to stream games together, I would love to co-op a game with you. I think that'd be.
I will
super
keep
fun.
that in mind. I only stream like once a week. I used to stream like all the time, and now I do it like once a week just for fun. But I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Dude, real quick, your Baldur's Gate thing that I remember when I was in the chat on that. Dude, that was so funny. That was like the hardest I've laughed in so long.
I thought playing Baldur's Gate on the stream would be like the most like, oh, this was great. This is like the best water cooler game ever made. And it's just like people arguing. It's either people arguing over what you should be doing, or nobody's talking at all. I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
But yeah.
Did you
I'm glad
eventually
liked it.
figure out that puzzle with the
Oh
different
yeah, I got
altars
there.
and
I
weapons?
got there eventually.
That's so funny.
a lot of picking up stuff and throwing it on the ground and be like, "This is not working."
Yeah, yeah.
I got there eventually, and then I had to fight and kill a bunch of eagles, which made me feel really bad. Yeah.
That's
All
so
because
great.
my
Well,
stupid talk to animal spell didn't work.
Oh.
I was gonna say you got to get that persuasion stat up.
Yeah, it's the luck of the
Yeah.
dice, I guess. I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, these birds, they're so majestic," and then I had to fucking murder them. That super sucked.
That's not a great feeling, you know.
Hey,
That's awesome.
you know, before I go, I'll leave you with this because congratulations on 100 episodes. I will say this: because we've been doing our podcast for like a long time, and we did like a special episodes for like 100, and I think we did one for like 400, and now we have literally got to the point where it's like every time I say the episode number, someone's like, "Don't say it out loud. Just stop.
Yeah.
Just drop the numbers."
Like,
Just-
it's enough. You've done it.
yeah,
enough.
it's like now it's got. At first it was impressive, and then it was cool, and now it's like, okay,
That's
it's
like-
embarrassing. Just
yeah.
stop.
Yeah.
Stop doing
I
it.
guess I guess
enjoy-
at
well,
that point you can't be like, welcome to episode 536.
Oh,
yeah.
Like,
you
it's
can.
such an arbitrary number at that point, right? Like,
Right, you can be, but over time, it really, especially like personally, it starts to make you feel really old.
Yeah.
So, just my little piece of advice: enjoy it.
All right,
Okay.
little wisdom.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Because later
man.
it's gonna suck.
Yeah.
Keep doing it, but keep doing it. That's
Yes,
the point.
always.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, appreciate it, man.
Thank you so much,
It was
Nick.
it was nice talking to you guys.
Yep.
See you, Nick. Nice to meet you, man.
Peace out.
Guys, I will leave you to it. Thanks
Yep,
again,
okay.
Spencer, for setting this all up.
For sure. Thanks for
Enjoy
joining.
the rest of the stream, and I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
All right.
Take care, Mick.
See you
All
guys.
Later,
Bye.
Mick. All right,
Now
so
there was
we are
6.
then there was 6. We're in the last hour of our stream. Holy crap, it's gone by so fast.
Yeah.
I did not realize that, like, it literally feels like I've been doing this for 2 hours, and it's just, I don't know if Gabe feels the same way. But
I do feel the same. Yeah, which I'm actually surprised about, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
Because 5 hours sounded daunting, but now doing this, I'm like, this is, cake. It's all good.
That's awesome. So we have Bryce coming in a second. I sent him a link, and we have John Douglas coming in as well.
Awesome.
But I wanna hand it over to Dan for a second because I'm sorry we haven't really thrown the conversation since you joined.
Oh, don't worry about me, man.
Do you wanna tell people about your podcast? You guys are really into the King Killer Chronicles, and we were talking about that a lot at the beginning of the stream, so it's kind of a bummer that you that we didn't get you in time to talk about that. But would you like to talk about your podcast real quick?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. We do a deep dive into the King Killer Chronicles. Covered all the Name of the Wind, about 90% of the Wise Man's Fears. Putting up a lot of theory episodes right now. And then me and my co-host, exceptionally short Tim, oddly short. He's 4'9", 105 pounds.
No, he's not. Is he really?
Yeah, he's 4'9",
No.
105 pounds.
Wow.
Normal size upper body, really short legs. But
I would not
we're
have
just,
expected that looking at him, because you guys came on for an episode a while ago, and
yeah, you can't tell on camera. It doesn't show.
Yeah.
You don't see his
that is
legs.
crazy. Dang, I would not have expected that. So anyway, your podcast.
Yeah, so I mean, we're just covering the King Killer Chronicles, and we'll be back after posting up all our theory clips, and then we'll be back and finish up the Wise Man's Spear here pretty soon.
Awesome.
Awesome. And you guys have also talked about like Cosmere stuff as well, right?
Yeah, I'm actually just started going back through that. I just read first Mistborn book recently.
Oh my god. Sorry.
The dog is
This
like
is a
right
dog,
in the microphone.
I mean, it's not any better when she's far away from the microphone.
no,
so.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, Bryce, do you want to introduce yourself and talk about your channel? And thanks for joining us. I'm glad that you were able to hop on.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. I love you guys' channel. It's so cool, and congrats. Like, yeah, it's just so cool to see you guys do well. Sorry I missed Mick. I was just watching him and then trying to jump in. I was like, oh man. But and it's cool to see. I'm like, I've been friends with so many of you guys on the X
Twitter
now. You know, the Great Fiction Fans podcast, the King Killer podcast, and you guys. So it's like cool to see you guys in person a little bit, or just talking in real time.
Yeah.
I don't know. So, but yeah, I just Shelf Centered is my YouTube channel, and just science fiction and fantasy, sometimes horror, and I do a little news segment too, but mostly reviews and lists, and just you know, I had a good conversation on J.R. Carroll's channel yesterday on the last Witcher book, so we kind of went through the whole thing. So they kind of like pushed me through, because shoot, like 10 years ago I read the first book and I did not like it, and now I'm a huge fan. So anyway, it was good.
Okay, Shad Zaman says Bryce's channel is awesome. He loves the news segment.
Oh man, he's so nice.
Cool. Yeah, he's
Guys,
awesome. He's
I'm
awesome.
sorry. I've got to go.
That's okay.
I can hear
No
a
worries,
small
Katie.
child crying.
No, it's all good. Thank you for showing up.
I feel bad because
No, don't feel bad. You do not need to feel bad.
this was really fun. Thank you guys so
Yes,
much for
thank
doing
you
this.
for
And
coming on.
I'm sorry
congratulations.
for the smell.
All right, take care.
Have a good
Katie.
night.
Yep.
That's great. Yeah, Bryce, you and I, we did an episode recently about Robert Jackson Bennett's work, and that was a ton of fun. That was like the first time that I've really gotten to interact with you in like this kind of way. Like we had talked on Twitter a few times, and like through like comment sections and whatnot. But it was cool to be able to get you on there and really pick your brain about some literature. And yeah, it was just super fun to hang out and talk with you.
And Spencer's being very nice because he held the conversation. I was like, yeah, I remember that. Oh yeah, I totally remember that. It had been like, I don't know how long since I read it. I was like, I also remember that.
Yeah.
Can you believe that? That is really cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly podcasts that I go on where, especially on Jim Fantasy for the Ages on that podcast, he'll hit me up and be like, hey, you read this book, right? Do you want to come talk about it? And I'll be like, yes, but you know that it's been like a year since I've read that book, right? Like it's been a long time. So I won't
Also,
be able
does
to...
Wikipedia have a good summary?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
What are the cliff notes?
I mean, not even a year. Sometimes when we record an episode for a book I read that week, I still write out all the character names so that I don't get stuck halfway through recording.
That's what Gabe and I do too. Like if there's a short book that we're doing for an episode, I'll be like, okay, start this book on Wednesday so that it's still fresh in your mind by Sunday. Because otherwise, in between books, it'll just go right out.
Details
into
get
one
lost.
ear and out the other. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, one of the problems I think is just that, I mean, especially if you're just involved in the sphere at all, you're typically reading like a lot of different books. Like so when you even read a book a week, even you're suddenly like your brain's like, all right, that's out, new books in.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, so I have a game that we can close out the show with, but I got a piece so bad. So I'm gonna set you guys up with a topic to discuss while I'm gone. And the topic is, would you get along with your own clone? You guys discuss while I hit the bathroom.
Oh, I think we've talked about this on the podcast before.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Lily has been called my clone, and I've been called her clone. So,
Sarah, I love you, but that is simply not accurate.
it's not. But don't you remember? In college, Tim would call you.
Oh yeah,
something.
But that's because I had the smart idea of going to the same college as my older cousin, as if that would give me any independence at all.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough one. I don't know. I know that this has been brought up before on our podcast. and I can't quite remember my answer. I think it was somewhere along the lines of, I feel like in some circumstances, yes, but in others, probably not.
Mm-hmm.
Just one of those things.
I'd split half my workload. We'd get along great.
Yeah,
We'd immediately
there you go.
agree
Good
this is a
point,
great
yeah.
idea. You do
Yep.
half the week, I do the other half.
That's right. Yeah, that's
Yeah, what
that's true,
time
man.
frame are
We
we
work
talking
together.
about here? Like over lunch? Totally. Do I have to live with this person?
I think when we brought it up last, I think it was like if you had to like be with this person 24/7.
I was gonna say that's the
Constantly.
implication I'm getting
Yeah,
is like
yeah.
it's too
Like
too
they
much
are
to
they are
do.
right next to you at every second of every day.
Well, I feel like my clone and we would be sitting in the same room and just like not interacting, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Like I could deal with that.
Yeah, that would be the same for me. We'd both agree. Let's not talk, and you
Yeah.
think your own thoughts. I'll think mine. Just let's leave each other alone.
Yeah,
Give us
there you
space.
go. That
You
works.
get the
That's
duct tape
awesome.
down the middle of the
Yeah.
room. That's
Yeah.
your side.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
right. Don't cross the line.
Yeah, I feel like introvert clones can get along.
Yeah, yeah,
Extrovert
yeah.
clones might
Different
struggle. I don't know, or
story.
maybe
Yeah.
they're the better. Like maybe that's better for them. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the test.
Yeah.
If you think you'd get along with your clone, that means you're an introvert.
Yeah.
Well, but also like if I'm living with my clone, presumably we have the same levels of like comfort with housekeeping and
that was
cleanliness
the other
and
thing that was
stuff.
brought up too. Exactly. They're a clone of you. They love and hate the same exact things that you
Yeah.
do. So,
So like
you know,
I feel like that's easier than living with someone who
that's true.
has a completely different level of comfort
Yep.
with those things,
true.
which I have done and is not fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
But also
But then
they'd be
there's the-
quite stubborn, so that'd be annoying.
Yep.
Mine would.
And then there's all
Yeah,
the like
no, I mean mine would too. Yeah, that's probably why I wouldn't get along with them half the time.
Or if your clone started reading different books and started developing different ideas, and then
Yeah,
you got to
you're like-
start arguing with each other.
Yeah.
I don't mind that, but they would be try to read my books. I don't
Yeah.
want anyone else touching my books.
But they would also have the same reverence for your,
It's true.
not breaking the spine.
Yeah.
But what if they
This
start
book
trying to
only
hold
goes here.
them too? And then we get into a fight over who actually gets to read the book.
That's true.
Hmm.
Yeah,
And I
you're-
almost
you're mood reading
physical
a lot.
books. I hardly ever read physical books anymore. It's
Yeah.
almost always Kindle now.
Audio.
Oh yeah. No, you go Kindle. We go audio.
Oh,
well, at
Kindle.
least I do.
Okay.
Spencer.
I
has
do.
Kindle
I do
too, but-
audio too, but like
Yeah.
if I want to retain information, I got to read it. I can't.
Yeah.
If I just listen to a book, I'm gonna retain 5% of that.
Yeah.
Same.
95% is gone 2 days later.
Yeah.
I got to read it and highlight
could-
stuff and take notes. Otherwise, all that information's gone.
You could work with your clone to remember things.
That's
for
what
books,
that's
for
what Dan was
episodes.
saying. He's like, I could work with my
Okay.
clone. We could split the workload and double our productivity.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
What?
But then
Good
you
job.
fight over who gets to do the fun jobs and who has to do the sucky jobs.
Yeah.
Oh, I get to
I
do the
think-
fun jobs. That's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's easy.
but which one of you, like, would you know, like, which one of you was first? Like, would you know which one of you is like prime Dan?
I think we'd both agree that we're both first. Like, I mean, we would
Yeah.
both have it in the
Yeah.
idea the other person's second. We'd be comfortable with that person being wrong.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be? Are you gonna have issues with them and your significant other?
That's also a very good point.
That's the
That
best
is
part.
a great point. Yeah, that's the best part,
What?
right?
I wouldn't want
Yeah, I'm
another
way
one of
too
me walking
competitive for
around my
that.
house. I'll tell you that right now.
That'd be the deal breaker.
Yep. Yep.
Now we're
don't
talking.
know.
Would you be able to deal or live with your own clone
Yeah.
of yourself?
Yeah. Like if you had to stay with him all the time.
It's funny that came in on Clone Talk because interestingly enough, issue 3 of Anvil magazine is coming out not too long from now, and I have a published story in it, which is about a sci-fi story about a team of clones who pull off a high stakes heist.
Oh,
And,
cool.
What?
And
Yes.
yeah, it's
Where,
like
where
each
can I
one
read
is,
this?
it is in Anvil magazine. I'll send you a link later. It's
Okay.
a
Awesome.
magazine for showcasing, indie creators, authors, indie comics, reviews, things like that. And I got picked up in this one. It's a story called Valiant Storm, and they're all clones of the same person. So essentially,
cool.
they're all clones of each other, but some of them are more defective than the other. Like one.
I was going to say, is it a multiplicity situation? Like they get dumber?
Well, they're technically all defective clones, so they all have a little quirk to each other that's different than the others. But it's a lot of fun, and I'll tell you, if you guys want a really good, because this was something I like, is the idea of clones. There's a really, really good sci-fi book. Get ready to write this down. Called Kiln People, Kiln People.
Oh, is that David? What's his name? Brin?
I think so. Yes, and it's about a detective who lives in this future where society's changed. They create these clones called dittos. They're basically made of like a disposable kind of clay material that copies your brain. And so the whole book is from like 3-4 different perspectives, but they're all him. They send out like two to take on different jobs, and of course those end up kind of coming together a little bit towards the end. And they have different kind of clones, like I think they're called slugs. No, they're called dittos, and they have different ones. Like the white ones are just regular ones, but the platinum ones are more expensive, but they operate at like a higher intellectual level, so they can do a whole lot of processing, calculating, and stuff. And then you've got the greens, which only last for about a day, and they're for like menial tasks and doing laundries, running errands, stuff like that. And it's a really interesting and good book. Falls apart a little bit at the end, from my perspective.
How do they sell the clones on? You got one day to live. Go do shopping.
Well, that's it. Like they sign contracts, right, with say a labor company, and you send out your clone to go do a day's worth of work, and it's a cheap model. It gets the work done, and they actually have these tubes that go down into these dumpsters full of sludge, and they wait for the bodies basically wait to decompose. And the book goes into this it goes into mention that the schools actually have educational videos teaching people how to let go when your mind's in a clone body, because if you're not educated about it, or you kind of have this existential crisis, you can't stop the body from breaking down. It's going to die. And some people kind of freak out when it gets to that point because they feel like they're dying, even though they're not the original person. You can have like different bodies that are shaped like beasts or weird amalgamations. Wars are fought on battlefields with like dinosaur bodies and all kinds of shit. It's really cool. Really, it has a lot of interesting ideas, and the book is really good. It's one of my favorites. I read it years ago.
That's the author of The Postman, right? And Star Tide Rising, all that stuff.
I don't know what else he's written. That was the only book I wrote.
The Postman, the one they made a movie.
Kevin Costner movie,
yeah. I love that movie. I was like one of the only people who loved that movie.
Exactly. It was
not well received.
It was like Waterworld. It was.
Oh yeah, it was. Everybody hated it. I was like, I don't know what everybody else sees. They're all wrong though.
Yeah.
And Waterworld really underappreciated in its time. You look back at it now and like, this is really not that bad.
I like a lot of Kevin Costner stuff. He's in a lot of things I like.
Well, to introduce John a little bit, he's written The Black Crown recently, indie published, and yeah, I haven't read it yet, but a lot of people seem to love it. You have a YouTube channel, right? Like I've been on your streams before, haven't I?
Yes, I do. Okay. In fact, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., I'm going to be interviewing Andy Peliquin.
Oh, sick. Okay. That's cool.
Yeah,
he's the author Outpost series?
Yes.
I love those.
I saw you in the chat earlier. I'm assuming you're at work right now. I can kind of see the outfit and stuff.
I will neither confirm or deny this.
But okay, that's fine. But I just want to say I appreciate the fact that you are here. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
Anything. Spencer's a good dude, and he's been on my streams before. And it's always great, you get YouTube channels, helping signal boost a really good fantasy out there, and it helps me in particular keep an idea of, keep my finger on the pulse of,
Yeah.
what are fantasy readers reading these days?
Yeah.
Whether it's trad pub or indie, what has everybody got their eyes on and why?
Awesome.
Yeah, indie has been awesome. That's kind of how we started the podcast, was doing a lot of indie published works like We Men of Ash and Shadow. Holly was just on here. Yeah, I've been loving the indie scene. They're definitely killing it with the book covers. Like they hire artists that they're able to work with more closely than you would in a traditional published scenario.
The barriers to entry are just vanishing in everything. I mean, they're disappearing for so many industries where the bigger corporations are going to struggle to compete as time moves forward because of just the inertia of how much money it costs to keep their business model going, and the competitors are able to put out the same quality of product but at a much lower price point. Like you see with that Godzilla movie is a perfect example. They spent like 10-12 million to make that movie. And I mean, there's very little difference between a $10 to $12 million movie versus someone pouring in $200 million into a movie. It's not that noticeably different. There's scenes and stuff you can see where if they had a bigger budget, they could have done a little bit more with it. But for the most part, I mean, they're on par with each other.
Well, I kind of wonder if, like, the $200 million movies that we're seeing, I wonder if they're, like, not being, a lot of them aren't being received well, and I wonder if it's just because there's too many cooks in the kitchen. Sorry, I'm drunk at this point.
It's creativity by committee. That's the problem. Instead of a singular visionary or a small group of people dedicated to that, you have creativity by committee. And if you haven't seen it, there are like newer rules that are going around the Hollywood writer rooms that kind of end up, if we're not restricting outright, they're at the very least corralling a lot of their creativity into certain avenues. And that's why you're starting to see a lot of different newer tropes that pop up that, turn off a lot of people, which is one reason why I like indie over, trad pub or the corporate Hollywood. Is the creativity is completely unrestrained, and there's no barrier between the creator and their customer. And I've read indie fantasy over the last 2 years that if it had gone through a trad pub editor, it probably would have been parsed down and watered down to where you wouldn't even have recognized the author's voice. It helps make them stand out that much better.
Yeah, it's similar to what happened in the 90s when the indie scene exploded because of the DVDs and blockbusters and all those, where there's that source of income for like smaller productions that could make their money outside of the theater. And I think that we're moving into a period where a lot of those same people are going to be able to reach their customers directly to kind of replace that money, where they're not going to need to go. And I mean, you can see this like even in novels, when you see like Brandon Sanderson can pull in $43 million from his customers. I mean, you see the potential that he could put out whatever he wants. He could make any kind of movie, any kind of TV show. There's no limits when you can, on 4 novellas that were just side stories. He was able to pull in that kind of money. So like when you drop those barriers to entry, you can see like where a Tarantino type would be able to go directly to his customers to put out his own movies, and you can get that same high quality product without him having to go through the corporations to get it made.
Did you see Orbit publishing some lit RPG now? I felt like that was a direct indie publishing actually pushing a traditional publisher to get with the program. Cool. That was kind of cool.
Oh, make no mistake, they've got their eyes on indie, but I think what they're doing is they're trying to find who's got a sizable following at some point to eventually try and pick them up. You already saw Travis Baldry got picked up. Evan Winters got picked up. Larry Correa over at Bang Books.
Who did Travis get picked up by?
I think he was picked up by Tor.
Yeah, Tor.
Yeah. And Tor had to be sweating bullets when they saw that Brandon Sanderson Kickstarter hit $43 million.
Yeah.
Because that basically proved that he don't need them.
Yeah.
does-
I
oh,
think everybody, even like streamers who want to option his rights. I mean, he's got all the negotiating power now,
which I
mean,
love.
he does not have to just like bend over and take whatever is given to him. He can set the standard that he wants.
But I would argue that he's had that power already. Like the fact that it's very visibly like he had this very successful Kickstarter doesn't change the fact that he's one of their most successful authors. Like he had that negotiating power already. So nothing really has changed for him, I would say.
Well, the $40 million number will turn a lot of heads. I mean, that's gonna change things. I mean, there's gonna be people that are knocking at his door begging him for a piece of that pie, and he's got all the negotiating power at that point. Whereas like if you're going through a traditional publisher, part of that, they're going to put a lot of that success is going to be put on the publisher, and they're going to be saying, we did this for you. And so it just shows like the absolute scale of his potential with his customers, going directly to them, cutting out every middleman.
Yeah.
When you can show you can make 40 million with no middleman at all, that's a game changer.
Yeah, it's a game changer. And I think also the difference too is that before he was a popular fantasy author within like our community, within the fantasy book community. He was a very popular fantasy author. When he did that Kickstarter, he was making headlines for the New York Times. You know what I mean? Like he was like it was more widespread than just our community. All of a sudden everybody started realizing, holy shit, this guy made the biggest Kickstarter in history. And like, this is insane. Like, nobody's ever done this before. And so he started making headlines outside of just the fantasy community. And I think it brought him a lot more options and a lot more just kind of visibility on his stuff.
I would love to know how many, like, because even like whoever was Tor putting out all of his other books before that, I'm sure they made a bunch of money once that Kickstarter hit 40 million, just from people going, hearing his name in the news and like, okay, what's the deal with this guy? I bet they benefited a ton from that as well.
I'd like to know what they strategize behind the scenes on how to convince him to stay with them.
Yeah.
I mean, you know they had here's all the money in the world. Please don't leave. Because if he left, that would be such a huge blow to their company.
Yeah.
He could basically.
He seems pretty loyal too, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I get the sense he's pretty loyal.
And he's a bit of a moral guy. He's a Mormon, and he probably will stay with them just out of the sheer loyalty, and they're not going to do anything to screw over their biggest author. And good on him that way. Whichever way he chooses to go, he's gonna succeed, and he's gonna continue to be a success, and that's great.
Well, one thing I really love about him is like, I haven't read everything that he's written or anything like that, but from what I've heard, he's trying to get Mistborn adapted. He's trying to get The Way of Kings adapted, and people keep giving him offers, but he's like, I will not work with you unless I am 100% involved. Like, you have to involve me in the process of making this adaptation, otherwise no. And I really respect that.
You know damn well he watched that Wheel of Time TV show go sideways despite his notes to them, and said, you're not going to do that to my work.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think he mostly does it. Honestly, I don't even see that it's like because of him. It's because he that's how much he values the fans. Like, look at what he does for the fans. Look what he'll stay for hours to sign. He has to do apologies. I don't know. That's the sense I get.
Yeah, he's also taken advantage of social media more so than almost every other author out there, with like his weekly updates and keeping the fans involved. He's always got interactions with his audience, and that's that's why like a guy like that is going to have a much easier time going direct to his customers, because he's built that one-to-one relationship with them. Whereas if you're just putting out books and you don't have any kind of much interaction on social media, you're not doing any kind of, you don't have a YouTube channel, you're not doing anything like that, it's going to be, you're going to see a lot different reaction. You're not going to have that same loyalty with your customers that he's developed.
And that's what the publishers are actually looking for when it comes to their authors. I did a video on this a while ago called The Game Has Changed, where Star Wars author E.K. Johnston was complaining about the fact that her publisher was asking her to increase her social media presence. And she took umbrage to that. She felt that marketing was not her job as the author, and that she didn't have to do this marketing on social media. They should be doing the marketing for her. But that was my response: was the game has changed, and the authors who are going to increase their social media. Right. It worked great for me, establishing a presence on YouTube and Twitter, even if my presence on Twitter is, me in the middle of Thunderdome. But it's done better for me to help bring at least some level of notice to my book. And I'll continue to do that, but at the same time I've also used my YouTube as a platform for other indie authors to try and help them do the same as well, because from my perspective in the indie spaces, that's what I've seen is what's mostly wanted is more people to kind of step up and say, I'll review your book, or I'll sit here and talk about your book, or come on here and talk about your books with me. And we've got a lot of creators knotted, but not as many platforms. So
and I can say as a small business owner, I got into this field to do the work, but then doing the admin stuff is what I hate. I hate doing the extra stuff. So I fully get and understand why someone would be like, hey, I'm supposed to be here to be the word jockey, not to do everything else. But it's what's demanded now. I know it's frustrating, but at the same time, I don't know. It's the whole milieu has changed, right? With books, and indie's kind of done a lot to affect that probably. So if you do have that traditional publishing contract, it's like, no, we gotta compete with all these new competitors now.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the publishers is they're in a position where they can't. The way they used to be able to reach people is just putting things in the New York Times bestseller list, get making connections through those kind of means, and getting your book seen through those.
I gotta get going, guys.
All right, man. Thank you for popping in.
Ooh, fast.
Gotta go. Oh,
Breaker's over.
John.
He got busted.
He must have, he must have gotten busted by his boss. That's funny. Well, I'll just say that I may not enjoy every single thing Brandon Sanderson does. There's a lot of his books that I think just don't really click for me, but I can absolutely appreciate and respect what he's doing in the industry, because I think it's something that we haven't really seen before. It's something that he is just kind of taking charge of, and I don't know. It's kind of interesting to watch and see, and kind of pay attention to how it's all gonna play out.
It's kind of right place, right time too, with so many of the big name authors with massive waits for their next book, like some of the most popular series, and then he's just churning out book after book after book. It's given him a great sales pitch.
Yeah. And I think his writing style is more it's more conducive to being able to do that. I don't, he's not. It's much harder when you are, the prose is richer, I guess.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I can definitely.
I mean, Rothfuss. Yeah. Even if he was on top of his game, he's not going to be able to put out as many books as Sanderson, just because of their style.
Yeah, Rothfuss appeals to a not a very small audience, but a smaller audience than Sanderson, but the people that love him. And Sanderson is almost kind of like the Stephen King of fantasy.
Yeah, very
he
much.
Kind of appeals to a much broader audience. And I don't know, there's people that love Sanderson. I'm not necessarily one of them. I like Sanderson. I don't think he's absolutely incredible. But I think that I can appreciate his way of appealing to kind of just everybody in general.
Depends on the book for me. I mean, some of his books, like Elantris, is kind of a slog to get through for me. The characters are pretty wooden, dialogue's pretty wooden. but it was his first book.
Yeah, it took me a couple times to build up an appreciation for Elantris. I ended up really liking it. It's probably one of my favorite Sanderson books, but it took me a while to get there. I had to read it a couple times to really...
I just finished a reread of The Final Empire, the first Mistborn book, and I liked it better the second time through than the first time,
same,
which has surprised me. I didn't expect to like it better the second time. But Kelsier, so you could just, if you read Elantris and then you go to Mistborn or Way of Kings, like you just see the massive jump in the writing craft that he took between those books. I mean, the character development, the characters are so much better. Like Ellen Venture is very much like the main character in Elantris, and their character types, but the difference between the two is night and day, and how much better Alan Venture is written than the other guy.
We got Shad Zaman, who says, I think in self-publishing, Ryan Cahill is going to get really big. Ryan seems similar to Sanderson, and I would totally agree. I need to get on it and kind of read those books. I read the first one, but I never felt eager to read the second one. It's not that I didn't like the first one, but I just never felt like I didn't have like the itch to go on to the second one. But I think Shad is right that that Ryan is getting significantly bigger than anyone expected, and that he'll go on to be a pretty big name, not just in the indie community, but like in the normal or like trad pub community, I guess.
I kind of like what like Michael J. Sullivan's done. He started indie, got so popular that trad publisher picked him up, and then he's since gone back to indie because he's like, no, I like having the control. I like being in charge of it.
Yeah.
So I could see doing that.
Yeah, I feel like it'd be hard to give up. I think what it is money, right? Like trad picks you up, and here's a check for this, and
it's like
hard
instant money.
Yeah, it's hard to say no to that, man. When you're whereas, otherwise you have to do it all and struggle and try and get there. But I think there's probably a big reward in doing that.
But if they're making you do all your own marketing anyway.
Yeah, that's the killer. Is like if they're not marketing, they're not useful.
That's something I found out recently from MJ Kuhn. She was like, she's like, a lot of the marketing for like Thick as Thieves or what was the first one? Oh my god. Thick as Thieves.
Or was it?
Among Thieves.
Among Thieves, yeah.
And she's like, all that marketing that you saw, that was all me. She's like, I had to do that all myself.
Wow.
And I'm like, dude, I thought that was your like publisher doing that. She's like, no, that was just me doing marketing for Among Thieves. Like, that is wild. And so I think that Trad Pub, it kind of like, it helps with marketing, and it helps get your foot in the right doors that you need to get into. But I think over the next 10 years, we're going to see a massive increase in indie pub. And at some point, as a reader, like if you're not like plugged into the like booktube space, you're not necessarily going to know if something is indie pub or trad pub. I think the lines are going to get blurred so much, and indie pub is going to get so big that
I think
at some point it just won't matter, really.
I think that only holds true though if bookstores will start carrying indie books, right?
They do. It's
but
on
like,
the onus of the author to call them and be like, hey, will you carry my book? And like Zach Argyle, he has his book in Barnes and Noble. So you just have to have to put in the work to get your books out there.
I've had commenters comment, and they're like, look, with Amazon Unlimited, like most people probably don't even have a clue whether it's indie or traditional.
Yeah, that's true.
And like just on that level, like where you can just pick up essentially infinite books that are available on Amazon Unlimited, then it's like you can't even tell the difference. Like it's
right. But I think that the people who are reading on Kindle Unlimited are still, they're like a level above the general reader, right? Like because the people who are just going into a bookstore to pick up a book, they're a much more casual level. And I think that until bookstores really cater towards indie books, hold on, what am I trying to say? I think that until those casual readers can pick up indie books in a bookstore when they go in, which is like how I think a lot of them find books, there's not going to be that level of equality between the different.
I'd be curious how
fields.
many people still buy books like just through browsing, like because of the internet. I don't even. I
do.
granted,
There, you're a bad
granted, there are-
example of a
there are-
casual reader. Put your
Okay, I'm not a casual reader, but I do.
I'd be curious,
go
like
in and
what the
browse,
percentage
so.
is.
I'm
because
old
with the
enough
internet,
to. I still
don't-
mourn. I mourn the loss of Borders books closing. Right, like there's really just Barnes and Noble, and then little mom and pop shops.
Yeah, I'm down to one Barnes and Noble within 30 minutes of me. I mean,
Barnes and
there's
Noble?
there's just one left. I mean, the others.
Yeah.
I even like a month ago went to go to the other one, and I was like driving around this place like 3 times before I realized it was a different establishment. Someone else bought the building. The Barnes and Noble was gone. But I don't remember the last time I went to go to a Barnes and Noble where I didn't know what I was going to buy. Like I went in there with an idea of what I was going to buy. I typically look up stuff online, figure out what I'm gonna go get, and then I go get it.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I would agree. I think right now for casual readers, indie pub is not the first thing they see. Like if you Google like what are the best fantasy books, like if you're just a normal person and you're trying to find a fantasy book to read, there's not indie pubs that are gonna pop up immediately. And so I think that rather than like places like Barnes and Noble needing to change, I think just the whole just the way that these books are marketed and the way that they get widespread needs to change so that they show up on those top 10 Google lists and stuff. And I think that's going to take some time. That's why I said like within the next decade or so is probably when we'll start to see that, because it won't happen very soon, because indie pub is just starting to like get blown up.
Well, and didn't the Cradle series? I feel like the Cradle series has hit New York Times like a couple times.
Yeah.
So it's like that's pretty cool. Like it's getting there.
Yes.
It's getting its recognition, and people like Zach Argyle, who are like pushing for, who are like, yes, I am indie pub, but I'm gonna treat this like it's trad pub, and that's what he's doing, and that's why he's sold so many books. Is because he calls dozens and dozens and dozens of places and says, hey, can I get my book here? And it's people like him who are doing that, like him and Ryan Cahill, who are treating their indie pub like it's trad pub and getting it into places that it wouldn't normally just be picked up from. Because you got to think your Barnes and Noble, like when they're stocking books, they're probably like, oh, well, what's the new Sanderson book? We'll
it's money, man. What's going to sell the most and the quickest?
So Barnes and Noble's actually turned it around recently and given a lot more power to the individual store managers. And so what books they have on their shelves is no longer like decreed by a central organization.
Oh, good.
And they're doing a lot better. I know the ones around me have been doing a ton of book signings, including for indie authors, self-pub authors, which is really neat.
That's cool.
So I think it's going to really depend on like your local store.
Yeah.
I think that also kind of tells like, I don't know, maybe a little bit of like, they're kind of realizing like, hey, we can pull in a local author. They're going to pull their friends and family in here.
Right.
Yep.
That's win-win. So yeah, that's smart.
Yeah.
Authors are going to have to do a lot of their legwork themselves too. I mean, you gotta build your audience, and even if that means building it through other means of, becoming a personality online and talking about other things in media, talking about other books or movies or something like that, build an audience, go to them, and then word of mouth can spread out for you from there. If you've already got an audience that's is buying your product, then you really got to rely on word of mouth. If you're just you're just posting your book up on Amazon or in Barnes and Nobles, good luck. I mean, you're gonna get. There's so many options. There's so many books. You're competing against
I could
everybody.
not agree more.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, and there's indie pub authors that I've talked with where I'm like, I found your book because of social media, and they're like, just in general, they are not doing a ton of marketing and they don't have like a big social media presence, but it just so happens that I found it. And I tell them, from a reader's perspective, I know it probably doesn't seem this way from an author's perspective, but from a reader and reviewer's perspective, you need a bigger social media presence. Like that's just how it is. It sucks. Like I wish that I didn't have to have a social media account at all for the podcast. Like I wish that I could just put out episodes and not have to deal with social media one bit. But the fact is that nowadays you have to market yourself. You have to be active. You have to be networking with people. And
yeah, it's tough for a lot of authors too, because a lot of them just don't have that kind of personality.
Yeah.
That's why
There's
they
a reason
became
they're
authors
authors.
for a reason. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Unless
there
you're
is
Brian Lee Durfee.
Brian Lee Durfee, yeah. Somehow he just, dude, he's an oddball. Somehow he just like makes it work, and he doesn't do like hardly any marketing or social media anything. It's pretty crazy.
I hear it's because his books are good. they're on my list.
I mean, at the end of the day, if your book is good, your book is good, and people are going to hear about it. They're going to find out about it. But those are kind of the exceptional cases. But to close out the show, there's a game that I've been wanting to play. I don't know if I'd even really call it a game, but it's something that we do on our Patreon episodes, and it's going through Reddit's Am I the Asshole? And we look at what these people say, and we try to judge, are they the asshole or are they not the asshole? And so this is always just a fun time. Gabe and I have had just a ton of really great conversations looking through some of these things. And so let's do that to as kind of our last game of the night, and then we'll kind of wind down from there. So let me know if you guys see one that you want to particularly talk about. Let's try to find a good one. I'm trying to find one that won't offend a bunch of people.
Yeah.
For am I the asshole for calling police on parents?
Yes.
That could be a possibility. Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Any parent, every single parent, no longer can have police called on them.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm an attorney for kids that get taken away from their parents. So.
Are you really? Oh, that might be a conflict of interest there then.
Oh, I can give opinions.
There you go.
Am I the asshole for telling my dad I'm pregnant without my... Okay, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what pregnancy means?
No, I know what that means, but I don't want to get into that topic.
Oh, okay.
Am I the asshole for not watching my kids so their father could visit his wife in the hospital? Wait, what?
Wow, that's probably a good one.
You're telling my sister that her life is my biggest nightmare. Here we go, folks. Here we go. So I'll read it out. I, 27 female, have an older sister, Kara, 45 female. We have a big age gap, but are still quite close, and she is basically like another parent for me. And we got much closer when our mom died and I was 14. Kara basically raised me and is very overprotective, but in the past, I have asked her to give me some space. I have always been career-focused and dated casually, nothing long-term. Most of my friends are married and some with kids, so we are all at different life stages. My one and only serious relationship beyond 2 months was with my ex-fiance, Ted. However, we broke up last year. Anytime I read the word Ted, I just think Ted Lasso.
It's also my dad's name.
Oh, really? That's
Yep.
funny. I
Have you-
struggled to move on and started recently casually dating, but I miss Ted, so I can't commit to anything. Kara helped me through the breakup, but she wanted to get back together with Ted as she really liked him and even suggested that I pass up the job for him. Wait, so did they both date Ted?
She wanted me to be back together with
Okay,
him.
okay, thank you. Kara really wants me to settle down like she has, and I just think we are too different in that. She is a stay-at-home mother to 3 kids and basically raising a 4th as her husband doesn't lift a finger around the house.
Oh, jeez.
And will kick up a fuss if the house is messy or there's no food on the table. Sounds like a winner. I don't.
Sounds like trouble.
Yeah. I don't like my brother-in-law at all and have encouraged Kara to discuss with him about getting him to help out around the house. Kara called me again last night to encourage me about starting to date again and that she set up a blind date for me, and honestly. So this feels like, should I date Ted again or should I not?
Kind of.
Is
Yeah,
that what
that's
it seems
That's
like?
what I'm getting to.
Yeah, it's a
Hey,
little.
she seems a little over dramatic.
Yeah.
Like her sister's like, you know, hey, you should get back with your. I can't handle you.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, whether you want to date someone or not, don't tell your sister her life is your nightmare.
Yeah, I guess.
That's a rude thing to say no matter
Especially
what.
over something as mundane as that.
Yeah.
She's telling you she liked your ex and thought he was a good match for you.
And then by the
Yeah.
end,
Oh
though,
my
by
God.
the end,
How
she's
horrible.
not even saying date Ted though. She's just saying go date. Which again, it's
Yeah.
like shut up, mind your business, don't set up blind dates for me, sure. But
Yeah.
yeah, just have good boundaries. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like neither of the people in this situation are assholes, but maybe it was a little impolitic to say that her life was her biggest nightmare. I mean,
Yeah.
you could feel that way. Maybe don't say it quite like that, but
I think that's an asshole thing to say. If she had
Yeah.
said, "Please stop telling me what to do," that would have been fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Does
think
she?
it depends on how much she gets pushed.
Yeah. It's like, does she have a right to enjoy her life and you enjoy yours? Yes. Does should she be telling you how to go about your life? Probably not, especially if you disagree with how she runs her life. But just be open about that, and you don't have to be a jerk about it.
Yep.
You would think like if she's telling the story, you would think she would give like the real dirt on her sister if
Yeah.
she's trying to,
Yeah,
to
make
paint herself
everybody-
in the best light.
Yep.
And it's like, where's the dirt? Like it
Yeah.
just seems like she might be a little annoying.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It seems a little bland. I'm gonna give her.
You're the jerk for making us waste our life on this.
Yeah.
That's right.
You're the asshole, mate.
Yep. That's it.
Okay. Will I be the asshole for canceling my brother's wedding?
Oh.
Possibly.
Probably. Most likely.
Should we read this one?
Yeah, let's read it.
Okay.
Wow.
That's very long.
Oh yeah, that's a lot.
Okay, I'll try to summarize this as we get closer to the bottom. I, female 31, have a brother, male 28, who is hoping to get married to his fiancée, female 25 years old. They have been in a relationship for a long time, have kids in a house together, so she isn't someone who's new to the family. We're all European, but I own a gorgeous house in Colorado. It is the middle of the mountains, surrounded by forests. It is
Why is that? Just
Yeah,
humble
okay.
bragging.
I think this person's just making up their ideal
Right.
life.
I have $1 million.
Yeah. I am so much richer than my sibling and
Yeah.
this. Son.
Yeah, what the fuck? A couple of months ago, my brother came to me and asked me if they could use my house for a destination wedding while I was hesitant to host a goddamn wedding in the house of my dreams. I can absolutely understand how my dream home is their dream venue. Okay, like
Yeah, all right.
the
Humble
humble
bragging
brag is-
still.
yeah.
This is she just put up a post to brag about her house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For real.
this is
In
like
Colorado.
nauseous.
Come on.
Yeah. I'm not
I
on your
told him
side,
they-
let's just say.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You're
far.
already ruining your chances. Okay.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
already ruining your chances. We're a quarter through the article.
Yeah.
And she says, I told him they absolutely could, but has some rules despite me not living there. Okay. No
So this
more
is a
than-
second house.
Yeah, that's the summer
Lord.
house,
Yeah.
dude. Come on,
I hate
man.
I hate this person already.
Also, they live in Europe and they have a summer home in Colorado. What
Yeah,
the
what
hell?
a weird
Yeah,
place.
But also, don't touch it and don't use it for anything.
That's
And
right.
we don't need to use it
We
either.
just like the thought of having it. That's all.
But like, we just
Yeah.
need it there. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. No more than 25 guests. It truly is in the middle of nowhere, so guests would
25
have to
guests.
sleep at the house, and I simply do not have room. Dude, that's not up to her to decide. Like, they could
But
go to
I
a
think
hotel if they wanted to.
If it's her house and I think she can say.
Well, she
no,
can say, like-
no guests, no more than 25 guests
Yeah,
stay
yeah,
at my
She
house.
can say
Totally.
that.
Yeah,
But it's
that's
like,
fair.
why no more than 25 guests at the wedding? Like,
Yeah.
leave it up to
Yeah.
them
'Cause
to
you can
decide
just
if
say
they want to
25
drive all the
people
way to
can
hotel
stay
or not.
all night, but everybody
Yeah.
else has to find their own lodgings.
Yeah, that's
Right.
exactly like you.
Or
you,
camp in the
unless
yard.
Give us a better excuse then, or give us a better excuse if it needs to be 25 that you don't
Yeah.
want to mess up. You don't want more
Yeah.
that will mess up the house. But if that's your only reason is the sleeping, I live in Colorado. You can get anywhere you need to. You can live in the boonies and you
Yeah.
can still be within
Yeah.
an hour of something.
Yeah,
Yeah, for real. Nothing that permanently alters in or around the house. That's
Okay,
fair.
that's fair,
No
yeah.
smoking indoors. Fair.
Fair.
Any damage done by them or their guests would have to be paid for.
Fair.
Fair.
Since I'm quite protective of the house, I offered to decorate and find a caterer, and that'd be my gift to them. So I'm providing them with a venue, food, and decorations. I'm currently almost 10K into my gift because it's my brother's wedding. It's what I wanted to do.
Okay.
Those are
now we
ominous
see why
quotation
she's
marks.
wrong.
So
Why is
Yeah,
the
yeah,
gift
why
that
is
you
gift in
signed up for.
quotations?
Right.
Yeah. Now shit has hit the fan. His fiance decided she needed 45 guests, while I was willing to be flexible by 1 or 2, but 20, no. I asked her if she wanted to stack them, and she got salty. I don't know what stack them means.
Like probably
Sleep on
like,
top of each
yeah,
other.
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
okay.
Like bunk bed type stuff.
Okay, and she got salty. On top of that, she wants me to pay to fly her family in because I fronted the money to my other brother. He is paying me back because he couldn't afford a ticket. Told her no, blah, 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 blah. She wants me to build a pergola, which she considered, paint my living room, and also pay for the drinks. Okay.
Says
I
cover
said
up
no-
the beautiful wood. So fuck no, is what
Yeah.
she says.
Yeah. I said no, I've done enough. She has now taken it upon herself to tell people I'm coming back on my promises, that I left her hanging, that she can't afford the super expensive wedding. I made her plan, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's something you got to work out.
Yeah.
You just gotta be adults and come to an agreement.
Yeah, you just have to
can't
freaking
just
talk about it, dude.
you can't just spaz out on each other.
Yeah, I would
I
say
feel like they're demanding too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, demanding too much, but I would also say that the sister with the house is also just maybe kind of an asshole as is. You
Sure.
know?
I'm not convinced the sister with the house didn't offer those things as well already.
Yeah.
With their like, I have this other house and then
Yeah,
also I'll
totally,
do
totally,
that. Oh, I'll
totally.
do the pergola
That's
too.
a
Let's
good
just
point. I
throw
got
it
so much
in,
money.
too.
We'll make
And
it
now
happen.
suddenly
Don't
it's
you
like,
worry.
oh, I never promised that. What are you talking about? You
Yeah.
gaslighting us? I feel gaslit.
See, this is the interesting thing about Reddit's "Am I the Asshole?" is you're hearing one side of the story.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
all
she
of
didn't
your
make herself
judgments
sound
have to
very
be
good.
made.
Like, I
No,
don't, like,
yeah,
are they
that's
not
what I was thinking,
proofreading
too.
this? Like, they should workshop this and have like some
Yeah.
people have some people read this before they post it on the internet.
You would be surprised when I cross-examine people in court. It's like you would think you wouldn't want to say that in court in front of the judge on the record, but
Yeah.
you said it now, and I got to go all the way into that.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm curious, how often do you tell people, hey, don't say this when we're in the courtroom, and then they
Oh.
get into the courtroom and they
Gotta
say
be all
it?
the time.
Almost
Because-
every single time.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gotta be
Really?
every single
Okay.
time. Now.
That's funny.
It's part of it.
'Cause
You're just
I've-
like nervous, and you're like, they're nervous. They're just like, oh gosh, like, and then they like blank on things, or I'll just be like, okay, the one thing we need to focus on is this. The one thing I need you we're just going to
Forget
go.
about.
If the
Don't
other
talk
side
about
asks you about it, you have to be honest and you have to answer truthfully if they ask about it. But we are under no obligation to bring it up.
Yeah.
And then what do I do is I ask it and they're like, oh yeah, this thing then. And you're like, oh my God.
You're like, no.
Shut up.
The
Not what
one
you're
thing.
supposed to say.
Yeah.
Don't talk about that.
Do you ever see like, do they realize it right after they said it that they messed up?
Sometimes. A
Okay.
lot of times it's
Yeah.
after they're like, how did I do? And you're like,
Ooh.
how do you think you did?
Yeah.
How do you think you did?
Yeah.
Have you guys ever
Wait,
seen the Rick and Morty? They did a
I've seen
reading,
all of Rick and
courtroom
Morty.
reading of like some Georgia.
That is pretty
courtroom. It is
egregious.
one of the most legendary videos on the internet.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, we've watched. It's pretty much mandatory watching at my
Yeah.
office.
Oh, man,
Yeah.
it's so amazing.
So good. And it's
Yeah,
not. I mean, we have stories like there's just people that walk in like and just. I mean, I've had a guy that like didn't like the order. He's on the other side and he wiped off. He cleaned up the whole table and like stormed out. And then
Oh,
like I was
no.
like, Judge, you gonna do something about it? Judge was just like, I don't want more paperwork.
Yeah.
Whatever. They're out.
Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah, I've been to court a couple times, and and the lawyers that I've had were always like, hey, like this is what we're saying and this is what we're not saying, and I've always abided by that.
Oh yeah.
And I've asked them like do you really have people that just go against like what you recommend them? And they're like, oh yeah, like it's crazy. And I'm
No,
like,
everyone-
dude, why would you ever not do exactly what your lawyer tells you?
Oh yeah,
to do?
everyone comes to me and they'll be like, "All right, here's how I think it should be," and I'm like, "All right, here's what the law says," and it's nothing like what you just
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. You.
So, and then it's like, "All right, I'm willing to pay you money," and then I'm like, "I don't know why," because
But
you won't
okay.
listen to a thing that I say.
This is gonna be a mess.
I've literally had to tell people like, look, if you literally, I had this one that was like, just wouldn't show up on time to her parenting time visits, like, and so it was just like, I don't know how to like.
Yeah, there's nothing I can.
I
do.
can't lawyer my way out of that very bit of evidence. That is
Yeah.
like the one thing you
Yeah.
just need to do.
Yeah.
Like, I can't suits this. Like
Yep.
Yeah.
nothing in TV will be able to prepare you.
Yeah.
You just have to do the thing, which is be on time for your kid.
Yeah.
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 If you can't do that, I'm like, then I don't even know why you would pay me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. I had no idea that you were that you had a job in law. That's super,
Yeah.
super cool. I've met some lawyers that had some really interesting stories. I had this one guy
Oh,
tell
I'm
me
sure they. Yeah.
that like somebody showed up because I think when I was younger, I had the idea that lawyers were basically police and that they like anything sketchy that happened, they had to report that to the court or something.
Yeah.
And I had a lawyer tell me, he was like, yeah, one time this guy came in because he got like caught on like a drug or theft charge or something, and he was like, hey, I have a kilo of cocaine, can I just give that to you as payment?
Oh
And
my gosh.
the lawyer told him, like, no, you have to go sell the cocaine and then you can come back and bring me the money for it and pay me with that. And so the guy did. He went and sold his cocaine and then he came back with the money from it and gave it to the lawyer.
Oh my
And
god.
and I was like, and you're under no obligation to like tell anybody about that? He's like, no, I'm just a dude. Like I'm just a guy working a job. Like what do I care?
So
And I'm
like the DA, like the district attorney, has some of those rules. Like I don't do criminal law. They have some of those rules where they like have to disclose things.
Yeah.
We have to disclose things if somebody you're meeting with is going to go like commit some heinous crime
Yeah.
or kill
Right.
somebody or like like bodily injury.
It's like
right?
mandated reporter or whatever, right?
No, actually, what's
Oh.
funny is I represent kids and I'm
Yeah.
not a mandatory reporter.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And part of it is because there's that attorney-client
Yeah,
relationship, and you have to keep things confidential again, unless they do those couple of minor things that you're supposed to go then report.
Yeah.
But it's like it has to be pretty heinous. But otherwise, it's you want what it's trying to do is the same thing with like a therapist is you want open communication. You just want it all out. Now,
Yeah.
will people actually like the amount of times that I'm in court and I'm finding out something new and I'm like, is that true? And they're like, yeah. And you're like, You didn't think that I needed to know that? So
You
we
didn't
could
think
like.
that was important?
Oh god.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can't even
why?
imagine.
Because like, why would you not tell everything to your lawyer?
Well, it's
Well,
just like a
Like,
doctor,
just so
man.
they
Like
know
you're
how to
going to
work
your
around
doctor
it.
and only telling him one symptom out of the 5.
Yeah.
Your doctor's
Yeah.
trying to save your life, and you're not telling him what he needs to save your life.
Yeah, there's a
Right.
little bit of like, I don't know, shame or something in it.
Yeah,
And I don't know if there's some of that, but it's just, and I'm like, look, dude, I've seen it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
You're
I'm
dude,
just here to do my
literally
job,
don't
man.
care
That's
what you
it.
do
Yeah.
with your life.
and I
just tell
don't
me.
exactly, and I have zero judgment, believe me.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like we all are in a process, right?
Yep.
Like
I got a friend that's a lawyer, and he'll handle a lot of like divorce cases, and some of the funny stories he'll tell me are the ones where people will call up and leave him a message, like a husband will call up and leave him a message threatening to come down there and kill
Great
him or
evidence.
fight him or break his windows. And it's like, you're literally
You just gave
calling
me so much
the
ammo.
other
Yeah.
side of the aisle's attorney
and
and leaving
Facebook is
a
a gold
voicemail.
mine. Facebook is a
I
gold
bet.
mine.
I
What
bet.
a moron. Is it common practice for lawyers to like just record every phone call just in case?
I will. I mean, it's so like my state's it's a one-party consent state, so you only need one party to consent to be able to record and then use it, as long as you're one of the parties.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I didn't even know
To
that
that
was a thing.
conversation, you can't like go record anyone and be like one-party consent state. Well, were you one of the parties? But you can record your own, and I will tell. That's my advice to a ton. I do divorce stuff, and it's always like, look, worst case scenario, like if you don't need it, then you just delete the recording.
Yep.
Yeah.
But if you do, it's good. Like
It's good to
hard
have,
do
man.
it
It could
sometimes.
come in handy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, not every state's
Wow.
like that, but this one is.
I'm so curious. Has anyone here seen the show Jury Duty?
Oh, it's so good.
No.
It's pretty
I haven't.
incredible.
I'm convinced that's how I've done a couple jury trials, and I'm convinced that's like not that far off, to be honest.
Oh, really? What's the show? Is it like a drama or is it like a reality show kind of thing?
So they told some dude that they were going to make a documentary about the jury duty process, but then everyone else involved in the court case is an actor.
Oh yes.
So
Okay,
good.
I
Amazon.
have heard of that. Awesome.
No? Oh, okay.
So this one
Yes.
guy thinks it's a real court case.
Oh my god.
James Marsters is in it, and he
Yeah.
plays
Oh,
this like
okay.
total like jerk version of himself, and it's hilarious.
That's cool.
Where do I watch this? This
It's
sounds
Amazon
awesome.
Prime.
Yep,
It's
Amazon
on
Prime.
Oh my
So good.
god. I had no idea about this. I have to watch this now.
It's so funny. I mean,
It's
it
very
is,
good.
and it gets crazier like each one. I swear.
Oh my god.
That's cool. That's cool.
That's so fantastic. Holy crap. I did not expect to be grilling Bryce on lawyer
Yeah,
stuff.
on law.
Sorry, I didn't mean to take over.
No.
this
It's
has been
awesome.
I love
It's
it.
fascinating. Everyone has
It
such
is.
different day jobs, and they're always
Yep.
like,
So true.
yeah.
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 So I'll check in with you guys real quick. Gabe, I know has to go. Do any of the other people here, do you guys want to keep talking, or should we wrap everything up?
I probably got to get going here too.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have to go walk the pugs at some point.
Before the mountain troll revolts.
Yeah, for real. Okay, so
Like
we'll-
I've had,
we'll-
like with his background of the woods, I feel like Bigfoot's back there.
So okay, so we'll wrap up then, but for our first live stream, man, I think this went pretty well. We had some
Yeah.
initial technical difficulties where I played our intro and I was like, how do I take the intro off screen
Yeah.
and put it back? But other than that, I think everything went really well.
Yeah, it was awesome.
I had a bunch of topics like lined out in my notes, and we didn't get to like 10% of them.
Wow.
So it was nice
Good.
to not have
Yep.
to use those
Yeah.
and find ways to like awkwardly work them into conversation. It just all flowed like really naturally, and then we had RJ's soundboard.
Yeah,
which
let's
was awesome.
let's hear let's finish off those sound bites because there's a couple
oh, yeah,
that I
let's
heard
hear the
that
ones that we didn't hear. So we had
this will be
so-
fast.
Oh
Maybe?
wait, I think my phone needs to reconnect. Hang on, it's syncing right now.
I was gonna say, was the soundbite Pug snoring?
Yeah.
Fly, my hawkmen!
Okay, that's a good one.
Fly, my hawkmen! Bullshit. You're the asshole, mate.
Yep.
You are not the asshole. Ladies, gentlemen, and NBs, it's time for a poo break.
And if anybody's wondering, if anybody's just tuning in now, this is RJ Bailey's soundboard that he so generously provided to us. We asked him for like 5 different
Oh
sound
look,
bites
there's
to put into
RJ
the
right
soundboard.
there. He just posted in the comments.
He said, "This was great. I'm looking forward to catching up on the portion I missed while I was flying."
RJ, you're lucky. We're going through all your sound bites right now to end the stream, so
Yeah,
it's a
for
good
sure.
good time to pop in.
Is it?
And,
Have you
and
guys
thank
heard
you
of
so
toast?
much for these. He went so above and beyond because he was like, you know, we were expecting him to give us like 5, and he sent me 25.
Yeah.
And so it's awesome.
Have you guys heard of Toast of London? It just said they sounded like Toast of London.
Toast of London.
It's the guy, one of the vampires from What We Do in the Shadows, has this show called Toast of London. It's hilarious too.
Okay, I'll check that out. And so then we have like whenever I say something brilliant, RJ says,
Astute, Spencer. I can see why they call you Astute Spencer.
if you guys have not listened to any audiobooks narrated by RJ Bailey,
Oh, yeah, you
I
have to.
highly recommend you go listen to We Men of Ash and Shadow or The Iron Crown or anything that he's done. It's all absolutely fantastic. So then we got, then we have when Gabe says something right.
Gabe, if you were any more on the mark, you'd be an Olympic level archer with an Accuracy International Arctic Warfare Magnum.
That's good.
That's awesome.
And then if me or Gabe say anything that's stupid, RJ says,
Fuck off, Spencer. Go fuck yourself, Gabe.
and the one we've probably used the most during this live stream is,
I could not agree more.
Yep. Yep.
And then this one's really dark, but I love it.
Don't try that with a baby while it's still alive.
That's so bad. So bad.
And then, of course, we've used this one a couple times.
You've got me more excited than 15 snorts of Dennis Hopper's premium party powder.
When a guest says something right.
Yes, guest, I quite agree. A very valuable contribution.
And
That
then when
feels
they
sarcastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guest, I have to say, you're talking shit.
when they say something funny.
Oh, you're so funny, guest.
Yes. That was also sarcastic, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then I never got the chance to use this one, but I wanted to so badly. It's probably one of my favorite ones.
It's a decent film, but it's no Sex Lives of the Potato Man.
What? Oh, that's
and then of
awesome,
course,
dude.
Reminds me of the peak of my alcoholism. RJ Bailey approves this message.
and then
Happy birthday, Mr. President.
Whoa, I don't think I heard that one before.
yeah, so those are the I got one more that I'll play at the outro, but those are the ones he sent me. And there's even more that I didn't include in this soundboard. And it's just I'm so thankful for him
Yeah,
going
awesome.
through and just like he sent me an audio clip that was like 3 minutes long of him just like saying stuff. It was so cool to be able to put in a soundboard that now we can use from here on out.
Yep.
Because the program that I'm doing it in forced me to pay for it for 3 months. So now we
There
have
you go.
3 months of sound bites. So there's no other option. But yeah, I'm super thankful for all of you guys, sincerely, that joined us. Both the people watching the stream for the past 5 hours, and our guests. Like, thank you so much, Bryce and Sarah and Lily and Dan.
Yeah, congrats on 100.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Man.
absolutely. Congratulations.
Yeah.
It's such a crazy milestone. You know, I mentioned earlier, like, oh, we never expected to get this far, but really, like, we never expected to get this far. Like we did not think that this was gonna be a thing going on 3 years now with the podcast. Like, it's crazy.
RJ just said that'll be $250 per sound bit used, please.
Oh, yeah. Can we
Can we get the like
some sort of
discount or
payment
something?
plan?
Yeah, we need to. Let me pull out my credit card.
Yeah.
Do you take payment in podcast mentions?
Yeah.
Yeah. What do they call it? Payment in advertising or payment in
exposure.
Exposure.
There
Yes.
you go.
Yeah, that's the actual term. But yeah. No, that's great. Yeah, RJ's been on a bunch of episodes too, and it's been so great to have him on, and he's always just an absolute blast. I don't know if anybody caught the YouTube short of RJ that we showed at the beginning of the stream, but if you didn't, after this is all done, go back and watch it's
hilarious.
in like the first like 10 or 15 minutes, or just go to our channel and look at the short titled RJ Bailey's TikTok history. It's one
worth
of the funniest
it.
things
Trust
you'll
me,
ever watch.
worth
Yeah,
it.
It's hilarious.
Oh, that's great.
But yeah, seriously, I know, you know, we usually do this kind of like monologue in our year-end wrap-up episodes.
He said.
And then you just walk out with the stuff.
That's right.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just leave. Like, don't worry, I'll tell everybody about this place. I promise.
You mean you can't pay for your food in Instagram followers?
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, for real, in our end of the year episodes, we usually say like, thank you guys so much for watching. But you know, here at 100 episodes, like, thank you seriously to everybody who's viewed our episodes. We've had some crazy ones. We didn't even get the chance on this live stream to talk about our most viewed videos, but we have some that are in the 2000s, and that's just like mind blowing to us because we didn't think that we'd get like 100 viewers on a video. And so it's crazy to see all the people coming out in support of us, and we're so close to being monetized, like 1,000 subscribers. That's coming up soon, and that's all because of all the people that tune in every week when we post something. So thank you guys so much. And of course to our guests who we have on the show, and then they kind of like retweet it and it gets out to a broader audience.
Yep.
That
Yeah,
all
you guys are
contributes to us getting more viewers and more exposure and whatnot. So yeah, a big thank you to everyone. And Shad Zaman, he's been a patron since the beginning.
Like day one of Patreon, man.
Yeah, he was one of the first people to subscribe to our Patreon, so thank you for that, man. But yeah, that's pretty much all I got. Does anybody have any final thoughts before we go? Gabe or anybody?
No, I'm same as what you said. I'm just super grateful for you guys and for everybody that's watched us. You know, it's just crazy, kind of crazy to think about.
Mr. Squeak wants to congratulate you guys too.
Oh yeah, we can hear him. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, everybody, we'll go check out the Fiction Fans podcast. Normally, this is the time when I would say their stuff is linked below, but I don't, like, this is live, so I don't have that opportunity. But go check out the Fiction Fans podcast. They have a website where you can just go to and listen to all their episodes. And then check out Bryce on YouTube. Shelf Centered is his page. And then Dan, the King Killer podcast. They do a bunch of King Killer theories. They have a hilarious one about how Denna probably works at a Jack in the Box located in the Fey Realm.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking funny. They just started a playlist where they put all their theories into this playlist, and so I'm sure that one will be an upcoming theory that gets added to that. So go check them out for sure.
Yeah, all the headcanon theories will come at some point. I'll have to
Yep.
post those up.
Dude, before we go real quick, I'll just say it was crazy. You posted a thing on Twitter saying like, oh, we just made this playlist or whatever, and you took a screenshot of it. And I was like, dude, your theory videos, like that's how you get views. Like those theory videos have more views than a lot of our videos.
Yeah, well, a big thing was like 95% of our audience was Apple and Spotify. I did nothing with YouTube, so
Yeah.
like that, I would post, but I mean, we're posting up just audio. There's no video or anything, so I completely was neglecting YouTube, but I'm gonna move everybody over to YouTube.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm curious if you've seen more subscribers on Spotify and stuff now that you've
Oh,
put stuff on YouTube.
no, I pulled it. I pulled down Spotify and Apple and all that kind of stuff. I'm not doing that.
You completely took it away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go to YouTube. I might put it back up at some point, but I'm gonna force everybody over to YouTube.
Okay. Cool. Awesome. Well, yeah, go check them out. This has been just an awesome live stream. I've had more fun today than I've had literally in weeks. It's just been awesome, like chatting with everybody. I honestly want to like end the stream and then rewatch it just because there was so many good moments all the way throughout it. So, yeah, again, thank you to everybody who joined us, and thank you to everybody who hung out with us. And now since I've been working on stuff for this stream, like this background music and everything, I've been working on this for the past like 2 weeks, and now I'm gonna take like a week break and just play video games every fucking day.
Atta
So
guy.
Go,
I am
man.
so
That's
excited
right. You go.
to just get back to relaxing after work rather than going home and working on this. But
Well, it was
now
well
that
done.
we have,
Good job.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Now that we have everything set up, you know, we're geared up for live streams in the future, so maybe we'll do more of these. I don't know. So
Definitely should.
yeah, I'm excited for that. But with that, thank you all for watching. A goodbye from us, and
it's goodbye from me, RJ Bailey.
All right. RJ.
all right, everybody. Thank
All right,
you
you
so
guys,
much.
take care.
We'll see
Thank
you in
you
the next
so much.
episode.
Yep.
Peace out.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Have a good
everyone.
night.